Hello, everybody. Hope everybody's enjoying the marathon. I am ErrorOfRuto. I am joined by my good friend Hactical here. He's going to help me out with some commentary.
Hello, everybody.
All right, let's go ahead and get this all set up. Delete that save file. So this is Dragon Quest V. So if you don't recognize me, I am fairly new to the speedrunning community. I've been running this for less than a year. It's a lot of fun though. It's always been one of my favorites in the series, so I'm really excited to have an opportunity to share it with everybody here, because it's not a run that we see often in the Western community. Alright.
Yeah, DQ5 is a really fun run, and Error's really good at it, so this will be really enjoyable.
Yeah, and Hactical here's done several runs himself. We both got sub 6 hour times on the game. We had a really good race one time a while back. That was a lot of fun. We were actually neck and neck for about, what, 4.5, 5 hours?
Something like that, yeah.
That was pretty insane. But yeah, there wasn't a lot of resources available on this game when I got started, so I kind of had to learn a lot of it through trial and error, no pun intended. But once Hactical started learning it, I was able to bounce ideas off him, and you know, all of his expertise that he brought in really helped me smooth out the run myself. So really appreciative to Hactical for everything he's done.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun to learn it, a lot of fun to race, and mostly, I think it's fun to watch you play the game. So,
all right.
Speaking of that,
on to that note, what do you say we play this game? Turn that off, get this timer going, and 3, 2, 1, go. Alright, so since this starts with power on of the console, we'll just do a nice quick name of AA. The reason I don't just do A is because that's what I named my son. I am Mr. AA. So, you gotta have some level of respect there. Alright, so the beginning of this game is very slow-paced. Not gonna be doing a whole lot. Not sure why that played, but okay. So we're having a little scene here. This is us. We're the baby. We were just born. This is our father, Papas, walking around trying to figure out what he's going to name us. But we already did that, so his names don't matter. Mom's going to give him the name that we chose, and we're going to go from there.
Yep, and take note of the fact that, we're born in this nice castle, lots of people around. The game's going to jump forward a few years, and we're not going to be in a castle anymore.
and that's going to be a theme running throughout this game. We are going to jump forward a few years, several times, and it's not always going to tell us that we're doing it. Sure, let me up your audio a little bit, Hacto. Try that out?
Yep. Hopefully that's a little bit better.
Alright, so we start out here. We're on a boat. A couple of just story triggers. Just gotta go talk to the ship's captain, then one of the guys under below decks, and then that'll progress the story so that we can get this going.
Yeah, in the remakes of this game, they add it's a bunch of like items you can pick up on this boat to kind of get your money started. But not really much here for us on SSC. There's an herb down near Papas, but that's really all we get on the boat here.
Yep, just an herb. And then if you've played the remakes, you'll also notice that we do not meet Flora or Nira in the future versions on this boat. She actually is not introduced in this version until we get to Salabona a couple hours into the game. So she gets basically no backstory or character development early on in this version. That was one of the few things that I actually prefer about the remakes, is Flora's not just thrown at you out of nowhere.
Yeah, the remakes of this game in general are really good. There's a PS2 version, which was Japanese only, but has an English patch, and there's a DS version. But, the Super Famicom version has its own like charm to it. I think, you know, the SNES pixel art is really, really good.
Yeah, I agree. I am a 16-bit junkie, so this is my favorite version of the game, even with the quality of life improvements in the re-releases. Alright, so that was the herb and the dresser that we picked up there. And we're just gonna leave this boat. I'd like to say the real game starts there, but we still got a little bit of time. So this is one of the more story-heavy entries of the early games, at least. So there's going to be several times where we're just walking around talking to people, waiting for things to happen. But it picks up after a bit.
I think that's a really good point, because whenever people ask, like, what Dragon Quest game they should start with if they're not DQ fans, or if they haven't played any of the older entries, maybe they've only played DQ11, this game is always a go-to recommendation of mine for exactly that reason. There's a lot of story, there's a lot of really cool stuff that goes on, and you know, for a speedrun it does mean that the intro to the run is a little bit on the slow side, but there's a lot of really cool stuff that happens, so...
Yeah, plus the introduction of the monster recruitment is really good. That's one of my favorite aspects of the game. It adds a lot of replay value to casual playthroughs and gives you some options somewhat with the speedrun as well.
Yeah, so leaving the docks here, there's this forced encounter with 3 slimes, and after a couple turns taking out a slime, Papa shows up and, you know, what are you doing for going off on your own? And
murders everybody.
Kills all the slimes.
Yeah, now that he's joined us, I'm not going to attack anything, because it's just faster to let Papa's kill it, so I'm going to defend. Or sleep. That actually works great, too. That saves me an input.
Yeah, Papa's can do 1 or 2 actions per turn here, and unfortunately he's only doing 1 every turn, so,
yeah.
You know, this encounter is also a fixed encounter. But after this, there will be some more overworld movements in this chapter that do have randomness to the encounters, so...
Yeah, the good thing about those first 2 encounters being static is we're going to have 52 gold coming in here, which means we can buy the bamboo pole before we go into the cave. If those encounters were random, there would be a lot of resets right here, just to have enough money to get a weapon.
Yeah. Or they would do what you were playing with for a while, which was not fighting anything in the cave here.
Yeah, so that's a much riskier option. So the main thing that we're going to look for once we get into the cave here is leveling up to level 3. The reason we want to do that here is because we're going to rest before heading off to the next town. So we want that rest to restore the extra MP that we get from hitting level 3. If you level up on the way to the next town, we don't ever get to use that MP until we're about halfway through the castle, which is rough. So this gives us an extra heal just for spending about an extra minute or so fighting enemies, so it's a lot safer.
Yeah, and you do need that XP anyway, so
yeah,
it's not an entire waste.
Yeah, so here we meet Bianca for the first time. Currently we are 6 years old, she is 8 years old. However, by the end of the game we're actually going to be the same age, but we can go over that later. As I said, time is a little bit weird in this game.
One thing worth pointing out is that Bianca has, like, a very cute sprite in this game. The artwork for her character is really well done.
Very much so, yeah. Alright, so here we're going to plunder our own house. So, unlike most RPGs where we steal from other people, we're actually taking our own stuff for once.
But don't worry, we'll take other people's stuff too.
Oh, absolutely.
We're just starting here.
You start stealing from your dad, and then you learn how to steal from others. You know, circle of life stuff. Alright, so here we're going to get the bamboo pole with that guaranteed 52 gold that we start with here. Then up here we got another herb in this dresser. So I did pick up a leather hat back at my house, but I'm not going to equip it quite yet. The reason for that is early on in the cave we're going to pick up a leather shield, and just for the sake of keeping everything consolidated, I'll be equipping the helm and the shield at the same time. So it's a little bit dangerous until that point, but once we get there our defense goes up so high that it's fairly safe in there.
Oh, interesting. I didn't even realize that you played it that way.
Oh, do you equip the hat first?
Yeah, I don't equip the pole when I buy it, and I equip the hat and pole together.
Oh, gotcha. See? That's another thing I like about this game. There's a lot of style differences. It's not that optimized.
Yeah, this actually, that's a good point. This game is an entry that, like, some games, like, if you watch the DQ2 run a couple days ago, DQ2 very much, every encounter has, like, a right and a wrong way to handle it. But, you know, this game is one that really does have a lot of room for, like, personal preference in terms of what you buy or what order you do a couple things in. And yeah, it's pretty cool because of that. You get to kind of learn from a bunch of different things and sort of make your own way of playing it. So there'll be a few points throughout this run where,
Gosh.
you know, I might say something that's wrong because I'd say something how I would do it, and Error might do it, whatever it is, shopping or encounters completely differently.
Yeah, so you'll notice up until now I've been running from a lot of encounters. That's because some of them are just a little too dangerous, and some of them aren't worth the time. So if I run into an encounter that's just slimes, I'm going to run away because they're worth 1 experience each, and that's just a waste. We're wasting time if we're fighting slimes. The hammerhoods, on the other hand, have a chance to crit for 10 damage, so those are absolutely terrifying unless I'm trying to die. So I will always run from those. Fortunately, this Draki didn't show up until after we got the shield. Before the shield, they're actually very dangerous. Oh, nice Kaishin there. So, once you get the shield, the Drakis aren't that dangerous. There's also some horned rabbits in here. They're fairly dangerous. Oh, this is a little dangerous with 14 HP. Okay, we're good. I'm kind of torn on what to do with the rabbits. If there's just one, a lot of times I'll fight it. They do have a chance to drop a leather hat, which any money that you can get early in this game is very good. Because the gold routing in Generation 1 is extremely tight. Most of it's going to come from encounters. And there's a lot of places where you can just die and lose half your gold. This is kind of a risky fight. That might have been a mistake. Let's heal. We're going to be death warping after we get this chest up here, but I don't want to die quite yet.
Yeah, I think you made the right call there.
Yeah. We can one-shot these guys if they low-roll their health and I high-roll my damage, but usually going to be a 2-shot.
There's a question in chat about what the run chances are in this version. So, first time you try to run, it's a 50% chance. The second time you try, it's a 50% again. Third time is 75%, and then fourth try is 87.5. And it's never guaranteed, so it can continue on that forever.
Yep, stays at 87.5% forever at that point. My personal record is 6 run fails, and I've had that happen twice. Never gotten to 7 though. Alright, so now we got the Adventurer's Clothes out of that chest, so I unequipped all my armor. I'm gonna go ahead and let these guys kill me. There's the crit. Alright, and we are out. That was a pretty good cave, just over 11 minutes. I usually like to get that under like 10:30 or so, but yeah, not too bad. We got level 3, that's the important thing, so that extra 4 MP is gonna help us out quite a bit. Now, here is a minor glitch, which is quite useful. We talk to that guy on the half tile, and then hold left, and then he actually moves down and out of our way, so we can loot the hand-woven cape out of that dresser and sell it for some money. Not sure why it works, but it does.
Am I still quiet, SK? I can turn myself up on my end a little bit, see if that's any better. I don't know how Error has me balanced, but
looks like it should be fine on my end. So yeah, if you want to boost yourself a little bit, that'd be great. Alright, and so we are done with this town. We're gonna follow Dad off to Al Kappa, which is where Bianca lives. We're escorting the ladies home. Now, this walk to the next town, the encounters are random, unlike the walk to Santa Rosa initially. So we really want to find at least one encounter on this walk that is worth a decent amount of gold. I find that lately, I've got like a 60% chance of getting no encounters. So the more gold we get on this walk, the easier the castle's going to be, because I can afford more herbs.
Yeah, gold and experience. I mean,
and there we go.
Yep. No encounters, so it's going to be a little bit of a stingy shop here. If you get a good encounter, you can even get level 4 sometimes before even making it here, but level 3 and minimal money. So
So this means I'm going to be selling Bianca's shield. I'm also going to be keeping the plain clothes instead of the adventurer's clothes. So we'll have plenty of herbs, but our defense is going to be a bit lower than we typically like. That's okay. How bad can it get, right?
yeah, I mean, kind of the standard strategy is to sell all of that stuff and go in with minimal equipment, because the standard fast strategy here will buy a holy water, which will allow you to prevent encounters while walking up to Lenoir Castle. But unfortunately, Error's not going to have enough money to buy the holy water. And in general, you could argue that, like, for a safety strategy, it's better to just take the fights on the way.
Yeah.
Anyway.
For the purposes of the marathon run, I was already planning on fighting my way there, because I am going to be grinding Bianca 1 extra level in the castle so that she learns Rukanon, which is the decrease spell. It makes the boss of the castle so much easier. It doesn't take that much longer. Alright. I've sold all the extraneous stuff. Now I'm just going to buy a whole bunch of herbs until my gold dips under 364 gold. That's going to leave me enough gold once I sell a couple of things from the inn to let me buy the boomerang. And anybody that knows Dragon Quest knows the boomerang is awesome. It's all enemies, and it comes in really handy early in this run.
Yep, the classic 420 gold. Available in the first town you really go to. Like, very good item.
So, here we're gonna go talk to some future serial killers who are currently beating up a cat. Tell them, leave the cat alone, give it to us, and they say, hey, if you go beat the ghosts up in the castle, we'll give you the cat. So, hey, great deal. Sounds like a plan. So, first we're going to return here and talk to Papas, and we're all going to go to bed. And then Bianca's going to wake us up. Now, even though we are going into the inn here, we don't actually rest on this. This is why it's important to get level 3 inside the Santa Rosa cave. Because we use the inn before leaving Santa Rosa, but this one, Bianca wakes us up during our REM sleep. And everybody knows REM sleep is where you regenerate MP. So we don't get to recover at that point.
Yeah, and for some reason this inn doesn't actually lock any of their doors, so Bianca just kind of walks up here.
Yeah. Wakes us up, says, hey, let's go beat the ghost so we can help that cat. Now, you may be asking, why is it that, those kids go to sleep and then wake up in the morning and the cat is still there being kicked? We don't ask those questions, though. Video game logic is not meant to be questioned.
So yeah, the previous tenants of that room left a couple of items in the dressers there, defense seed and a Chimera wing, which Error's just going to sell for that last bit of money that he needs to grab the boomerang. Has exactly enough money.
Beautiful. Yeah, if you get really lucky with encounters, you can actually use that defense seed instead of selling it, which, get an extra 3 or 4 defense comes in really handy. And here I put Bianca in front. The reason I'm doing that is because if Bianca dies, she actually comes back to life after the fight with 1 HP. If the hero dies, even if Bianca's still alive, it counts it as a full party wipe, and we lose half our gold, and we go back to the inn. Or the church. So, yeah, Bianca's going to be up front tanking.
Additionally, Bianca doesn't really have anything useful to do at low levels, so she can just defend and kind of reduce the amount of damage that you're taking, which means that you also reduce the amount of healing that you'll need to do.
Alright, and that was a case where we both got put to sleep, so I was like, well, I'm just going to run. Lucky to get out of that alive. Here we got a preemptive, so fairly safe.
Saber Cub's dealing quite a bit of damage at low levels, but Bianca does get to level 2.
Yeah, next level Bianca's going to learn the Blaze spell, but she's not going to have any MP yet to be able to cast it, so she's basically going to be strictly defending until we get most of the way through the castle. There's an inn inside the castle that we're going to use. But up until that point, Bianca's just a meat shield.
Under the impression Bianca is never useful. Bianca has one very important use in
It's true.
In Gen 2.
I don't have a trash wagon emote for nothing. So, in Gen 2, there's a point where we want to get rid of some key items, but we don't have time to go stop by the bank. So Bianca will temporarily join us, and we just throw all the key items on her, so when she leaves the party, all the items go straight to the bank.
Yep. The most valuable thing she can do.
Aside from make the run way more dangerous by being our wife. Alright, so this is Lenoir Castle. The top floors aren't too bad. We're gonna have some decent variety of enemies. The most dangerous thing on these floors is gonna be the Night Whips. They can cast Rutani, which is the sap spell, which obviously you don't want that when you're low level. You're just gonna really don't want it at high level either, but very much an intensified issue when you don't have very many healing resources available to you. So here we rescue Bianca. She got taken by those skeletons, and they hit her very well. So we were lucky to find her.
There are also some groups of Drakis that you can find up here, which they come in pretty big groups and they're pretty easy, so it's a good fight to get. There are some, I forget the name of the bone snakes. They're pretty easy to kill, although they can call for help and be a little bit trolly. As we get a little bit lower, we'll find some ghosts, which are not too bad, and they can drop a holy water, which is actually pretty useful if they drop them. And there are some candles, which are a little bit scary at low levels, but can drop a bronze knife if you kill them. Generally, you kind of avoid fighting them if they come in bigger groups, and you can fight them alone.
Yeah, the other day during practice, I got... No, not during practice. I'm playing casually through this with my wife on the English fan translation, and when we were going through here on that playthrough, I got 3 bronze knives in a row. Not just 3 candle encounters in a row, but 3 consecutive encounters were mad candles that dropped bronze knives. That was insane.
Yeah, so here Bianca learned Mera, but won't be able to use it until you get to the inn to restore her MP.
Also, I apologize if those follow alerts are coming through, because I don't have that on this scene. It shouldn't be playing. So, you may hear some random Dragon Quest sounds that don't seem to match up with what's going on, but that's what that is. Okay, so these are the dangerous little mad candles. I'm actually going to heal Hero to be safe here. Bianca might die. Yeah. It's better to have Bianca die than Hero die. Because this just means she loses out a little bit of experience, rather than sending us all the way back to the end.
And Hero learns the heal spell, so that'll help a little bit.
Speaking of, I'm going to go ahead and use that.
The game does have a Monton, a heal all menu option that will get some use later on. But if MP is kind of at a premium, or like you want to make sure one specific character is healed or something, then manual healing also does have a use.
Yep. So here in this pot we pick up the torch. That's going to let us see where we're going in that pitch black room that we walked through not too long ago. There's a hidden staircase in there that you cannot use. Even if you know exactly where it is, you can't... Oh, she doesn't have MP yet. You can't actually use the stairs until you get the torch. Yeah, and to expand on the Monton healing, the way it works in this game is it will prioritize the most efficient heal available from the character that is furthest in the back of the party, including the wagon. So there's going to be a point where our Slime Knight has heal all, and no matter where he is in the party, if you're going to get better than a maximum heal more out of a heal, it's going to use his MP no matter what. However, if you've got two characters and their best heal is heal more, then whoever's furthest in the back is going to be the one that uses their MP. It's important for segments where you need a minimum amount of MP on specific characters to make sure you know where your healing is coming from.
Yep. So making the way through the castle here, picking up some herbs in various pots and chests along the way. They're really useful to get, especially since money was so short with the walk to El Capa. A lot of the enemies in here can also drop herbs, which is extremely useful if they do, but haven't seen any drops yet, which is kind of unfortunate.
Yeah. And that door that I opened is the front door to the castle. Once you open it from the inside, then it is a permanent shortcut. So if we die or use the inn upstairs and wake up outside, we get to come right back in the front door. These candles are being risky.
Choosing to fight these 3 candles, which is a pretty scary encounter, but takes it out without...
I felt comfortable enough.
Yeah. And you just open the door, so...
Yeah.
Worst case isn't a huge deal.
Yeah, and especially considering the fact that I'm going to be grinding Bianca up to... I'm just going to go ahead and use the end. I'm going to be grinding Bianca up to level 7. Even if I die here, I'm going to make more money, so money's not going to be as big of an issue as it would be if I were doing a PB attempt.
Yeah, it's very important also to open this door from the inside before taking that in, because the inn does drop you outside, and when you're first learning the game, it can be easy to get here and be like, oh, I want the inn ASAP. But that's not a great idea. Open the door first.
Yep. Alright, so I do still want Bianca to get 1 more level. That was quite a walk. It is not normal to walk that long without an encounter in here. But I want to get Bianca 1 more level so that she hits level 5. That's going to give her the Manusa or Surround spell. And that's going to come in very handy on a mini-boss fight in here, which is 4 of those candles. Main reason those candles are more dangerous than regular ones is they always start with their maximum possible HP. Throughout most maybe all Dragon Quest games, enemies generally have a range of HP that they can spawn with, so sometimes they'll have a little bit more than others.
Yeah, I don't know exactly what it is in this game, if it's 80% to 100% of their max HP or 75 to 100%. It's something around there. I don't actually know the exact number. But boss enemies, yeah, they've got fixed HP.
This might be level 5. Yeah.
Should be, yep.
She was just slightly behind from that death. Right, there's Manusa.
So Manusa is the surround spell, which the candles are pretty vulnerable to, and surround makes the enemies miss. I think it's 50% of the time in this game.
Supposedly. 50% is impossible, by the way.
Error has really bad luck with any 50% chances.
It's true. And it doesn't matter if they decide to cast Blaze instead anyway. Hey, there's some misses. Hey, 3 misses in 1 round. Amazing.
All planned.
Yeah, I've actually done this fight many times without surround, but it does make it a lot more safe, for sure. Alright, easy peasy.
Translation plugin for every version of spell names I know. Between old names and new names and Japanese names, I get them all mixed up.
Yeah, I've been playing DQ11 with my wife, and I sit there staring at the spell lists because I'm like, I have no idea what these spells are. Like, we just beat Mordegon, and I still forget what the spells are supposed to be.
So Bianca knows the Dazzle spell.
Is that what it is now?
I think Dazzle's the modern name, yeah, for surround. The surround name is always one that's like confusing to people who just think of the spell name, but if you read the actual description when it affects enemies, it's that they're surrounded by illusions, And so you hit the illusory enemy instead of the real one is kind of the description behind the actual surround spell. But the name itself doesn't always make sense without that context.
Alright, so here we're using this screen transition to increase our encounter threat, because I do want to grind Bianca's level up to get level 7 to learn Rukanon or Decrease. And fastest way to do that is to go back and forth between any transition that does this animation where the ceiling fades in and out. We're more likely to get an encounter on that tile, or after that transition, not specifically the tile. Hey, this is the first time we've seen the snakes. So these guys can call for friends.
Skull Serpent, that's their name.
Wonder-
I'm really bad with enemy names.
I wonder how they came up with that name.
I wonder. Did they come up with the name first, or did they come up with the enemy first and then have to name it?
Yes. I feel like a lot of Dragon Quest enemies, they drew them up and then they were just like, what would you call this?
Yeah, and the classic DQ, the names are kept, very literal in most cases, so it's really just like a description of what the enemy is, and for a lot of like random fights like this. I could not tell you what these guys are on like the modern naming scheme. I personally don't really want to know, but
all I know is I've seen Crabber Dabber do, and I don't want to know anything else. There you go, Vader snakes. Actually, no, there's better Vader snakes later that are actually a dark purple.
So the normal strat for this dungeon here is to grind to level 6, and that kind of gives you enough like power and resources that it's a pretty good balance for going into the Bona Constrictor. Oh man. Level 6 normally gives you enough balance of like resources and strength and HP to be able to beat the boss pretty reliably, but level 7 does give you a little bit of extra stats, and it also gives you, as Error said earlier, the decrease spell for Bianca, so it's a little bit safer. The kind of downside is that Bianca isn't used anymore after that boss, so you're kind of spending time to level up a character who doesn't have any long-term value, but it does make this fight safer for a one-shot scenario, marathon scenario.
Yep, because normally during the boss ghost encounter, Bianca is the majority of our damage with Blaze, because the hero's only going to be hitting for like 7 or 8 damage with his boomerang. But once you can drop his defense with Rukanon, then hero can contribute as much damage as Bianca can, and makes it way safer. Which, considering how limited your healing resources are at this point, anything you can do to shorten a dangerous fight is huge.
Yeah, and it also gets Hero a little bit more. If Hero gets level 7, it also gets a little bit more MP, I think, for an extra heal cast.
I don't think I've ever gotten Hero 7. His XP growth is a bit more... It's a bit steeper than Bianca's.
Yeah, kind of all just depends on whether Bianca's died too much or not.
That is
I don't
true.
think so in this case.
If Bianca's died several times, Hero might hit 7, yeah.
No, spell effects do not wear off in this version. So you only need to cast them once, for better or worse.
Yeah, I'm gonna go... She should be close to 7, so I'm gonna go ahead and take the inn here and then head toward the boss. We'll level up along the way. Oh yeah, Bianca's nose. I think Bianca has the cutest nose in the Dragon Quest series.
A lot of the sprites in this game have the same kind of nose. Flora's looks the same way, and even some of the NPCs. Just kind of a little too small and a little too low resolution that they kind of look a little bit like Pinocchio.
Almost ran on accident there. This is a really good encounter to get a preemptive on. Wasted one of his turns using Rukani, and then hit for 2 damage. Yeah, the speedrun generally takes Flora for a few reasons. One, she auto-revives like Bianca is doing here. Once we get further into the game, Bianca's not going to do that as an adult. If she dies, she's dead. You have to go revive her. Flora comes back with 1 HP, which makes the path between Salavona and Grandvania way more consistent. Bianca starts with gear worth a total of about 300 gold. Flora starts with gear worth about 4,500 gold, which we can sell. We get the water flying clothes as a wedding gift if we marry Flora. We do not get that with Bianca. So generally speaking, Flora is the correct speedrun choice. But it is technically, if everything goes right, it's technically faster to marry Bianca because you get to skip a little side quest. Alright, so this is the boss ghost. First thing I did was cast Manusa on him, and then we're just gonna hope he does a lot of physical attacks. And then not die.
Yeah. So this boss has 200 HP, and he's on a semi-fixed rotation. So he's got a 3-round rotation, where turn 1 he can either do attack or blaze. You generally want to see attack once he's surrounded because there's a chance to miss. Turn 2 he can do sap or fireball, with fireball damaging both characters. And on turn 3 it's always an attack. So it's kind of like a give and take. Usually you kind of use the Gongon aggressive tactic to have Bianca spam fire or blaze on the ghost, but you can also just kind of manually input it. You kind of switch tactics around to heal if you need to heal. Boss ghost goes down, no problem.
Easy.
Hero can just kind of heal or defend or attack, kind of depending on what your HP lines are like.
Yeah, and the reason I wasn't using tactics there to have Bianca act on her own and save a little bit of time is because if you cast Rukodon on the boss, she'll actually prioritize punching him for 1 damage over casting Blaze.
Interesting. I did not know that.
Yeah. Doesn't make sense, but it makes sense to Bianca, and that's what matters.
Alright, so after defeating the boss ghost here, we receive this gold orb. And, I don't know, just kind of keep the gold orb in the back of your mind for a little while. It'll come up a couple more times throughout the run, and I'll probably forget to talk about it when it does, but remember that there's a gold orb, because I might talk about it.
There is indeed an orb. Only one.
It wouldn't be a Dragon Quest game without having at least one orb. Just ignore all the other DQ games that don't have orbs.
They're not legitimate DQ games.
Exactly.
Alright, so here we get our cat, as promised by these jerks. And here we get to choose his name. Unfortunately, you don't get to input your own name. It cycles through a list of a few options. So we choose the name Barongo, because Barongo is the best name, and is the first name. Actually, I should not have given that to you. So here Bianca is about to leave our party, so I'm going to take everything off of her. And then we're going to load up Barongo with a couple holy waters and a chimera wing for utility purposes coming up. Also notice I took Bianca's handwoven cape and gave it to Barongo, because he's going to equip that for the upcoming segment. Look at all this money I have. I love it.
Yeah, Bianca leaves the party here, and so anything that's left on her is just kind of lost if you don't trade it off of her first, so you can give away her cape and her herbs and either use them or sell them or kind of whatever. The herbs aren't necessarily critical, but they're nice to have.
Yeah, I probably won't use
Just
those.
a couple.
They're most likely going to get thrown out. But bringing them just in case. We got time. Hey, look! This is the best gold encounter to get on the way to El Kappa. A little bit late, though. If you get this encounter, you can actually use the defense seed instead of selling it.
Yeah, this fight's worth a lot of gold and a lot of XP.
65.
And it's not bad to get it now. We're kind of at the point where for the rest of Gen 1, we do want to be earning a little bit of experience and get some gold. The gold actually can be useful for an upcoming shop. And you do want a little bit of experience in order to defeat the Ice Queen smoothly, but you kind of just naturally get the experience along the way, and you don't really focus on your exact level or grind extra fights or anything like that. So that fight is useful, but, you know, it also would have been fine to just get, you know, something that's just kind of trash.
Yeah. Yeah, since we did all those extra fights getting Bianca's level up, gold definitely is not an issue. But this will give Barongo a good head start toward getting toward level 3 in the next cave, which is really the only thing I look for before the next boss.
Yep.
So here we talk to Bella. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, we're both going to say the same thing, that we're going into the inn to talk to Bella, who is a fairy, and only children are able to see fairies. But we then go down to the basement of our house, and Bella is going to lead us into the fairy kingdom.
Yep. And interestingly, this is one of the times where your character is actually supposedly not to completely silent, because Papas comes down and asks who you're talking to, but adults can't even hear Bella, which implies that he heard Hero talking, even though you don't say anything during that conversation. So, fun fact.
That's very true.
I can control Barongo, kind of. I can give him commands, I can give him tactics. He will follow tactics pretty reliably, however, if I try to tell him to do something, he's going to pick a random action. The reason for that is that recruited monsters will only reliably listen to you if they have at least 20 intelligence. And Barongo, I believe right now has 9, I think, and we're never going to level him up enough to get to 20. So it's kind of like playing Pokemon without any gym badges.
Yeah, I've actually never tried leveling Barongo up enough to get to 20 intelligence in Gen 1 to know, like, is he hard-coded not to obey you in Gen 1, or is it just the 20 wisdom threshold? I'm assuming it's just the wisdom threshold, but
It should be, yeah. I don't think they would have hard-coded that one. But, what do I know? They could have. Alright, so that was a life nut that we picked up there. Since we got so much extra gold, I don't have to worry about selling that early to get any equipment. So we're going to save that for Generation 2 to give our Slime Knight some extra HP as soon as we recruit him. Here we're going to get Stone Fang for Barongo. And you'll notice I don't equip it in the shop menu there. The reason for that is there's extra dialogue when you say, yes, I would like to equip it from the shopkeeper. So if you have multiple items to equip, it's actually faster to do it from the equip menu. I have money, I don't need the leather armor. I can get the scale armor. But here, since the hero's only equipping one thing, I say, yep, we'll equip it here.
Yeah, and this is sort of like that shop there is sort of an interesting kind of effect of the money routing in this run, where there are kind of 3 options you have for equipment there. You can either... The goal is to buy the scale armor, to have enough money to buy that. If you're short on money, you can either sell that life seed that Error picked up to be able to afford it, hopefully, or you can buy leather armor, which is cheaper and not as good. That's normally my preferred backup choice. Or, if you're really short on money because you've died and haven't really gotten any random encounters, then you can choose to just go with whatever hero has. And that's pretty scary. You can kind of grind some money in here. There's a couple optional chests you can pick up for money in here to buy armor after this cave, but then that sets you back on the next shop. And Error mentioned earlier that money routing in Gen 1 is pretty tight, so any miss of one thing early on kind of has ramifications throughout the rest of the first generation. But yeah. No problems right now. Error's got tons of cash, so...
Oh yeah, we're rich. Yeah, I did actually have one run where I was so low on money that I kept the plain clothes all the way through Gen 1. And it was doable, it wasn't too bad, but the beginning of Generation 2 was terrifying.
Yeah, would not recommend.
Yeah. At least get the leather armor, for your own sanity. Well, I'd say at least get the adventurer's clothes.
Yeah, and I'll talk a little bit more about the kind of the money routing, the shopping in Reinhardt when we get there, because there's going to be another kind of gold threshold there that there are a couple of backup options for that hopefully won't be an issue in this run. But
yeah, if we die, we'll might run into some issues there, but assuming we don't, then shouldn't be an issue. Got plenty of money.
Chat asking how long the run is. So the estimate is 6:30, but It's most likely going to be a little bit closer to 6 hours, unless, there are a couple parts of the run that can be very trolly. And if multiple of them decide to be rude, we'll see what happens.
Yeah, my average has gone down significantly since I submitted for this marathon. Last week I had a practice run where it felt like a lot of things were going wrong, and it still finished under 6 hours, so I was like, well, okay. I guess we're probably coming in underestimate. But there are many ways where this game can just decide to make it take longer. So that's an agility seed. I didn't used to pick that up. I would pick it up when I was doing my Bianca route, because there are some requirements, some encounters that you deal with using our slime that we're going to recruit in Generation 2 that you don't necessarily need to worry about if you marry Flora. But I bring that seed into Gen 2 now to give to our slime every single time, because it's really nice being able to rely on him to go first.
And so you can see in this cave, so the deal here is that the Fairy Kingdom is locked in an eternal winter, and spring won't come. Spring is late, and it's being blamed on the Fairy Queen, or the Ice Queen. But if you go to the Ice Queen's lair, it's locked by a door. So there's somebody who tells you that some doors in here know the secret to locks. And that's basically what we do here. That chest that Error just picked up is teaching us the secret of locks, which will allow us to open them. And it's the equivalent of the thief key in this game. There's no actual key. It does not take up an inventory slot, which is very nice because there is no dedicated bag in this game. But that's kind of the requirement for coming to this cave. And in addition, there's some money and another life seed to be picked up. And now that all of those have been obtained, Error's going to try to death warp.
Pay no attention to anything that just happened, though. My thumbs got confused, don't worry about it. Yeah, so I healed Hero up right before this death warp, because there was a good chance I was going to get an encounter. I was like, I'll play it safe. And then, of course, I didn't get any encounters.
Yeah, only Hero needs to die here in order to death warp, and of course Hero was the last one to die because of that heal. But that's alright.
It's good for Borongo to die early because, as I mentioned, he won't listen to us. So while we're trying to death warp, he's doing his best Orin impression and killing off all of our enemies. Learns from the book. Well, it's not really a book. He just kind of absorbs the secrets of the universe and learns how to unlock doors. But yeah, that is a good point. The game constantly points out, if you try to read signs and such, it says that, it'll tell you what it says, and then it'll say, but Hero can't read. It's kind of fun if you, read a sign with Bella in the party. She'll read it to you and then call you a dummy.
So now Error's heading off to the Ice Queen's lair, and immediately in this lair, Error's going to be doing a movement technique. I'll let him focus for a second here.
Nailed it.
Kind of ignore the ice physics. And I don't really know, technically how it works, but the idea is if you go through that door while you're holding a direction and you kind of pre-input the next direction, you can kind of just slide where you want to slide and don't need to. Normally the ice makes you walk 4 or 5 steps and then stops you, yeah. and then you get to go from there. But if you walk onto the ice and continue holding the direction, and then I don't know, it behaves weirdly. So
and that's specifically if you enter on a half tile. So you have to go up through the center of that door in order for it to work.
Yep.
So it's kind of related to that guy that we made move out of the way earlier at the beginning of the game. There's some weird stuff with half tiles in this game. At least it comes in handy, though. Oh, yeah, Borongo got the holy water. Uh-oh.
Opening chests and dressers and things like that is another big case of half tiles being weird. You can often open chests from half tile away. Sometimes like if you're between two chests, sometimes you open the left one, sometimes it's the right one. The game behaves a little bit weirdly around half tiles and how things line up on the overall grid.
Oh, delaying my second
All right.
rook on here.
So we're at the boss here, the Ice Queen. We had a short fight beforehand, Zaire, and he's pretty easy. He only has 160 HP. The big issue with Zaire is that he can steal your MP, which kind of can put you behind going into this fight. This fight's the Ice Queen. She's got 600 HP. She's on a rotation where she will attack, Ice Breath, attack, Ice Bolt, heal, and then build up power for her next attack. So the end of her cycle has 2 turns in a row where she heals and then breathes up that you can kind of use to recover. And it's important to keep your characters above like 40 HP on the breathe up turn, or on the deep breath turn, because otherwise an attack can take them out from full. You'll notice Bella's HP is under 40, but Bella usually will survive a deep breath attack. And the idea is that you generally just want to hit 2 decrease and then kind of do some damage and do some healing. You can either choose to use Hero for healing and Bella for attacking, or vice versa. Kind of doesn't really matter. There's a little bit of preference with your exact choices of actions, but the fight's going really well.
Yeah, this is actually really comfortable because of the fact that Zale did not burn any of my MP.
Yeah. So the Ice Queen should be going down pretty soon.
There it is.
And there she goes.
Easy every time, right? Nothing ever goes wrong on Ice Queen.
And Barongo is also level 4, which helps a little bit.
Yeah.
And then there are 2 chests here, a Chimera Wing, or sorry, not a Chimera Wing, a Boomerang, and the Spring Flute. Yep.
And here I get to cheat the ice again.
Spring Flute will allow us to return spring to the Fairy Kingdom.
Oh boy. This is not common.
Yeah, getting encounters here is pretty unlucky, but this should be fine. Yeah.
I'll top off Hero just to be safe.
Yeah, so there's some chat talking about how this isn't as easy in the DS version. So the DS version does not allow you to control Bella, but you do get direct control of Bella in this version. So that makes a really big difference to the success rate of that fight. Also, the AI is different for Ice Queen. It's not the same rotation.
Yeah, the fact that we know her rotation means you can always prepare for the worst thing that can happen on any given turn. So, as long as you're paying attention, you don't get lost on the turn order, you don't get greedy, it's a fairly safe fight.
Yeah, that's going to be a common trend throughout the run. There are a number of enemies that have fixed or semi-fixed rotations, and keeping track of what turn you're on really makes the difference between, you know, winning the fight safely and quickly versus not. We'll talk about that more when we get to this.
Oh yeah. There's gonna be some fun ones coming up. Hey, Countdown, thanks.
In the meantime, cherry blossoms have returned to the Fairy Kingdom, and with that, we're booted out.
And here's Sancho, the true hero of the story. But we'll see him again in Generation 3.
Sancho's great. Everybody loves Sancho. But he tells us that Dad is in the church praying and about to head off to Reinhardt, the town of Reinhardt, to talk to his old friend, the king. There's a couple kind of general, like, themes where Pappas is sort of looking for, I forget, is he looking for both, like, your mom, his wife?
Yeah, he's looking for our
also
mother.
The legendary hero?
Yes. Yeah, he's looking for both. We don't know he's looking for our mother at this point. He tells us that she's alive at the end of Gen 1. But yeah, he's kind of like in the background looking for her as well, but his primary quest is looking for the legendary hero to defeat the Demon Lord.
Yeah, I always kind of like forget the exact nuance of that, but so anyway, he's going off to talk to his old friend, the King of Reinhardt, to see if he has any info on either of those things, either your mom or the hero, and just to pop in and say hi. And we also get to meet Prince Henry and play with him while we're there. So it's kind of a win-win for everyone.
Henry's, you could say he's a little charmless. Proud of that one. I worked on that joke for like 3 whole seconds, so I'm very proud of it. Yeah, so this segment, ever since we woke up and went downstairs, I've actually been auto-firing X, which is one of the great things about this game. There are a lot of breaks. This is a great time to get up, refill your water. Wonderful.
Yep. Being one of the SFC games, this game has always allowed turbo, so a lot of breaks just built into the run with auto fire, and these fights, Papas just kills stuff anyway, so you can just kind of turbo through them and let your characters help out, or you can manually defend with them if you want to be like maybe a little more optimal and let Papas do the work. But
it's actually faster after, like on this trip, to attack with them, because the boomerang and the stone fang deal pretty significant damage.
Yeah.
So here we are in Reinhardt. It's gonna follow this guard up to talk to the king. Then dear old dad is gonna tell us that grown-up stuff is boring, so we should go explore the castle. So that's what we're gonna do. We're gonna go get into some trouble. Talk to some people we probably shouldn't.
I mean, we were told to explore.
True.
Like, if we get into trouble, that's on the adults.
Yeah, as a father, that hits home. Everything my kids do is my fault. Alright, so the first thing we're going to do is head over here and talk to Henry. He's going to ask us if we would like to be his goon. We're going to say yes, and he's going to say, "Ha, no, you suck, go away." So, wonderful kid. Then we're going to go talk to a guard as well as the queen, and we're going to find out that the queen isn't very happy with the idea of her stepson, Henry, becoming king. She wants her son, Dale, to become king instead. And then a guard up here is going to tell us that the queen has been meeting with some rather unsavory folks. Wonder if that could lead to anything.
I'm glad that you know what the story is here, because I never remember what any of these people say in these plot triggers.
Yeah. Well, I've watched a couple of friends do some casual first playthroughs not too long ago, and I've done at least this part not too long ago with my wife on the English translation as well, so some of the story is here. Not all of it. Alright, here's the queen, and there's Dale. It's Henry's younger stepbrother. And don't forget to talk to the king, because somehow I always forget that. Well, I don't always, but I have a tendency to forget talking to the king here.
Yeah, very easy to forget little plot triggers.
Alright, now Papas is out here. He's been given the task of babysitting Henry. Wonderful use for such a warrior.
I mean, I think it's more like a bodyguard than a babysitter.
Same thing. What are babysitters if not glorified bodyguards?
This time Henry says, "Okay, we can be his goon. Your goon badge is in that chest over there."
And the chest is empty. Gashi.
And then Henry's gone, escaped through his secret stairs below his stool.
The first canon occurrence of a stool evacuation in the Dragon Quest series.
And then some other goons come in and kidnap Henry, and then we have to go give Papas the bad news that
He's screwed.
He's been Henry's bodyguard for about 30 seconds, and he's already failed.
Yep. You want a goon badge, Tonic? Go into the next room and check the chest for me, and bring it back. Alright, so now we have control again. We're going to stop by this old man here, which is a vendor. Alright, Barongo got the second boomerang, so... that. Looking for 1,120 gold here.
Yeah, so there are a couple of things to keep in mind with this shop here. So the goal is to buy an iron shield, and preferably to also buy a fur hood for the hero. If you're really short on money, you can choose to pick up an MP seed inside the castle to also sell for some extra cash.
I've got too much stuff.
Or you can choose to skip the fur hood. I don't think Error ever skips the fur hood, but I do sometimes if I'm short on money. I cut down this menu a little bit and I make up for it with a wooden hat in Gen 2. But those are kind of the two goals of the shop. Additionally, what Error was just talking about with his inventory, it was noticed in the Zyre fight. Zyre drops a magic water, which restores your MP. It can sometimes be useful in the Ice Queen fight, but usually you hold on to it, and either you can sell it in the shop or you can bring it with you to Gen 2. Really, only Hero's inventory carries over into Gen 2. So Error's going to make sure that Hero has the exact things that he wants to bring into Gen 2. Depending on how many seeds you've picked up and want to give to Pierre, what you sold and not sold, that will all kind of affect the items that you bring with you. So Error tossed away a couple of herbs or gave them to Barongo in order to get them out of Hero's inventory and to have the ability to bring the right stuff with him.
Also, apparently I did not get the chainmail. I don't know if my inventory was full at the time. I have clothes equipped right now, so this is going to be a fun Gen 2.
Oh, really? I didn't even notice that.
Yeah. I've had a couple of times where my inventory is full, and I miss the prompt where it says, you don't have room for that. Most notably with Pierre's Dragon Killer sword in Gen 3. Went into a boss fight without a weapon.
So these are the ancient ruins. So after Henry gets kidnapped, Pappas is going off to the ruins, following, looking for Henry, and I don't know what he tells you. He tells you to just kind of, I don't know, stay safe or something.
He says, let's go, and then he leaves without you.
Yeah, and so we kind of follow along with Barongo and go through the ruins, and we'll run into Pappas in the ruins here shortly, but in the meantime, just kind of running from encounters, and the dragons are actually, like, kind of scary.
Or you can run from everything on the first try.
Or you can run from everything on the first try, and it doesn't matter. If Barongo dies, he does get auto-revived with 1 HP. If you're low on resources, you can kind of stick Barongo in the front of the party to kind of hope that they just target him and kill him off. But generally, there's not really a whole lot to do in here. Error did pick up an optional strength seed and chose to use it. You can usually just skip the seed, or you can bring it with you and give it to Pierre in Gen 2, or you can grab it and use it like Error did. So
yeah, I used to bring the seed into Gen 2 for Pierre, but as Hack was mentioning, you have to pick and choose what you take with you into Gen 2 because you're limited by your inventory space. So once I got to the point where I was like, you know, I want the extra agility on Slalin instead, I replaced that strength seed with the agility seed from the Dwarf Cave. So I could just skip that chest, but considering I apparently didn't get the scale armor, I decided to use that on Hero to help smooth out the early Gen 2 grinding. Alright, so here we've reunited with Pappas. So we're back at the point where we can no longer die. Well, we can die, but it's not going to send us back to town. Because if we die, Pappas is going to revive us after combat, and we move on like nothing happened.
Boat movement in this game is impossible, by the way. You saw Error just accidentally walk onto land. it's really tough to like tell where the boat is, and when you're on corners, you kind of get stuck. Whereas when you're normally walking, the game will kind of force you around corners. We call it half tiling. On the boat, it doesn't do that. The sprite with the boat doesn't exactly line up well with where it kind of looks. It's sort of the bottom of the boat you have to look at to tell what tile you're on. So boat movement is surprisingly annoying, but there's not much of it.
You're always a half tile lower than you think you are. Like, as you saw when I went underneath those land tiles right here, it looked like the boat was on land. it's well drawn. Hey, we found Henry.
We did.
Now from my favorite
not
part.
Into corporal punishment should look away. Because
we just slapped a prince.
Yeah, Pappas kind of calls him a fool, and
he slaps him to bring him back to his senses, because Henry is all saying, he's like, I don't want to go back home, nobody likes me anyway. Papa slaps him and says, think of your father, boy. And then, now, there are no random encounters, because the idea is that Pappas is fighting off all of the enemies in the area, which apparently includes all the random encounters. So, now it's safe to go pick up all of these chests without having to worry about losing time to random encounters. The first chest that I picked up was an Elfin Elixir, which is a full MP recovery consumable item. That chest right there is a Monster Lure, which we are going to sell for 150 gold in Gen 2. And now we meet Gemma, my friend. Guy sucks. So this is a scripted loss. He starts with bounce up, so since I've got MP on hero, I'm going to be casting Boggy, or was it Whoosh? Arrow? No, Infernos? I don't know. Whatever it is now. I'm going to bounce these off of myself to deal some damage. That way we help him kill me.
Yeah, Infernos is the classic name for it. Whoosh is the modern name for.
Oh yeah, Arrow is Final Fantasy, isn't it? Whatever.
Yeah. And then Gemma's goons are gonna show up here, Jami and Gons, and Pappas is just gonna be like, whatever, and knock him down.
Now you'll notice Gons is a pig, and you'll notice that in Cowie's Dragon Warrior 7 run, Enop and Gons was not the pig, even though it's the same type of enemy. They decided to not have Gons be Gons. That bothers me. Oh well. Alright, so there Pappas wins. Gemma is going to now take us hostage. Tell Pappas if he wants to see us die and our soul roam the pits of hell for all eternity, then he should continue fighting back. So he doesn't. He just sits here, takes a beating, and we are going to watch our father be brutally murdered in what is definitely one of the darkest moments in the series.
Yeah, stuff is really dark in the story in this game. A lot of bad things happen to a lot of characters.
Yeah, I maintain that the Dragon Quest V hero probably goes through the most brutal crap of any of the Dragon Quest heroes. It's insane when you look through his life story. Now, if you anybody who's seen the Dragon Quest movie that's very loosely based off of this game, this scene is actually done pretty well in that movie. I think that was the best part of the movie, and then from this point on, they get kind of cavalier with the story.
I will also say that this scene is really well done in the remakes of the game, with both Gemma threatening your life and then the giant fireball of the Blazemos taking out Pappas. Like, it's just visually a lot cooler in the remake. Unfortunately, they're limited a little bit by the SNES here.
Also, there's the orb that Hack told you he was going to forget about. Gemma takes it away from us and shatters it. So we no longer have a golden orb.
I'm glad that you remembered that.
Of course.
Because I had already forgotten.
I am good for a couple of things. Tracking your mistakes is one of them. Alright, so now we have passed 10 years in slavery helping to build the Great Temple for the High Priest of the Order of Light, Evil, or Ivol, however you want to pronounce it, IVOL. That's Henry. He has, over the last 10 years in slavery, mellowed out a bit, become a good friend, teaches the hero how to read. And now we're going to spend...
You may notice that Barongo got
Oh.
kind of left behind.
Oh yeah, Barongo.
They said that, just some dumb cat, he'll just return to being wild when there's no one around, so they let him go.
Yeah, you can get him back in Generation 2, but we're not going to. Entertainingly enough, we are going to accept half of the reward for resolving the issue involving Barongo, but then we're not actually going to help the people that paid us. Because morals mean nothing when the fate of the world is at stake. And so here is just another series of events where we're just talking to absolutely everybody in order to progress the story. Most of it is just generic slave whining. How dare they? Off on the right side, those two ladies leaving right now. The last one to leave the room was Maria. She is actually the sister of the guard right there at that table. He's a little torn because his sister has been sent into slavery. And we're actually going to walk in on her getting beat up by some guards here. And that's going to be the catalyst for our escape from this prison of slavery. So, she's down there on the ground getting whipped by the guards. Everybody's freaking out.
With her black hair.
With her black... Yeah, note her hair is very dirty. And now we're going to lag because there's so much on the screen. It's like one of the few points in this game where it actually lags. And then, this is a fight you can win, but it's the same result if you win or lose, and it's faster to die, so we're gonna fail to run until the end. Oh my gosh. They can kill me in 4 actions, but they are choosing to MP drain and heal themselves, even though I'm not doing anything. Alright, so we've gotten our butts thoroughly kicked by the guards. Maria's brother Joshua comes down here trying to figure out what's going on, sends her off to the infirmary, sends us into prison, but the sending us off to the cell is actually part of his plan to thank us for saving his sister's life. He's gonna come up here and give us our stuff back from Generation 1. He's gonna give Maria 1,000 gold, and then we're gonna hop in this barrel and sail to freedom.
Quote-unquote sail. We're gonna shove 3 people into this tiny little barrel.
This one tile barrel. Everybody knows that sprites are exact ratios.
Yep. What happens in barrels stays in barrels. The barrel moves really fast through this this tunnel for some reason.
Yeah. It's a little bit weird how fast it goes. Bigger on the inside. There you go.
It's like the TARDIS.
The barrel TARDIS. Alright, and so here is the shortest of all of the time jumps in this game, where we are asleep for 3 whole days. Later, years and months are going to start sneaking into the story. And...
Yeah, so...
Oh, go ahead.
Oh, no, go ahead. Go ahead. You were gonna...
Okay, I was gonna say, here we're gonna talk to Maria. You notice her hair is much cleaner. It's actually a nice little touch that... they changed her hair color for this to show just how... You know, how messy everything was in the slave pits. But she gives us the 1,000 gold that her brother gave her, so... Gives us a nice, stable starting point for Gen 2 that you can always count on having that gold.
Yeah, and so what I was gonna say was, just to give a little bit of context... during Gen 1, you are 6 years old.
Yes.
It's a 10-year jump to Gen 2, so you are now 16. The game is split into really what we call Gen 1, Gen 2, and Gen 3. You can also see them if you look at like Japanese notes referred to as childhood, early adolescence, and late adolescence. So this is Gen 2 or early adolescence, and the main character is 16 years old at this point.
Yeah, this is basically where the game begins. Like we finished the introduction to the game that is childhood. And this is where the world opens up more like a typical Dragon Quest game. Hello, goodbye. The first stop is going to be Oracleberry here. And there's really nothing to do once you escape from slavery that is better than robbing dancers of their clothes for money. Also, I love this casino theme.
I'm just busy giggling over Sandrina's comment about Bianca looking like a hobbit.
A little bit, yeah, I guess. I could see it. It's my wife you're talking about, but okay.
So Error picked up a couple items from the casino. Now he's going to remember to give the shield to Henry and pick up the defense seed.
Sure am.
There's a safety defense seed over here that you can pick up that I always pick up and Error doesn't, so it's just like a little bit of a joke. He's picking it up here for a little bit of extra safety with the marathon, especially since he only has the clothes on the hero, the plain clothes.
+4.
It's always a +4.
I know. I just like to say it because it feels good to have a high roll, even if it's the only roll.
I mean, it is the highest roll you can get, so.
That was not sell. That's still not sell. Thumbs. There we go. Yeah, I didn't actually have to hand the shield over, apparently, because my magic water was on Barongo, so Hero actually had room.
Yeah.
There we go. So we get the chain whip for Henry. It's like the whips in other games, that attacks entire groups of enemies, so that comes in very handy. Then I'm gonna do some... Yeah, there we go. I'm gonna do some very bad town walking here. This is similar to the castle walk that we see in Dragon Warrior 4. Oh my goodness. With the added complication that there are half tiles in this game. So if you don't perfectly switch between left and right on the D-pad, you're gonna go up or down.
Yeah, there's half tiles, and movement in general in this game is a lot more responsive than NES, so it's a lot easier to make mistakes when switching left to right.
Yeah, so the reason I did that is we need to progress it to night in order to come in here and buy the caravan, and on those tiles there are no random encounters, so we can spend an entire day just power walking.
Yep, so Error went into the basement there to pick up some more monster food that he will be selling for money in a little bit. And now he's going to come back here, and this dwarf is going to be like, I've got a wagon that I'll sell you. It's 3,000 gold. No, 300 gold. And,
we're so good at haggling that we didn't have... Oh. Okay. Bronco also had my Chimera Wing.
So remember when I mentioned that Error was going to have, like, an exact set of items going into Gen 2? He didn't, but it's fine.
It's just a few seconds, no big deal. Fun fact, my first set of practice splits actually did not have that Chimera Wing either.
Yeah. And so, now that Error has the wagon, this introduces the kind of core mechanic to DQ5, which is monster recruitment. And, I'd say, like, it's a little bit polarizing of a mechanic. If you're really into the DQ series, it's really cool to be able to kind of recruit whatever your favorite monster is. You can't actually recruit every monster in the game, but it's kind of cool to recruit some of your favorite monsters and use them in combat. I do recommend this as like a first DQ to people, but I guess I can see where like the monster recruitment might not have as much of an impact if you don't have the attachment to the monsters. But in this first area, Error is going to be looking for 2 monsters to recruit. One is the regular, old, standard blue slime, Slalin. And Slalin is extremely useful throughout the run.
He's even key to the final boss.
Yeah, he learns Expel, which is very useful for clearing random encounters. He learns Increase, which will boost your defense. He learns Decrease, which will reduce enemies' defense. And he learns Chaos, Metapony, whatever you want to call it.
Confuse. Which
has a very specific use that we'll talk about later, again, on the final boss. So, Error's going to make sure that the way the recruitment works is that you can only recruit the last enemy that's defeated in combat. So Error is trying to make sure to kill this slime last because these other monsters are recruitable. And the slime has a 50% chance to join your party. Every monster, there are, I think, 7 tiers of recruitment chance. It's 6 or 7, I think it's 7. And they all have kind of different odds for recruiting one. You can actually recruit multiple of a monster, and the odds will change, again, based on that tier as you recruit them. And we got a first try Slalin, so first try 50-50. It's
Second
the only
try.
time that Error has gotten a first try 50-50 ever.
Second try.
Was it second try?
Yep.
Oh. Never mind. Yeah, and so
Business.
the other...
Oh, almost forgot to put Slalin away.
The other thing that Error would like to recruit here is a brownie, or really anything else. It can be a second blue slime. It can be any of the other recruitable enemies. I guess it's a second blue slime.
All right, then. That's 1 in 8, I think, for the second slime.
I'm not sure what the odds are of the second slime. 1 in 8 or 1 in 16.
Yeah, it's 8 or 16. There's one monster, I don't remember which it is, but there's one monster where the third is actually more likely than the second.
Yeah. There's one tier. It's that 1 through 7 tier. So there's one tier of recruitment where, the third tier is actually easier. I don't know which monsters are in it though.
Yeah.
So, the idea behind that last monster is that it's going to basically just be a bag for us. Since you don't get a bag in this game, the last monster can tank a couple hits, or some environmental damage in certain areas, but in general we'll just end up holding items and kind of managing your inventory and your excess items throughout the run.
There's always room in your slime.
Yeah. There's always room in your hammerhead. Or slot.
And the secondary thing that we're doing in this segment is we want to get Henry up to level 6 so that he learns Rukanon prior to fighting the imposter boss fight. Good. Gold is good. Gold is right where I want it to be.
Yep, so generally you kind of go until Henry's about level 4 here. You can leave at 3 if you have your recruits. You kind of want a little bit of money to be able to do some shopping here. This is where, if you skip the fur hood earlier, you could pick up a wooden hat as a backup. But you also buy a scale shield and a wooden hat for Henry while you're here, and some herbs and wings and some other kind of utility items that will be used throughout the run.
And to address the question about the metal slime in chat, that was actually added as a recruitable monster in the remakes. You cannot recruit metal slimes in this version.
Correct. You can recruit liquid metal slimes, I believe, but it's a 1 in 256, and it's very unlikely that we'll even be killing any of them, so...
and there's a level
to
requirement
recruit
here.
them. Yeah.
You'll notice that A, we don't fight a lot of random encounters for most of the run, but B, when we do fight things, we're not going to have things trying to join us, and that's because there's a minimum hero level requirement for recruiting every monster, and we're not going to meet most of those. Like, for example, the golems they have a 25% recruit chance, but I think hero has to be level 17 or something. So those aren't even a viable backup, because hero's not level 17 before my final safety save before Evil Mountain. Here I'm loading up Slalin with a whole bunch of wings. We're not going to have the return spell for a bit, so that's going to be our fast travel getting back to town, leaving some places quickly. And then I'm loading up Henry with a whole bunch of herbs, because we've got an upcoming segment where there's going to be an extended underground dungeon with lots of dangerous encounters, including monsters that can drain our MP. So we are going to need as many herbs as we can get.
So you buy 7 herbs to Henry. You buy 7 wings. You can buy 8 because having a backup is useful, but you can also buy the 8th one later at various points. And an extra herb or 2 to hero or your bag monster or something isn't always the worst idea if you have the money in the room.
Yeah, because I need 300 gold for the shield and the hat, so I'm going to buy a few extra herbs. Probably won't need that many, unless things go really wrong, but should be fine with that. But here's the scale
Should be
shield.
fine.
Yeah, where have we heard that one before? Right, so now we're all armored up, herbed up, winged up. Now we can go die. All right. So the next thing that we're going to be doing is heading back toward Reinhardt and trying to recruit a Slime Knight. This is one of the first major RNG swings in this speedrun. The Slime Knight is a 25% recruit chance. Lately I've been having good luck with it, like usually within the first few attempts, but I've had as many as 28 fights with Slime Knights before getting one before, and wow, he put both of us to sleep. Yeah, Northrex is ready. Northrex is the source of all of my good luck, so I'm glad you made it. Makes this run possible.
This is literally the only situation in which Northrex brings good luck.
It's true. Don't let him pick your Lenoirs.
I made that mistake during my DQ4 run. So yeah, Error's just taking some fights along the way. Stuff here is kind of optional to fight or run. Henry's only level 3, so taking the extra fights is pretty useful. Henry does need XP along the way anyway, so it's good to get at some point. These aren't the most valuable fights, but they're also pretty easy.
Nice. Yeah, getting Henry one more level before crossing the bridge helps a little bit. And you'll notice there I switched to using Boggy because those fart weasels will cast Surround on you, and at that point it's just like, yeah, I can sit here throwing my boomerang all day, but it's better to just hit him with a spell. Whew. Okay, we're fine. Everything's fine.
I wasn't worried.
Neither was I. There's always room for corpses in your wagon.
There's not always room for chainmail in your inventory.
Apparently not. Or dragon killers. Alright, so here, this guard is told not to let anybody pass through to Reinhardt, but Henry knows his name is Tom. And he's like, what? How did you know my name? And then he recognizes the little jerk from 10 years ago and says, amazingly, even when you were a right little punk, things were better around here.
He's like, I still got your goon badge. I keep it in my uniform pocket every day.
So sentimental. We love Tom. Alright, so I'm gonna step in here, set this as my death point for when I inevitably die during this grind. I'm actually gonna go ahead and save, because we are a little bit weak still without the chain armor. And I don't want to lose any gold at this point. So, if we die on an early encounter, I'll just hit the reset button. Also, while I'm here, I'm gonna grab a Mystic Acorn that I left from Gen 1. Hello, movement. How are you today? That was interesting. All of that was RNG manipulation. It's setting up for the first try, Pierre. Don't believe anybody that tells you anything otherwise. Okay. So now we're gonna head out into the hills looking for a Slime Knight. And we could be here anywhere from 5 minutes to 30 minutes.
Slime Knight is a 25% recruit chance. They're pretty annoying to fight because they can critically hit and steal your MP.
44
and
damage.
The general strategy is going to be, hey look, it's Pierre. The general strategy for a lot of these fights is going to be to use the upper spell to increase your defense on Hero and Henry in order to not get owned by the random encounters. This one was pretty light, and the dragons don't really do many physical attacks, so it's not a huge deal.
Yeah, there I didn't bother casting upper because there was only one.
Yeah, exactly. But for bigger encounters, that'll be kind of the strategy, or you can run away if there's no Slime Knight. Slime Knight is really the only thing that needs to be recruited here, so.
if you're still looking for a dummy, a lot of things here can be recruited. Those cactaballs can be recruited, the yetis can be recruited, the young dragons. Well, that's why we save.
Did you play the North Rex clip?
I did. Yeah.
Nice.
Yep. My good friend Northrex. Yeah, I'm gonna use that extra. Hey, look. I forgot to equip these. That's fine. We're not using him yet, so it doesn't matter. I'm gonna use that extra wing that I picked up to save us some time walking out. Hey, look. It's Pierre. Surely we'll get it this time. Now, it is important to note that the recruit chance does not care how many of an enemy that you've killed. Only the last recruitable enemy that dies. And there's a crit. 45.
I'm sure everything's fine.
For now.
Error's burning through a number of his herbs already that,
I can get more. Oh my goodness.
Yeah. Another crit? That's pretty unlucky. I don't know what the odds are to crit on them, but it's not really that high.
It's less than the chance to recruit Pierre. I can tell you that. So we got 3 crits with 2 failed recruits so far. Let's keep track of this one. And you'll notice they're MP draining me as well, so if I don't recruit this one, I need to go back to the inn to get my MP back for being able to cast Upper next time. So, the good news about this grind, and how long it can take to recruit Pierre, is that you still need to be getting experience on Henry anyway. So, I say this all the time, like when I've got my splits up on screen, that the Pierre split is very much a phantom time gain or time loss, because it's there just for reference for me, so that I know how long it took for me to... Oh my goodness. No. This is too scary.
Oh.
I'm leaving. Anyway, there's several things that happen between here and the imposter fight that kind of all fall under one category, and they can happen in any order, really. Well, for the most part. You have to do the underground before the tower, but getting Pierre, getting Henry to level 6, all of that can happen over the course of the next 20 minutes or so without actually costing any time.
Yeah, so, talking about Pierre for a little bit, the reason that Pierre is such an important recruitment here is that Pierre is just awesome. Pierre has pretty good HP. It's not the highest, but it's quite good. Pierre is quite strong. Pierre has natural resistance to fire breath attacks. And also resistance to sap. And he can wear really good equipment. He can wear strong armor and equip pretty strong sword weapons. So, and also has really good healing magic. He kind of just is good at everything.
He's a little overpowered.
So, very critical to this run.
There are going to be boss fights where we leave him
else.
alone.
Yeah. I probably forgot something else he's good at because he's just that good.
He's good at everything, that's the important detail. But I meant to target the Yetis with Henry, but that's fine. These guys are going to heal anyway. I mean, I meant to do that to distract them so that they heal each other instead of... What? Oh, heroes got shouted. Okay. So Henry's going to cast a random blaze here. I'll pretend that was intentional. Yeah, these Yetis will shout, which will cause us to randomly lose turns. We love it. Interestingly, that's actually very useful if you manage to recruit one as your dummy character, because you can use that to stun the Slime Knights and just beat them down without them healing, stealing MP, or anything. So B should live. Yeah, okay. Playing a little loose with the HP here. But need to heal now. Whew. Have hero defend here so he doesn't accidentally kill the Slime Knight.
Well,
fine, I'll cast Boggy. Alright, you and me, Pierre, let's do this.
let's dance, Pierre.
Okay, that's why I didn't throw the boomerang last turn. I didn't go full Rorik. This better be Pierre. I earned it on this one. That is still not Pierre. What is that, 4? 0 for 4?
3 or 4.
Hey, good start. This grind is one of the reasons why my my estimate is 50 minutes past my PB.
Yeah, this is one of the heaviest reset points of the run if you're going for a really good time. If you watch any of the top runners play this game, they will almost always just be in Gen 1. Yep. So whether it's a case that Lenoir Castle was too slow, good run times are like under 31 minutes, sometimes even under 30 minutes in Lenoir Castle. Or, too many encounters in the Dwarf Cave, or you get here and then don't recruit Pierre. There are just so many things.
I didn't heal Hero.
Nope.
Not bad. Good thing I saved.
There are just so many things in this early game that can derail the run, but this is like, probably I would say, even if you're looking for, like, you're just starting to do runs and you're looking for a moderate, like, sub 6 hour time, this is definitely one of the places where you can kind of just like get stuck losing 15, 20 minutes sometimes on your early runs and be really frustrated.
Pop it, Yetis, I don't want you.
Don't let Countess hear you say that.
I'll let him hear me. Oh, and there's the risk of Monton. I forgot that my my slimes in the wagon were injured. Ooh, I'm actually gonna fight these since this is preemptive, because these guys can drop life force nuts. It's a little bit dangerous to fight these normally, but since I got a free turn, shouldn't be too bad. I'll just go hit the inn immediately after. Plus, we do still need 2 levels on Henry.
Yeah, and Hero only has 4 MP.
Yep, that's enough for 2 uppers, assuming there are no MP drains.
That's quite the assumption you've got there.
Well, something has to go right.
Does it?
No.
Yeah, the Apparu is a really important part of the remake runs.
Yeah, the only monster recruits we use in this this version are Slalom and Pierre. Apple what?
I was gonna say, is the Apple recruitable in this version? I assume it is, right?
Yeah, I think it's. I want to say it was even a 50%, but I'm not sure. I'm not 100%. I'm not 100% on that 50%.
So it's not a 50%.
Probably not. I mean, for me, is anything really 50%? Well, I guess today Slalom was 50%. I only failed 1.
But you got 2 of them. So I guess
true.
The second one wasn't 50%, but still.
Yeah. Once you get less likely than 50%, things get way easier for me. Alright. Is this Pierre?
It's never Pierre.
Hey, bronze armor. Well,
Ooh,
Hero's problem is solved. Goodbye, terrible close. I am not sad to see you go. That's actually really, really good.
Yeah. It's something in the remake run, at least in the PS2 run. I don't know DS that well. That
oh my goodness.
you can find Slime Knights in the ancient ruins in Gen 1, and if you do, it's a valid strategy to just like defend and let Pappas take out the Slime Knights and hope to get a bronze armor drop in Gen 1 to bring with you into Gen 2. Your inventory is like already tight enough in the SFC version that you don't really do that, but the remake, it's actually a somewhat valid strat.
Yeah, I'm not sure what I would... I mean, I guess you could just equip it. Carry it over.
Yeah, you could equip it, or you could, probably toss, like... If you wanted safety, you could toss, like, your Chimera Wing or a seed or something like that.
Yeah.
Magic Water, depending on what you bring with you.
Or if you're ready for a walk, the Chimera Wing. Who really needs that?
I'd probably say like the agility seed is probably the least useful.
So I'm resaving here because of the bronze armor. That is such a good drop to have that if I get stuck in a reset position, I want that back. I'm committing to buying some more wings here once we're done too. But this is on the lower end of the RNG bell curve for this segment. Things have not gone well on this grind.
This is on the normal end of the bell curve, which is the middle.
Okay, well, we're getting to the lower end.
Yeah.
My average PR is at about 128, so we're already about 10 minutes past. Let's see, in my PB it was a 125. I think that was second or third try. I'll actually fight this one.
How long will that armor last? All the way until Grandvania? Do you buy Hero better armor before that?
No.
I think so.
Yeah, when we get to Grandvania, Hero is going... I should have taken Henry out there, but everything's fine. Never punished. But yeah, I will give Pierre's iron armor over to Hero in Grandvania, but that's the next time it changes, so this is going to last for quite a while. No dying, Henry. I need your help to kill these slime knights, if we ever find them. Hey look, it's Pierre.
So, if Error gets enough XP, he might choose to challenge the underground rather than staying out here. Because Slime Knight does show up in the underground. The issue with that is that, especially with their MP stealing, the underground is pretty long and can be really draining on resources. And so if you kind of go out of your way to fight extra stuff in the underground, you kind of set yourself back in terms of your chances of making it through the underground. And, you know, also, if you fight stuff there, it's helpful to have Pierre ahead of time, so Pierre is getting XP. There are kind of lots of considerations around how to handle this next part of the run, so it's usually safest to just grind Pierre outside here before going through the underground. You get his extra defense, you get his healing, he gets the XP, and you don't worry about needing to fight him there. But you can choose to challenge the underground, and if you don't get one there, you can always fight him outside afterwards. So if Error gets a ton of XP, he might choose to just go to the underground, try to make his way through, hope for a Pierre, and I mean, if not, he's not going to be any farther behind than he is now.
Yep. Yeah, if Henry hits 6, I'll hit the underground. But yeah, the key thing is we can't progress after the underground until we have Pierre, so... Things are going well. In an alternate universe. Okay.
It's fine. You already said this is why your estimate is higher than your average.
Yep, I gave myself plenty of time for this.
Hey look, it's Pierre.
Is it though? Is it ever Pierre?
I wish I could do a French accent, but despite living, 45 minutes away from the French part of Canada, I can't.
Alright.
Can't sound like Northrex.
This is the one. You just gotta believe.
25%.
I just reached for my split button like I'm actually tracking this. Well, alright, let's hit the underground. Ooh, actually this is... No, I'm not going to. So, when I go to the underground early, I like to have a dummy character that's worth something defensively. I have 2 slimes. They're gonna get 2-shotted down there. So, we're here until we get Pierre. Who do we blame? Yes.
Me.
This is by far the worst Pierre grind I've had in a long time. The good news is, we don't need any more experience on Henry.
I accept all blame for DQ being DQ.
I accept the scapegoat. Hey look! It's Pierre! He played Fendrag. Fendrag is not to blame for anything. Fendrag is a glorious hero that we do not deserve. And for anybody that doesn't get that reference, you're welcome. You're better off not knowing.
Error has immortalized himself in the Dragon Quest RTA canon with the strategy of Fendrag. That's all I'll say. Not going to explain it, just that.
Things happened that shouldn't have happened, and I don't have EMP. All I can say is my Fendrag strat has a 100% success rate. Angela said he'll use Fendrag. Oh, I'm in the wrong encounter zone. I went too far left here by 1/2 tile. Well, this is a nice waste of time. That's what I get for reading chat while walking west. Never read chat while walking west.
Only west, though.
Yeah, east is okay. North, south, no big deal. Well, this encounter sucks. Alright. So these dragons are recruitable, so they have to die before Pierre. Assuming this is Pierre. So I have to hope he doesn't heal them and then die before they do. Okay, good. He healed himself. We're happy with that. Don't crit either of us. I'm gonna heal Hero here. Henry, you're on your own. I need this guy to die. Okay, we're good. Oh my goodness. Alright, we have
Pierre.
We have rounded the middle of the bell curve.
Yeah.
Oh, why? Why this
Say it again. Pablo. Is that this game's Horatio? Stealing your MP. That's great.
Wonderful. Henry's level 7. So my record here is getting Henry to level 10 before recruiting Pierre. Wow. Well. Alright. I need Diener in here to shout at me about independent events because my brain is coming up with conspiracy theories.
So no matter how many times Pierre fails, you are never more likely to recruit Pierre. It's still a 25%.
Doesn't feel like it does for sure. That's not a Pierre. Oh man. Look how much health I have though.
Yeah, I mean, it'll save,
Imposter's gonna be free.
I was gonna say it would save Metal Slime grinding, but it really won't. It might give you more chance of having, outside.
Yeah. It'll
Eventually.
also increase the chance that Slalin will listen to me at the beginning of the grind. So that's nice. Oh,
That's true.
where are the Slime Knights? Has anybody seen a Slime Knight around here?
I think I saw one over there. It's in the chest with the goon badge.
Ah! Good one. I like it.
Fendrag 69.
Oh,
Showing up in chat.
there he is. By the way, anybody considering learning this? This is not normal. We're usually out of here by now.
Yeah, this is particularly bad. But
Yeah.
not like unheard of bad, just much worse than average bad.
Yeah. You definitely learn how to deal with these encounters. Optimally, that's for sure.
Slabo.
Ifuramu.
Slalin.
That's Slavo level before Slalin. That's a weird one. Oh, okay. They got reordered.
Yeah.
This is a statistic. The nice thing about getting that bronze armor, though, is that I don't have to be as diligent with my use of upper. I can just kind of go in. Especially with a few extra levels. We got a little extra strength, a little extra defense, a little extra HP. Not nearly as terrifying as it was at the beginning of this grind. Oh my goodness.
Everything's fine.
Alright, Anatol, are you guys ready?
This is so Error's joking, of course, but it's also somewhat not a joke where can be one of the hardest parts for me personally, at least with DQRTA, is committing to a run like this when you know, like, oh, I've had a bunch of really bad luck. This run isn't up to like my personal standard anymore, but I need to finish it. And for me in particular, it's really easy to kind of like lose focus and start making other mistakes and start playing worse because you kind of get tilted by the bad luck you've had. So I don't think that'll happen to Error, but
for the record, not tilted. Enjoying the statistical outlier.
Yeah, exactly. Just something to be aware of for anybody who might be interested in DQRTA, especially if you want to do like races or no reset runs or something like that. That sometimes this is the game. Sometimes this is.
Look at all that money I've got. Wow. Like I've ever had 1,000 gold before going to the underground.
Do you have enough to just buy the sword? Oh, not yet.
Not yet, no. I still need the gold from the treasury.
You almost don't.
Almost don't. Gold's not going to be an issue, folks. We've got money. In fact, I could now probably get the iron helmet without doing the side event, but I still want to show it off because it's funny. The immorality of it.
Sword's 2,000. That's more than I thought.
Yeah. But we'll get 1,200 from the treasury.
Yeah, that 1,200 number was for some reason what I was thinking of as being the sword cost.
Oh.
Not the gold chest.
Hey, maybe we'll get another bronze armor. That is the nice thing about the Slime Knights always being the last thing to die, is that also is where it checks for item drops, so we get a lot of shots at bronze armor.
It's true. Anyone interested in running this game during an excellent PR grind? This game, like, despite what's happening right now, this game is a really fun run.
It really is. Your grind battle started at 126. Which is a whole minute and a half after my PB recruits Pierre. Yeah, honestly, like, I could see that this would be a lot more frustrating if I were doing runs of this offline, but since I mostly run it on stream, these moments are a lot of fun to enjoy with chat. Oh, hey. I'm not even scared of that crit because I've leveled up so much. This time for sure. Oh my gosh, level 11 hero. Heal more. No Pierre.
Oof.
So, spoiler alert, you're not supposed to have heal more before you recruit Pierre. Oh man. This is a Pierre grind for the ages.
When are we gonna get Pierre more?
I don't know, but I hope it's soon.
If going for time, how long before you reset? I don't know, like 20 minutes ago.
Yeah.
Honestly, it kind of depends on like what your PB is and what your standard is.
Yeah. If I'm doing PB attempts, I'll, it really depends on the, how far into the imposter split I am. Because, like I said earlier, a lot of what's going on... Oh, that's nice. They might die before Pierre. No, they didn't. Okay. Watch, we're gonna recruit this Yeti, guaranteed. But yeah, like, some of the experience grinding here and progressing through the underground are still part of the overarching goal for this area of defeating the imposter queen. So, really, if you fail the first, like, 5 to 6 Pierres, it's not that much of a time loss overall.
The Yeti is a 1 in 16 recruit, not 1 in 4. So, less likely than Pierre.
Definitely getting the Yeti first. It is possible.
What's really going to happen is Hero's going to get so many levels that you're going to end up recruiting enemies that you're normally too low level to recruit.
Yep.
Yeah, let me actually pull up some monster chances here, since we're gonna be here a while. I mean, since we've been here a while, we're almost done.
Maybe. We might. Maybe we're just getting started. Hey, look! It's Pierre. Been hunting them to extinction, but haven't been recruiting them. Okay, oh yeah, underground should be pretty safe now, yeah.
So there are, besides the unrecruitables, there are 7 tiers of recruitable enemies. The slime is the first tier, which is 7, a value of 7, which has a 50% chance, then a 1 in 32 for the second one, and then a 1 in 16 for the third one. So that's what you were talking about, where the third one's actually more likely than the second.
Yeah.
Tier 6 is still 50-50, and then 1 in 64, 1 in 64. Tier 5, which is Pierre, has a 1 in 4. Second one is a 1 in 64, and the third one is a 1 in 64. Ooh. Yeti here has a 1 in 16. Again, 1 in 64, then 1 in 64. Tier 3 has a 1 in 32, then 1 in 64, then 1 in 128. Tier 2 is 1 in 64, then 1 in 128, then 1 in 256. And Tier 1 monsters, of which there are not many, are a 1 in 256, with the second one being a 1 in 1024, and the third one being a 1 in 1024.
Surely this is Pierre.
I don't think I have names for any monsters on my list, no.
Oh my goodness. Right. Back to the inn we go. Are calling number 2's name. I want to say... Oh gosh, what was it? I think it started with a G. I don't think it was... I think Gawain was the DS name.
Yeah, that sounds right for DS. So let's see if I can find Slime Knight in this stat chart.
Oh, I don't think if I made this clear before, but the 630 estimate is for Generation 2 only. We might get the level 10 Henry on this one. Well, not this fight. Oh! He does exist.
Hey, look. It was Pierre.
We can play the game, everybody! Right. Well, Henry doesn't need any of this armor anymore, so I'm gonna give that to Pierre. Because now Pierre is uncharacteristically the weakest character in my party.
You do want to make sure that Henry survives the underground, though.
Yeah, he'll be fine.
Okay.
I always do this, even when Henry's not 5 levels above normal.
Defense is overrated in Dragon Quest anyway, so...
It really is. Look at that, 1,400 gold. Yeah, first try.
Maybe save before the underground so you don't lose it all.
Oh, absolutely. Not even a not even a question. Although I did forget to use these before the end, but I don't think it matters. We got so many stats. Oh, look at this low rolling on all of the seeds. All 3 of them. Minimum rolls. That's why I get so excited about the guaranteed 4 on the defense seed.
Ah. Yeah, the HP seeds aren't usually super critical, but there are a couple of late game damage thresholds that are, I don't know, just like it might change the way you play a little bit. Usually it won't get you killed or not get you killed, but you might have to defend for a turn or heal or something like that. Especially during Mirror's 2. We'll talk about that when we get there, but there are some definite like damage thresholds that Pierre's HP will dictate.
Volcano. Alright, so this is the next thing. Believe it or not, there's more to this game. Now we get to go into the underground to sneak into the castle, because Henry's stepmother, the false empress, is not allowing anybody in. Well, we're actually going to find out it's not really his stepmom who's currently in charge. She's actually been replaced by a hula girl, of all things. But she's been running the country since Henry disappeared. We're actually going to find Henry's mother down here in the dungeon.
And walk right by her.
And yeah, and we're gonna leave her to rot, because we don't care, we're speedrunners. Henry's gonna be fine. Yep, there's more to the game. Easy to forget during that grind, but the game does continue.
You already have increase on the slimes.
Yeah. Slalin already has enough intelligence to listen to me. That usually happens after the first metal slime. That, if you want some context for how ridiculous this is. What? What just happened?
You just did antidote.
Oh! Sorry, my brain has already gone into sleep mode, apparently. Yeah,
so anyway, because the imposter queen is ruling the kingdom, basically, we're not allowed into the castle. And so this underground passageway beneath the bridge is the back way in.
You know what I did? I moved Henry's chain whip and forgot to re-equip it, because I moved that later. I accidentally did it as part of one menu.
Ah.
I was wondering why Henry was being more terrible than usual.
And so fighting enemies down here it's somewhat optional. The XP for Pierre is pretty useful, especially since their characters are so far ahead. But sometimes you don't even have Pierre when coming down through here, so there's no real like hard requirement for fighting. But there are definitely some easy encounters, like groups of horks that are easy to fight. There are some things like death parrots that have Rukanon or decrease that you kind of want to avoid as much as possible. And yeah, there's some stuff that's just kind of worth taking out along the way.
Yeah, usually encounters like this where there's 2 enemies, I'll just go ahead and kill them, because failing to run, you're most likely going to take more damage than if you just kill them. Level 10 Henry. There it is. It exists. 69 gold, though. So, this is a shell hat and a steel fang, which, I mean, honestly, at this point, I don't think I even need to give to Slalin. I'm just going to end up selling them later. But they give Slalin a little bit of survivability in the upcoming segments. You'll...
Yeah, one interesting thing about this game, so I talked a little bit earlier about monster recruitment and how that's like a general mechanic of the game, but it's important to note that there's a lot of equipment in this game that is also like, every monsters kind of have their own set of what they can use and can't use, and there's some monster-only equipment in the game, things like the fangs, the stone fang that Error got for Barongo earlier, the steel fang here, the shell helmet. There's a whole set of like monster equip items in this game, which kind of makes like searching around and finding stuff in treasure chests and searching out different shops, I don't know, it adds another dynamic to it. Like, it can be good, it can be bad. Sometimes if you're not using one of those monsters, maybe you're more likely to find something that you can't use. But at the same time, it means there are quite a bit more items than in some other DQ games. And I don't know. I think it's pretty neat.
Yeah. Yeah, I think the monster equipment, the monster recruitment just adds so much replayability. There's the real
Hi,
queen. Bye, queen.
Hi, queen.
Yeti throws the boomerang? No. Never let it happen.
Can Yetis use the boomerang? Is a question.
Never tried it. Maybe. You can Google it. Alright, so those dogs are dragons.
Yeah, those dogs are dragons, and the switch that Error stepped on opens the quick passageway through the underground. So it is possible to die on the few steps before the stairs, and also the underground may need to be revisited later, in which case you can just take the quick path through.
I'd like to point out, I really hyped up the danger of the underground and why I stocked up on all those herbs, and then because of all those extra levels we got in the bronze armor, I didn't even make it through all of my MP.
Yeah, and you didn't buy more herbs, right, before the underground?
No, I didn't even care. I was like, I got the bronze armor, we'll be fine.
Don't forget to refill the wings that you've used, though.
Yes, that will be done, for sure. Thank you for the reminder, because I tend to forget everything. It's kind of what I do.
Me too.
Alright, so there, we talked to Henry's half-brother Dale. Told us about the raw mirror, which we were going to use to expose the false queen. And then he gave us the Reinhardt key so that we can get in here and loot the castle's treasury. We get 1,200 gold, life force nut, and iron armor for Pierre.
Inochi no Kinomi.
Help me, Yonochi no Kinomi. You're my only hope. Alright, so I'm gonna buy 3 more rings. So this is where I moved this to. Sometimes when the Pierre grind goes on for a very long time, you kind of forget what menu you're on.
Yeah, and it's also pretty common to... So, at this point, Error's going to do a little bit of shopping and get a steel sword for Pierre and sell some of the junk he doesn't need anymore, like this boomerang. And it can be pretty common to need to sell the chain cross. Not necessarily in this menu, but usually in like the next shop. So it's actually one of the good things about the extra money that Error's earned from all that fighting is that you'll definitely be able to keep the chain cross through the Santa Rosa cave, which will help with fighting stuff there. Not that like you necessarily need the XP, but Pierre does still need XP, and that's actually going to be kind of the main point to fighting stuff. Again, it's a little bit later on, but kind of one of those cases where extra money does have a trickle down value beyond the current situation.
Yeah, and right now, boy, do we have extra money. The good news is the rest of Gen 1 should go very smoothly, or Gen 2 should go very smoothly, because we have a lot more experience than we would normally get.
You ruined it.
Hey, I gotta ruin it.
You jinxed it. It's now you're gonna get crit by the guys in the tower.
Good. Bring it on.
And then survive, and then still run away.
Yep. Hey, look, hammerheads. So that's most commonly what we recruit as our dummy. I almost forgot Maria. Like, when a run has gone on for this long, it's easy to forget some triggers.
Yeah. I would have reminded you. But, so we talked to Maria, or we talked to this other nun here, and talked about the Mirror of Ra, and how the Tower of God is all locked up. There's a conversation about the Tower of God's locked up, and like the nuns know how to get into it. And the idea is that Maria comes along to let us into the Tower of God. And then Error can choose to either there's a free inn, you can stay the night here, which will restore your resources, but will also make it daytime. If you haven't really taken any encounters on the way here, you can instead choose to save and reset, which is what Error's doing. And this is all just kind of time of day manipulation. The save and reset brings it to the beginning of nighttime.
Midnight, actually.
Midnight. Okay. Yeah, I knew that. I don't know why I said beginning of night. But the idea here is that it needs to be daytime after the Tower of God when entering into the teleporter back to Reinhardt. And you can either, if you're too late, then you're stuck wandering around to make a day, and if you're too early, you're stuck still just wandering around to make a day. So it's kind of just manipulating that setup here. So you can see it just turned daytime already.
Yeah, if you head here without either taking the inn or doing a save and reset, you'll get here in the middle of the night, and you'll have to walk around outside to progress the day-night cycle, and there's not a safe spot to walk, so you're going to get encounters doing that. Or you have to constantly enter and re-enter the shrine to reset your threat.
Yep, and taking the inn, taking the inn today, movement is like pretty tight. Like if you mess up on the overworld and take extra steps, you can end up making it night on accident, which is even worse. Done that before.
Yep, I've definitely done that. So there are metal slimes that we can encounter in this cave, if we are very lucky. If we're even luckier, we can actually kill one. Probably not.
Yeah, you didn't buy any holy water, right?
I did not. I'm not really looking to fight metal slimes in here, really. It's not that big of a deal. We've already got a metal slime's worth of experience under our belt.
Yeah. So you can throw holy water at metal slimes in this game to deal 1 point of damage, and it's pretty common to buy 2 holy water before entering into this tower in case you run into them. You generally do want to have a few with you before going to Santa Rosa Cave, where they're way more common. But if you have extra money, you can choose to buy some a little bit early, but as Error said, it's really not needed.
I would like to say, following that awful pier grind, that was the best tower possible.
It was really good.
What, 3 encounters and all of them were first try runs? Amazing. It doesn't happen. So, it actually helps us catch up a little bit. We haven't quite made up the 40 minutes that we lost, but the comeback starts now. Alright, so this portal brings us back to Reinhardt.
Yep. At the top of the tower up there, to get the mirror, there was like a little invisible section that Error walked over. And basically just don't walk right down the middle, because you'll fall off. You kind of abuse half tiles to just kind of straddle the safe path to walk across. These dogs are still dragons. Yeah, Error's going to be going up to the bedroom above the throne room to use the Mirror of Ra and expose the false imposter queen. The imposter here has 350 hit points and is on a set cycle, which I actually do not have written down, but
I just know where the big fire breath is.
Yeah, exactly. She's got attacks. She can charge up power. She's got a fire breath attack. She'll do a physical attack, and she'll summon a trick bag, and she'll summon a zombie. And taking care of these bags early is actually pretty important, because they can, especially that first one, they can use surround on you and cause you to start missing. Or stop spell? No, they do stop spell. That's right. That's what their first action. And stop spell stops you from healing.
Not even bothering with the heal here. So far ahead.
Wow. Didn't even see the zombie. That was an incredibly fast imposter fight.
Fueled by several extra levels. And a crit on turn 1 by Pierre.
Yeah, normally, like, you get to the zombie and you kind of put Pierre on tactics, and Pierre will take out the ads as they come in, and then, it's like a cycle and a half. It's usually like 9 turns or so to finish that fight. And that was 5?
Something like that, yeah. So,
and also Henry died, which is good, because he doesn't earn XP.
Yeah, to put this in perspective, with that imposter kill, we are now actually only, like, 23 minutes behind my PB. So, that's how much the peer split doesn't hurt too bad, relatively speaking. Definitely start to feel it after a while.
It's not too bad.
Well, I mean, considering the fact that the peer recruit itself was so far behind, the overall time loss was not as bad as it looks. Poison Needle. So you'll notice the Poison Needle in this game is 2,900 gold. Stupidly expensive. Not the 10 gold that it is in TQ3.
Yeah. So the Poison Needle will do 1 damage and has a chance of instantly killing an enemy. I don't know what the odds are in this game, if it's 1 in 8 or 1 in 16.
Pretty sure it's 16.
But it's also guaranteed to do 1 against Metal Slime, so it's pretty nice for fighting them.
Hey, look. Pierre. Oh, yeah, we're fine, It auto.
Hey, look, it's Pablo. We already have Pierre.
Yeah, Pablo's just giving us a send-off. Look at all these slime knights we're finding now. Wonderful. It's nice to see them repopulating after our massacre.
And so one thing that Error is doing is, now that we've had the wagon for a while, but especially now that we have Pierre, is it allows you to reorder your party in combat before you run away or fight or anything like that. So it's pretty typical when you're running from enemies to switch to, say, Pierre only, or if you fail to run a couple times, pull in somebody else to try to prevent people from dying if you fail to run. Pulling in Slalin later to use Expel will be pretty common. Error's going to pick up this Wisdom Seed and use it on Slalin, even though
probably don't need it.
Probably already listens. That's just to help get level 20 Wisdom, so Slalin will obey orders.
Just for fun. I want to see. Yeah, he was fine. He was already at 20.
Nice.
He now has 22. Alright, so this is our Metal Slime grind. Combined with picking up the Zenithian Sword. So normally, in a run, I will get, like if I'm doing PB attempts, I will go straight for the sword, pick it up, and whatever level Pierre is at, I will leave. If you're looking for a safer, more consistent run, you want to get Pierre to like level 9 or level 11 to give him a better chance of surviving inside the volcano, which is coming up. Oh. So that had 1 or 2 HP left. The Metal Slimes in DQ5 have between 3 and 5 HP. Which I think is cruel, considering the fact you can only have 3 party members out. Not 10, because the health breakpoints... Okay, so, a little bit more information on that. The, oh, we might glitch. Uh-oh. Yeah. You know what? This is... I don't care. I'm not submitting this run. What just happened is actually a bug that will disqualify the run from leaderboards, but whatever. We can showcase it. Basically what happened was I had a holy water targeting that metal slime, and then it got killed by the poison needle. And then the holy water hit it anyway, brought it back to life, and killed it again. This is very exploitable, and therefore is not allowed in actual runs, but you know what? I'm okay with showcasing it for a marathon. Especially one where we need to catch up. It's also
so
one
had
reason.
The option of running from the fight to kind of prevent it from having an impact.
Yeah. You know what? Sometimes the game sticks it to you, you go back and stick it to the game. But a lot of times I don't even bring in holy waters just in case that happens.
Yeah, I was going to mention it too, and then it just kind of happened. This can be abused later with like metal babbles too. There are some another glitch. Oh man,
Dude.
going all in.
Alright, well, we're done with the metal slime grind. Oh my gosh. Hey, I'm gonna take advantage of the opportunity to abuse this. I'm not going out of my way to do this. It's very difficult to actually, like, plan for this to happen. But when it does, it's pretty hilarious.
Yeah, I don't think it's ever happened to me. Maybe once in practice. It's really funny. But so the other thing that I mentioned it earlier, so Error just talked about Pierre's level threshold. The other kind of important thing to keep in mind is Hero's XP, because Hero will learn outside at level 14?
Yes.
Am I off by one on that? Okay. My brain was thinking 15, but I think that's DQ too. Hero will learn outside at level 14, and there are a few dungeons in this game that typically get death warped at the end of them. And if Hero happens to have MP, then you can choose to use outside instead if you get enough XP to learn it. So those metal slimes also have a second impact, and the death warp, like, is usually pretty quick, and the money usually doesn't matter, but it's definitely faster to be able to just use outside and not worry about the money and reviving characters. And yeah, so Error will definitely get outside at some point very soon.
If not here, it'll happen in the volcano.
Yeah.
Yeah, getting outside here isn't as important because due to day-night cycle issues, if you cast outside from here, it's going to be nighttime when you get to the docks, and you're going to have to wait for daytime anyway. So even if I get outside, I'll usually death warp from this cave, unless I'm like at like super high health, and it'll be faster to just walk to the inn. So here I'm not being very careful with Solon. I don't care. He can go ahead and die. We're either death warping or casting outside pretty soon. Most likely death warping.
This would have actually been a good one to expel.
It really would have.
An obeying Slalin.
I'm just used to Slalin not obeying by this point.
Yeah. It's really funny, like, there are a fair number of plays like that, like expelling those zombies that, like, is definitely a thing that, depending on how the run is going and, like, depending on like what your mindset is in the game, and, like, there are definitely backups or optional plays that if you watch, like, the really good runners and you see them get, like, into some situations that you typically don't plan for in an average run, some runners come out with, like, really wild strats for certain encounter handling or things like that. That zombie thing was not, like, a good example. Who cares? You just run away. But this game in particular, because of the variance in XP from getting Pierre and getting these metal slimes, there are a lot of different choices that you can make throughout the run in terms of, like, little minuscule routing optimizations, even just how to handle individual fights that can, I don't know, you watch the good runners and, like, you can really see where they just know things that other people don't about the game.
Yep. And then you see
are able to apply that.
Then you see the 3 Springer encounter, and nobody knows what to do there.
Yeah. Also worth noting, so Aaron mentioned that he was diving this cave for the Zenithian sword. The very top runners of the game, the very top times, actually skip the Zenithian sword, and we'll talk a little bit more about the sword later on when we get to Gen 3, where we'll actually be using it. I'm going to use the word use very specifically.
Here it is.
And here it is. But the top times will skip diving into this cave altogether. They won't have the chance of the metal slime, they won't get the sword, and it will slow down a lot of the later fights because of it, but it does skip this segment. Conversely, if you watch a remake run, the remake will dive into this cave before they'll recruit an Apple and Pierre, and they'll dive into this cave before even heading to Reinhardt.
Yeah, crit me, baby, one more time. Yeah! I like it. This is the death warp, by the way. We are done here, so I just need these guys to kill me. Nice. Harder. Oh, yeah. Like it.
Wasn't a bad death warp.
Yeah. Whoops. I accidentally hit save, so I'm gonna hit no and then yes so that I don't delete my game.
Saying no to do you want to save is always the scariest thing.
Especially if you turbo through it on accident and then you're not sure where in the chain of questions you are. Because there's one of them where it's like, oh, well, would you like to just end without saving? And if you say yes to that, hope you saved recently.
Yeah, there's a game after Pierre, but this is actually DLC content, so we're getting true ending today.
Yeah, this is the true ending one. The any percent ends at Pierre. Oh my gosh, this is so much health. I haven't had a level 11 Pierre in months.
And this is what you said you wanted for the volcano, too.
It is. Whoops. That's the second time I've done that in the past week, where I go up on this screen instead of down. I don't know where that came from.
Did you finish explaining that, by the way, the level threshold for Pierre, about like why 9 and 11, not 10?
I did not. We got sidetracked by the metal slime glitch.
That's what I thought.
Yeah, so basically, inside the volcano, most enemies aren't that big of a threat, but then there's the horse devils. These guys cast Blazemore, and they're going to hit Pierre between 50 and 60 damage with that. So at level 9, Pierre can survive 2 hits fairly reliably. At 11, he's pretty much guaranteed to survive 2 hits there. Still not completely guaranteed, but very, very likely. So getting up to 11 is about as safe as you're going to get without spending way more time than you want to leveling up. It only takes, like, as you saw, it only takes like 4, sometimes 5 metal slimes, depending on how much experience you got prior to the Santa Rosa cave. So it's generally
only
not too
4.
bad. Only 4. Or 2 twice.
I can't believe that.
I know. I'm just glad I'm in a position where I can just take advantage of it and move on. It's really frustrating when that happens and you have to run away from the encounter after killing a metal slime. Okay, so here, I don't need this gold, but there's a little side event here that's kind of fun. We're gonna see our first use of Slalin, like, really doing his thing. This farmer is being attacked by some bandits because he's currently holding on to 1,500 gold. Because he's looking for some help to hire to help rescue his village from a beast that's been causing trouble. So Slalin's gonna expel them. Nice and easy. So this farmer's gonna say, hey, would you like to help us? I'll give you 1,500 of the 3,000 gold reward up front. And we're like, great, sounds like a great plan. We take the 1,500 gold, bam, right there in our inventory. And then we're never gonna go see this guy again. We're just gonna take his money and run away. Because we are amoral heroes.
True neutral.
Yeah. Now, entertainingly, the beast that is causing trouble for them is Barongo, so if you go do that side quest, that's actually how you get Barongo back.
Right, so here Error is going to sell the poison needle, and you can sell some of the stuff that you picked up in the Santa Rosa cave also, kind of depending on your money. The real goal is to buy a magic shield here for, it goes on Pierre for now. You kind of trade it around between characters at a couple points, but the magic shield reduces the damage you take from magic attacks, so it's really useful. And then Error is going to spend the extra gold on, what is it, iron helmet. Iron mask?
Yeah, Iron helmet. The mask will be in Grandmania.
Okay. Which is just some extra defensive item for the next walk. Yeah, there we go, Iron Helmet.
You know what, let's get slime clothes for Slalin today. I'm feeling generous.
It's so much money.
I'm rolling in cash. I didn't even sell everything.
He also didn't even pick up the gold in the flower bed.
Sure didn't.
The, Error also bought 2 Mangetsuso full moon herbs.
Yep.
They are going to sit on the bag character for the next 2 hours or so. But they will be very, very important later.
Maybe.
If they're not forgotten.
I'm about 75-25 on forgetting to bring those into the boss fight that I buy them for. Sometimes I get lucky and it doesn't matter. Yeah, so here, we're just reveling in the defensive strength of Pierre, running from everything. Nothing here is really a threat to him. It's a slightly different story if he's level 4. He's still tanky enough to do most of this without too much trouble, but at level 11, this is just like, shoe fly, don't bother me.
Yeah, some enemies here are going to be faster to swap in Slalin to cast Expel on rather than, you know, dealing with a failed run, but nothing is like... well, I say that. Nothing is really scary except for that one time when practicing that Error died walking to the Rua herb.
Yeah, that will happen. There are a couple enemies that can inflict sleep in this area, and if you decide to just keep solo Pierre out there and he gets put to sleep, then it's a slow, painful death.
So this town is really cool. Like, I really like how they did this with like the perspective and just like trying to make this town feel 3D on like a 2D map.
And the town is called Rurafin. I don't know why it would be called that. I wonder if that's hinting towards something.
I wonder.
Do I need this? I'm picking it up anyway. So there's a magic water and an herb in these pots that I probably will not use, but they're safeties for the volcano.
Yeah, so Bennett here is kind of performing some experiments and trying to invent magic, invent spells. And there's an herb that he wants to use in his experiments, and he kind of tasks us with going to get it.
Not to be that guy, but he wants to revive ancient magic, not invent new magic.
Okay, fine. I don't know lore. If I explain what's happening in the game, just ignore me, honestly.
It's usually mostly correct.
Sometimes.
Pretty sure my wife is rolling her eyes at me right now because I had to correct you.
It's fine. I accept it.
Hey, look, it's not Barongo.
It's pajamas.
Pajamas. Oh, no. Oh, I was about to say that wasn't too bad, and then got an encounter on the tile that I pick up the herb.
Small ghoul.
There's our
Ruga Munso.
Stallin's got it. So see, this is why we loaded up Slalin with all the all those wings. So we can just turbo through Slalin anytime we want to go back somewhere. Now there is a magic seed inside the top floor of the inn there that I will generally pick up if I'm lower level to give Pierre at least one more heal in the volcano. But at level 11, I don't think I need it. If I do need it, then we have a terrible volcano. Which
can also be useful for selling if your gold is like extremely tight for some reason.
Yeah, it's like 167 gold or something like that. Not insignificant. Alright, so now here, thanks to the power of perspective, it's going to look like the hero's on fire. I had an emote for this at one point.
Yeah, and this is going to teach the hero the return spell, Ruda, and Error is going to hopefully remember to turbo through it to Ruda to Reinhardt and not go back to Rudafin. You almost always go to like the bottom of the first page of your return menu at the early part of this game. It's really easy to just return to the wrong spot out of habit.
Mm-hmm.
But the return spell lets you warp to any town that you've been to.
Or you forget to get up to begin with.
Yeah. whereas Chimera Wings only bring you to the most recent town you've been in. So Chimera Wings and Rura in this game actually don't work the same way as each other, whereas in most DQ games, they're functionally equivalent.
Also, Rura costs 8 MP. I was amazed when I played DQ11 and return cost 1. I was like, what?
Yeah. DQ11 is another one of the games where they don't work the same way. Wings versus return.
Yeah, so here we have to go back and visit Henry. If we try to continue on with the story, a guard will actually come up to us in the cave and not let us progress. He'll tell us that Henry and Maria are getting married and that we've been invited to the wedding, but we still get here after the wedding anyway, so it really doesn't matter. But we'll stop in, say hi, enjoy his new sprite, which I think looks great. It definitely looks better than the slave clothes. I love the sword.
Yeah, agreed. Henry and Maria both look great.
And we're out. We fulfilled our friendly obligation by congratulating Henry on his wedding, and now we are continuing with more important things. Also, to address the current time in the game, it has been roughly 2 years since we left, since we escaped from slavery. So keep that in mind. We are now 18 years old. Probably don't need that heal, but whatever.
Yeah, so at this point in the game, the hero is kind of just like continuing on with what Pappas was doing back in Gen 1. Like, you don't really have any real aim besides looking for information about whether your mother's still alive and looking for the legendary hero. So,
who we still have not found. All we know is it's not us because we can't use the Zenithian sword.
Yeah. Yeah, so this game is part of the Zenithian trilogy of DQ 4 through 6, which all have an armor, helmet, shield, and sword in the Zenithian set. And in this game, only the legendary hero can kind of use the Zenithian stuff. And so you kind of expect the game that you're playing as the hero, right? You're playing as it's the main character in a Dragon Quest game. Of course you're the hero. And then you get to the Zenithian sword and you pick it up and you try to equip it and you can't. That's when you realize that you're not actually the legendary hero. For all intents and purposes, we are still going to refer to the main character as the hero because they are the main character of the game. It's kind of easiest just to refer to them that way, but they are not the legendary hero in the in-game.
Or the heavenly hero.
Yeah.
1-1. This is Lillian. This is the most important character in Gen 2. Oh, and that's Flora. She's cool. So this is
Also
where we meet Flora for the first time. Yeah, also has the Bianca nose. This is the first time we meet Flora in this version, which is the main reason why I personally prefer Bianca, because she actually gets some character development. But, yep, she's the rich girl in town. Her father, Ludman, is trying to marry her off. And we're gonna join the race for that. Marry her for the new pet? Well, I'm gonna marry her for money. That's the most important thing. Alright, so I stopped off inside the inn there to pick up an iron shield from that dresser. Once we... Whoops, I said no. I have to say yes to this. Once we're done with the volcano, we're going to be going into the waterfall cave, and in there I give the magic shield from Pierre to Slalin. So I pick up this iron shield, so that Pierre still has a shield when we get in there. Because the volcano gets all the attention as the really dangerous part of the run, but the waterfall cave is no slouch on its own. It has Lancers. Lancers are the worst enemy to encounter in every single zone that they exist.
That's pretty true.
Yeah, and this version does not have Deborah.
No Deborah.
I think she's only DS. PS2 doesn't have Deborah either, right?
Correct.
I've never played the PS2 version. I played the DS version many years ago.
Yeah, DS was the first version of this that I played. I actually hadn't beaten this version until I learned the speedrun of it. I did not casually play SFC. So Lumen is given the challenge of retrieving the fire ring and the water ring, and whoever can retrieve both of them will be able to marry his daughter Flora.
Yep, and pretty much everybody in that room just went, no thanks, I'm out. And they found out they had to go to the volcano, which honestly, they all made the right decision. Because here we go.
Oh, one of them is in the volcano, right?
Yeah, the one guy who actually loves Flora from childhood does actually go to the volcano. Here's a nice part about Slalin being high enough level to listen. If he dies early in the Santa Rosa cave and he doesn't listen, those encounters are very dangerous. But if he does listen, you can just expel him. So this licky tongue looking guy on the left side, he will lick and effectively stun a character fairly often, so don't generally want to leave a single character out there. That was a very tame walk to the volcano. The walk to the volcano is just as dangerous as the volcano itself. Oh, hey, look, these guys.
We might see that walk again, though.
We might. Even with all these extra levels, this volcano is not free. I'm sorry.
The pause when you just see this and you stare.
My brain shut down right there. I was just like, do I do this? I'm like, yeah, I'm gonna do this. Okay. Like, normally when I'm under level, I see that and I'm just like, yes, start attacking. But the side of me that's like, no, I gotta go fast is like, this is an extraneous fight that does not need to occur.
It's a DQ marathon. You can't run away from medals in a DQ marathon.
That's true. We will run away from Metal Kings, though. I'm not gonna chance that.
Yeah, that's... I see what you did there.
Oh my goodness.
It's fine.
So these are the scary guys. They haven't used Blaze More yet. There it is. 56 damage. 52 damage. Alright, well, we don't have any dummies left anymore. It's just Pierre and the hero. But they did their job well. They tanked the hits. Oops. Pierre's not in front.
Yeah, so unfortunately it's usually kind of nice to have one of them alive a little bit longer into this cave, because there'll be a spot where you have to kind of walk over some lava. And it's nice to have your dummy characters just kind of take that for you. But it's not a big deal. It just means a little bit more healing.
Yeah, but we do need Hero and Pierre both to be alive at this point. The final boss, we need to boost Pierre's defense at the beginning. We can either do that with increase on Slalin or upper from the hero. But since Slalin is dead, oh my goodness! We pretty much have to defend both of our living characters. This is... Okay, so we've reached another statistical outlier as far as the frequency of seeing Horse Devils. This is way more than I normally see in a given month. But fortunately...
And way less than you normally die in a given month.
Yeah, this is a weird convergence of RNG, where the worst possible encounters are happening, but the best possible results are happening. So this walk right here is where we... Oh my goodness! This walk is where we would like to have one of our dummy characters, or Slalin, alive, to soak the damage tiles. Amazing. Thumbs, please do what I tell you.
Yeah, normally there'd be a little bit of a concern here with like Hero doing all this healing, knowing that you need to be able to at least have an upper in hand, like you don't want to run the hero out of MP, and you don't want anybody to die, and we have all these levels and it just doesn't matter.
Yeah. Yeah, the main thing is that you just want to make sure Hero's got 2 MP once you get through this hallway here. That's all you need to cast Upper on Pierre, and then normally I will kill off Hero after that in the fight so that he's sitting in the front to pick up the ring and I don't have to do any menu management. But here I'm actually going to top off Hero so that he will most likely survive round 1 here. Because I want him to level up because he's so close to learning outside. If I don't have to Death Warp here, I don't want to.
You didn't.
You're right. I didn't. My brain told me that Hero was already in the party, and he wasn't. But it's fine. We have enough levels that it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
And now, if you want a good reason to do this game, I'm just going to put this on auto-fire, and this is usually where I go for a bathroom break. Pierre will do this fight all by himself. So, right there he used Heal More with 35 health left. That is one of the huge breakpoints for the Metal Slime grind as far as Pierre's HP. Because the AI in this game is going to choose which heal it uses based on if it's going to be able to achieve the maximum value from it. So if Pierre has like 78 HP, for example, he'll heal when he gets down to about 30, but it's not going to be enough missing HP to justify using Heal More in the game's eyes. So he's going to cast a regular heal. It's going to heal for, about 30 to 35. And then these guys might hit him for 30 to 35 damage on that same turn, and you can end up in a loop where he's just recovering the same HP. Now, you can obviously fix that by not doing just the tactics here and letting it play itself. You can manually control it. But that is obviously slower because you're hitting more than just one entry every single round. But since he's got so much HP, by the time he gets low enough that it triggers the heal AI, the Heal More is always going to be used. And once the first one's down, the rest of the fight is free. There's no more concerns there. Unless he's already out of MP, which we're good. We got 3 Heal Mores left. But this is why Pierre is so overpowered, because his fire resistance and his high physical resistance makes it so that nothing happens in this fight. Their physical attacks are hitting him for 1 or 0. Their flame AoE attack is hitting them around 10 to 13. So, as long as Pierre's the only one out there, there's not really any threat. The big danger in this fight is actually the secondary party members from the flame AoE. But there are no secondary party members. Now, Pierre can decide to speed this up a little bit by getting some crits, but today he's decided to take it nice and slow.
Doing great work, Pierre. Keep it up.
Yep. Chair is doing a great job. There we go. Easiest boss fight ever. Which, it's really funny that how easy that boss fight is when you consider how dangerous the volcano leading up to it is. Such a free fight. Alright, there we go. We got outside on the hero. Which means I don't have to Death Warp here, which saves me time and money.
Another reason that keeping track of Hero's MP is like a little bit of a thing, but
yeah. I have a magic water
of
though.
MP this time. Yeah, and you had plenty of MP to begin with. It wasn't an issue.
I do actually need to use the magic water to cast Return though. It's fine, we don't need it. I'm so not used to doing this menu because I have not cast outside from the volcano in a very, very long time.
Yeah, I've never had it for the volcano, and I don't know that I've ever even had it for the waterfall cave personally.
I've had a couple
Maybe
recently
once.
when I got lucky with metal slimes in the waterfall cave. So here I'm going to revive Slalin. I'm not going to revive our dummy character though because they are no longer useful. They are now strictly bag space.
Hey, that dummy character has a name.
Slabo.
Thank you.
Fine. Slabo is now worthless to me, except for bag space. He is now a hollowed out slime that I shove things in. As gruesome as that image is.
He'll have one more use later on, potentially.
Okay, fair enough. Yeah, he can come in handy in the Dark World.
All right, so we return the fire ring, we show it to Ludman, and he's like, okay, now go get the water ring.
Sailing is still impossible.
Mizu no ring.
Oh, by the way, this boat is not ours. We're just borrowing Ludman's for this purpose. We will get our own boat later, but this one is currently stuck in a landlocked area. All right, change the tactics here before I screw everything up. You know, it occurs to me, I didn't pick up the agility seed inside Santa Rosa Cave. Oh well. Normally I pick that up and give it to Solon, but we're fine. Solon has extra levels. Huh,
It'll be fine.
That lady looks familiar. Oh well.
I don't know, just some blonde-haired girl. Who could that be?
I don't know, but
It's probably Maria. She already left Henry, and she's just like hanging out in this town, right?
Gotta be it.
That's gotta be who it is.
One thing's for sure, I want to sleep with this guy.
It's kind of the wrong hairdo, though, for Maria, so maybe it's somebody else.
Yeah, maybe. Wait a
Bianca.
minute. Trash wagon has arrived. So, she's earned the nickname Trash Wagon in my mind because we use her for two things in this run. One, she's required to open the water gate, and two, she temporarily joins the party, and then when she leaves, anything in her inventory goes to the bank. So we take the key items that we're not able to sell or throw away and put them in her inventory, and she takes them to the bank for us.
And 3, she makes us breakfast.
That's true. I just said no.
Like, that's...
I don't want your breakfast.
Wow. I guess she does only have 2 uses then.
You have to eat her breakfast. Alright, so we're going to give her the torch that we've been holding on to since Generation 1. I gave it to Pierre. That's okay, Pierre has everything else I'm giving to her anyway. We're going to give her the Reinhardt key and the raw mirror as well. Pierre, stop it. I'm not used to having Pierre in my party right here, so Bianca's usually in slot 2. Basically, the reason he's here is because I had my full party out. If you're solo running from Pierre with Pierre, then you'll only have the hero when you go in there. But since I had everybody out to expel, then it replaced Slalin with an empty slot, and she joined filling that location. Alright, so now we've got Bianca. She can open up this water gate, and she is now done. She has completed her purpose within the speedrun. So we are off to the waterfall cave, which is where we're going to get the ring of water.
You can see that Error made sure to take Bianca out of his party manually before walking to the gate. Usually, if you want to go fast, you can just walk to the water gate with Bianca out and it's fine. But you can get ambushed on that walk and Bianca can die, and then you have to go revive her and it loses a bunch of time. So you can opt to just stick her in the wagon. So
it has happened to me once, and I have never left her out since. It was such a horrible experience. Yeah, it's a very specific problem to have because you have to be ambushed for it to be an issue. Because at turn 1 of combat, you can just throw her into the wagon and she's not at risk.
Yeah, it's a very, very important thing, and I've talked about it a couple times, and I'll continue to talk about it throughout the run. But the wagon, anywhere the wagon is available, it allows you to reorder your party at the start of every round of combat, and it happens immediately. So, coming from DW4, where the wagon has very specific mechanics in terms of when characters swap for each other, based on whether you remove them or whether you swap them. It happens during the actual round of combat. You can only do 1 character per turn. This game kind of introduces the mechanic where at the beginning of every round, you can rearrange your party at will to whatever you want. And so it means you can protect people, you can bring out Slalin to use Expel, you can swap your low HP party members, things like that, really at will. And yeah, that's something that this run abuses. I say abuses, it utilizes that aspect a lot. Yeah. Sometimes it really is kind of abusing the mechanic.
That is true. My health totals are so high, I didn't even realize I wasn't at max HP there. I'm many, many levels ahead of where I normally am coming into this cave.
The other thing that I wanted to kind of mention with that is, I haven't talked about it, it's been brought up in other DQ games throughout this event, but when enemies attack you, they're more likely to hit the person in front of the party. So this is kind of a theme throughout all DQ games and, you know, even comparable games like a lot of Final Fantasies and stuff like that. So the person in front of the party, I don't actually know the exact odds in this game, but the person in front of the party is the most likely to get targeted by physical attacks, then the person in second, and then the person in third. So you can kind of rearrange your party depending on who you want to be targeted. That logic does not apply the same way for spells or obviously for area of effect attacks. So that's another thing where you might see characters swapped around or placed in a specific order depending on who you want to be more likely to be hit.
Yep, and sometimes you put a character in the front slot and tank them up just to have Mirror Dress 1 ignore them and murder slot 1. Not that that's happened to me recently.
Nope, not at all.
Alright, so in this room here, we can now start encountering metal slimes, but we don't need them. Typically, as long as heroes gotten to level 14 and learned outside, you're already pretty far ahead.
Speedy slalom here.
Love it. This is why I gave him those agility seeds. A couple extra levels are helping out too. Now it's worth noting Slalom's currently level 14. At level 15 he learns Rukanon, which if you learn that prior to the end of Gen 2, he can make a few boss fights at the end of Gen 2 very comfortable. Really? Fine. Okay, that's a lot of Rukanes. I don't trust it anymore. Just expel him. One more run fail there was going to be bad.
Married the blue girl for your first playthrough. Did you make a mistake? I would say that there is no mistake. I would say that any of the characters are great, and whichever one you want to marry, that's who you should marry.
Follow your heart.
Flora is the blue girl is the better character for the SFC speedrun. That is not true in the remake. Bianca is the better character for the PS2 speedrun. I'm not entirely sure about DS. I think Bianca's probably the best there, but I think Deborah is also viable, and I don't know, Flora might even be viable too. But for a casual standpoint, like, they're all good. There are pros and cons to each, and whichever one you prefer, you should do that.
Yep, I personally married Bianca on my first playthrough. Felt more connected to the character. Seemed like the right thing to do. I occasionally will marry Bianca in speedruns, but only if I've either given up on the run or I'm specifically doing a run just to marry Bianca.
Yeah, it's funny, like, I do agree that, like, Bianca gets a lot more integration into the story, and, like, there's a lot more attachment there. I do find her character to be a little on the generic side, but also she gets, like, the best sprite in this game. Her sprite work is, like, so much better than Flora's.
Yeah, Flora is very generic looking in this version. Blue hair,
Flora
white dress.
Just gets a white dress, yeah.
Hey, preemptive, free run. Alright, so that's the bottom of the waterfall cave. So I'm going to put Hero in the front so that the ring goes into his inventory. You cannot give it to Ludman unless Hero is holding onto it. So, little optimization there so I don't have to move the item, which takes a little bit longer than moving characters. I'm going to take this gold that I probably don't need, but hey. Then I cast outside, because I don't have to death warp.
And now that we return to Cerebona here with the second ring, that completes Ludman's challenge, which will allow us to marry Flora, his daughter. However, we are bringing back Bianca. And Ludman acknowledges that, you know, we have a childhood connection to Bianca and allows us to marry Bianca instead. I don't know if that's really the right way to put it, considering, you know, these are two people that are adults with their own choice in the matter. But we can choose to marry Bianca and still get some of Ludman's wealth. And in particular, Ludman has one item that's very integral to kind of the story and what's going on, which is the Zenithian shield. I don't remember the exact justification. Is it that like his family was descendant from the original Zenithian hero or something like that?
I don't know. It's just like family heirloom as far as I know.
Yeah, I think there's supposed to be some justification in there for why his family has the Zenithian shield as an item, and it's similar to why his family is watching over this magical pot, which we'll see in just a minute.
As in jar, not drugs.
Yeah.
Sorry, you say magical pot, people get some weird ideas.
No, that was when we got the herb for the experiment earlier.
There you go.
Yeah. The magical jar. Yeah, so anyway, Ludman says that because we come with Bianca and there's obviously a connection there, we can choose who we want to marry. And even if we marry Bianca, we can still get the benefits of, in his mind, the benefits of, you know, being part of the family.
Yep, so he'll still give us 2,000 gold and the Zenithian shield if we marry Bianca. However, Flora just makes the next segment so much more consistent, because she goes back to the Gen 1 situation of those characters that will revive after combat if they die. Bianca does not, for whatever reason.
The real tech, which Error didn't do, is to marry Ludman.
Yeah.
He walked up to Ludman, stared him, looked him right in the eye, and then turned away to Flora. I'm so disappointed.
So, kind of fun. Actually, everybody that you can speak to in this house has a special line for if you talk to them during the decision. Even the maid and Ludman's wife. And Ludman. So, if you're playing it in English, make sure to talk to everybody for a few good laughs. Or if you can read Japanese, I guess.
Yeah, so in order to prepare for the wedding, Ludman tells us that we need to obtain the silk veil for Flora. So, come back over here to this town, the one that we found Bianca in. And there's a dwarf in here who will give us the silk veil. He's also an item shop, so if you haven't bought your full moon herbs or you need to get an extra chimera wing, you can do that kind of stuff here. That's where I always buy the herbs and get a backup wing just in case. Error does that earlier, so it's not an issue, but
it's probably better to do it here so that it's fresher in your memory. Honestly, how early I buy those herbs might be part of the reason why I constantly forget them.
No, this isn't fresh enough.
Yeah.
I always forget them too.
Fair. If it's before the Gen 3 cutscene, you're going to forget it.
Yeah.
If you thought the Pierre grind was long, just you wait. I'm exaggerating a little bit. There's a 6.5 minute cutscene between Gen 2 and Gen 3, which is where I will be going to go to the bathroom, make some tea, talk with my wife. My standard break time.
Yeah, and in the remake, that cutscene is actually like 12 minutes.
Yeah.
It's twice as long.
Oh, there's Henry and Maria, by the way. Ludman invited them, so they showed up to our wedding, even though we didn't show up to theirs. So who's
because
the worst
they're
friend?
Good friends.
We were busy.
So now it's wedding time. It's really funny to say no because the but thou must dialogue comes up really quickly.
I'll do it so you guys can see how fast it goes. I'm gonna say no like 8 times in 2 seconds. Yeah.
But thou must.
Smack.
Marriage is what brings us together today.
I don't know, is a but thou must on marriage vows forced marriage? Yeah, Henry's a good friend. Wow, that was amazing. So there's a frame perfect button press you can do there, which the timing on my autofire just happened to be sitting there, where I searched the ground before the dialogue started.
And now we wake up after our wedding night in separate beds.
Yep. As people do.
A movie I've actually seen. Yes.
Don't judge how I don't sleep with my wife. I don't know.
No judgment here.
We're still getting to know each other. I met her yesterday.
That's very true. She kind of just got sold off.
Yeah. Yeah, so if you marry Bianca, right here you talk to Ludman, you loot these chests, and you leave. But since we married Flora, and she wants to join us on our adventure, he wants to give her a little test first to make sure that she's not going to be a hindrance. So we have to go check on the magical pot.
Magical jar, just so that people don't get confused.
I said what I said. There needs to be like a meme speedrun category where you go in here and use an herb.
So yeah, Ludman's family has been similar to like how the Zenithian Shield's been a family heirloom. It's kind of been a family requirement that they watch over this this jar to make sure that it's blue. And that's going to be a very key point, that it is blue. So as our first job as newlyweds, he sends us off to check out the jar and just report back what color it is. So we come back and we tell him it's blue. And he's going to let us take these chests that are here with him. So we will take the Zenithian Shield, 10 kunotate.
And I'm going to tell him that, yes, Flora was useful. If you say no, it's just an extra line of dialogue, so it's not that big of a deal. And then he's going to talk for about 3 more years. Ah, there we go. And he said we can go to Port Selmy and use his ship now. So we're going to loot that chest for 2,000 gold, return to Port Selmy, grab the boat, and then go on a voyage. Now, what's really weird is they don't let you cast Return inside Port Selmy. I have no idea why, but if you accidentally go here, you have to walk out of town. For whatever reason.
And then Error's going to do a quick warp to Oracleberry, which is just going to get him a little bit closer to where he wants to go, and sail a little bit east, but mostly straight south. I guess Error is all fancy and just uses the ship bobbing to go straight south and then east.
Someday I'm going to Kobe this turn.
Usually you kind of go east a little bit and then south to sort of follow the coastline around, but Arrow's got this mapped out pretty well. And we're heading off to Ned's Inn and then the road to Grandvania.
Yep. Now, as I said previously, with Flora auto-reviving if she dies after combat, this is why this is so much more stable with Flora than Bianca, because I can just throw Flora out here, let her run from things. If she dies, no big deal. I got a couple of free run attempts in there, and then I just heal her up and we continue on. So, we're just taking our new wife, throwing her at some monsters, and then running away from them. That's what people do.
Yeah, and it's worth noting that you can do that walking to the magic jar also, but Error didn't get any encounters walking to the magic jar?
Yep.
You were off by what? 1.5 tiles? 2 tiles?
Yeah, someday. So, currently our objective is to get to Grandvania, where we have heard that our father was king. So, basically going home. I'm gonna save here. I probably don't need to, but I ingrained it in my muscle memory for marathon safety purposes to save here because this path can go terribly wrong, but with current levels, I doubt it'll be an issue.
So is there somebody that tells you about Grandvania? Like, how do you,
Yeah.
how are you supposed to know about this? What's the kind of background behind this?
I have no idea. I don't remember where it is. I just know that somebody tells you about it. You hear about somebody named Pappas who was king of Grandvania. And it's like, well, Pappas, that's a pretty unique name. I feel like we've met somebody with that name. Oh, right, Dad. So we head that way. Now, casually, it's really easy to get lost in this segment, because you don't get very much direction. You basically just get the ship and wander the world until you stumble across this path, really. That's an encounter. Flora's gonna die here, most likely.
Which is fine.
Which is fine.
Flora is out. That's why Flora is better than Bianca.
This is exactly why Flora is better than Bianca. Right. And then Pierre gets to run safely. And look, Flora's alive. And casting Healmore on herself. So, interesting to note, we actually do not have control of Flora directly in combat here. She's permanently on tactics, so even if I try to give her a command, like if she's the only one out and I hit fight, she's gonna punch somebody or, I don't know, whatever Flora does. You try not to hit fight with her out, basically. So that also means we can't tell her to use Healmore outside of combat. Even though she's got 35 MP, that's 7 casts of Healmore, we can't directly tell her to do that. However, because of the way the AI works with Monton, if she's in the back of the party, then it will use her Healmores first. So after she dies, she'll always heal herself because she gets bumped to the back.
But at the same time, like, MP in this area is hopefully usually not really a factor.
Yeah.
Like, you're just running from stuff and healing it. The segment isn't too long. You get a free in partway through. So, not really a huge deal, but it is good to know.
Oh. Hey, look, she's fine. Also, hello, KTR. To address the question of how old we are now, the trip from Salabona to Grandvania takes 2 years. So we will be 20 when we arrive in Grandvania. Whoops, not you. Actually, yes, you and Flora. These guys cast Sleep, so it's another one of those situations where you don't want to have a single character out. So this is a prayer ring. This may very well be the last time I ever pick that up, because this is one of the safeties that I've been planning on cutting out. But not for the marathon. So this is kind of a bittersweet moment for me. I love this prayer ring.
I've never picked up that prayer ring, but I always get backup elfin elixirs instead that I never use.
Same. That's the reason I'm cutting it out. Because I usually end the game with like 3 extra elfin elixirs. I lean very heavily on the prayer rings in the Gen 3 dungeons, though.
Yeah, that's how to be fast. Just don't break them.
Yep. Don't eat the onion rings. But yeah, so there's not really any direct... Oh, by the way, this is the water flying clothes. This chest is not here unless you marry Flora or in the DS version, Deborah. So, what was I saying? Something about... Oh, yeah. Oh, she's not in the front, so... He stole her clothes. We'll pass that to Flora.
They actually do change this in the remake. I don't know about DS, but in PS2, I'm reasonably certain that you can just pick up a water flying clothes on the second half of the mountain path in a chest somewhere.
Really? I'm playing the wrong version.
It doesn't matter who you marry.
Oh, not that. But yeah, so it's not directly stated like how much time is passing as things go on, but there is some dialogue once you reach Grandvania where somebody tells you that your mother was kidnapped 20 years ago. So, well, we know it was right after we were born, so
They could just be rounding.
People don't round. When was the last time you ever heard somebody round a number? Jeez. Anyway.
That's a good question. How long has this been going on?
Oh, about 3.5 hours. But yeah, so we can safely assume that the hero is now 20, or will reach 20 along here, which also makes a story development that comes up very shortly make a little bit more sense in the timeline. Whoops.
Yep.
Wrong direction.
And one little thing I'll mention here from like a in-combat thing is the wagon actually works like kind of interestingly. I like to talk about the wagon because I think it's a really interesting mechanic.
Like that wagon Forest Dragon?
There are two options for kind of reordering your party. You can either choose to swap an individual character, or you can choose to kind of reorder your whole party, which will let you select up to 3 party members to swap in. And your party will also, like, if you choose that latter option, or either option really, your party kind of, the order of the characters shifts around based on like who's recently been in your party and who's currently in your party. So like swapping your characters out quickly and efficiently is actually like it's a small optimization, but it actually does play like a reasonable part in your final time. Like if you want to improve your menuing, one thing just to keep in mind is like get into your muscle memory how to swap, Flora to somebody else, or how to put Flora only in your party.
Also, if you want to improve your time, don't get unlucky here. This guy's just chilling on the bridge. All right.
I've never seen that before.
Oh, he tried to turn around. I'm glad I went to block him. It rarely happens. He's usually sometimes even down in this part, but we're fine now. Alright, so we made it through the first half of this trip. Flora's a little tired, probably because she got beat up by a lot of monsters. Probably shouldn't read into it any more than that. I'm sure it's just exhaustion from learning how to be a tank. So, we're gonna get her some rest at the end, and then we'll continue on with our story.
Yeah, in the meantime, for anybody who watched DQ2 earlier in the marathon, the DQ1 and 2 SFC game is based on the DQ5 engine. It's a revision of it. They made some changes, but NPCs getting in your way is also a classic part of DQ2 SFC. So that NPC on the bridge is absolutely perfect for fitting in with the theme.
Really is.
Just like Green Guy in DQ3, or Green Girl in DQ3. I don't know, a lot of DQ games. Armor Shop Girl in DW4.
Oh man. Yeah. Alright, so this pot has a fighter hair in it, and that is important for a good chunk of this run, because it is a consumable form of the spell By Kill, which, as you probably know, doubles a character's attack power. So, we are going to load up on those for the next several boss fights. But not here. Here we're just buying a Sword of Slumber for Pierre, which unfortunately does not work on bosses, but hey, the damage on it's really good. I mean, the damage works on bosses, but the sleep effect is not. Also, while I'm here, I am going to toss these herbs, because I will never use them. I need my inventory space coming up. I also apparently sold the strength seed instead of the small metal, but that's fine.
I love the parallax in the scene, like the way the background scrolls separately. Like the water, the castle, the bridge, it's all like separate scrolling rates.
Beautiful, yeah.
It's really well done.
Kind of like the Grand Dragon Cave in Dragon Warrior 3 GPC. Except better.
Except better.
I was doing that on a curved monitor on the way, so when I walked into that room, I nearly threw up.
And I agree, Makamaka-san. DQ5, great storyline.
Yeah, this is my favorite of the series. So I'm glad I enjoy the speedrun, because it allows me to play it weekly. Like, if this were a speedrun that I didn't enjoy, I would be a little bit sad, because I probably wouldn't be able to bring myself to play it over and over again if I didn't like the game. So here we're going to pick up a few things that we're going to be selling. This is some rogue armor. It's effectively the armor that the Rogue Knight monsters wear. So it's a piece of monster gear, but we're just going to sell it. Up here in this chest is our first of 3 World Tree leaves, if I ever get to it. And I will not use this in the Demon Tower today. I got a little bit lazy during a recent practice run and used a World Tree leaf early because I was like, I got 2 more. I'm not going to need all of them. I needed all of them, and things got really bad.
Also worth noting, this is the first place where Metal Babble can show up. And if it shows up alone, Error will try to defeat it.
My PB actually gets one.
Yeah, Error's PB gets one. It's not a bad idea to even just run from it, because the odds of killing it are pretty low. But it is nice if you get it.
Yeah, I believe my exact words were, well, why not? And then he stayed around for like 7 turns.
Yeah, whenever I would find them, I would always run, even though it's probably, like, I wasn't good enough to do that. Like, I probably should have tried to fight them.
Yeah, I don't know if they can be put to sleep by the Sword of Slumber, now that I think about it.
I assume not, but the very best runs also, I think some of them skip the Sword of Slumber.
Yeah, they just have a steel sword. No, not the steel sword, the, what was the other sword there? The Sword of Malice. Which you can get at the same shop, it's just cheaper. Alright, so the second half of the cave is going pretty well. It's not nearly as dangerous as the front half. A lot of the enemies, like these guys, they're just sitting here doing nothing. Just casting effect spells that aren't going to impact me because I'm running away. So the damage potential in the back half of this cave isn't so bad. The front half is where all the danger is.
These guys that are reskins of one of the scariest enemies in the speedrun are absolutely free.
Yeah. Terrifyingly free, you could say. Like, the first time I saw them, I was just like, oh no, this is going to be bad, and then nothing ever happened. And I was like, oh, I want to see that.
Oh, this is a fun room. So, this room here has more to it.
Also, fun fact, that chest in the top left corner, I didn't even realize it was there for like 6 months of running this game. And I saw somebody playing it casually, and I was like, oh, there's a chest there. And it's a mimic.
You always scare me when you do the half tile movement to get that gold chest.
The first time I saw somebody do that, it scared the crap out of me too, but I've never accidentally fallen, so it's all good. Alright, so here we're going to destroy Flora's legs for the rest of her life, and then move on. That's okay, we're basically done with her. She's not going to need those legs anymore.
The chest that Error walked by there is a Stone of Life.
Yeah, it's an optional safety for later.
Yeah. Protects you from 1 instant death cast. I like grabbing it, but it's rarely useful. But I know that there were some comments earlier on in the marathon about, I think it was during DQ11, where people were, completionists were, freaking out that the runner was walking past sparkly spots and chests and stuff.
Yeah, I very rarely end up actually even using the other Stone of Life that we pick up, so I stopped getting this one altogether. So here we find Sancho again, but first I'm going to steal his Life Force Nut. I'm going to give that to my daughter later.
And really first, the important thing is to... Error took all of the important stuff off of Flora and gave it to other characters. So especially like the water flying clothes went to Slalin, because Flora will shortly be leaving our party and not be coming back for quite a while. And if you leave stuff on her character, then you don't have access to that stuff.
Yeah, she's effectively out of the party right now, actually. So we've already had her available to select from the menu for the final time. So if you leave anything on her, you can go to the bank and get it back, but that's a time loss to do that. Not to say I haven't done it. so Sancho's going to come up here and introduce us to our Uncle Ojirin, who has been reigning as king ever since his brother, Papas, disappeared. AKA died brutally. But he does not want to be king. He's doing a piece. Oh, look, she's tired again. It's okay. He doesn't want to be king. His daughter doesn't want to be a princess. And now that we've shown up, he's like, hey, you can be king now, and I don't have to deal with this anymore. And we're like, yeah, sure, whatever. And
in the meantime,
here we're told that Flora's pregnant. So,
did you know?
Did you? So, the questionable morality of our hero is further pulled into question here as we realize that we just spent the last 20 minutes throwing our pregnant wife at vicious monsters so that we could protect ourselves. But I'm sure the kids will come out just fine. Oh wait, did I say kids? I mean kid. Surely there's only one. And so here's actually a key detail in the story. Right here the king is telling us, that we can be king, and the chancellor there is saying that in order to do that, we have to go through the Cave of Trials and get the seal of royalty. And he basically doesn't want us to be king. He's actually going to turn out to be in league with the monsters that we were fighting against, and he's going to turn on us. Why is my mind blanking right now? Oh yeah, I'm going to the inn and then shopping. Wow, my brain turned off for a second there while I was talking. Sorry about that. But yeah, there's a key detail when we come back with this seal of royalty where the Chancellor says, I'm going to go prepare the festivities. Suddenly he's excited about us becoming king. And then he leaves the room. And then the nurse comes downstairs and says, our wife is going into labor. Why am I reviving?
I was wondering what you were doing, but I wasn't going to question it.
Slalen's not dead. We're fine. I don't know. Don't worry about that slime-shaped bag we've got here. But anyway, so he leaves, and then the nurse comes down and says that Flora is in labor. So from that point on, the monsters are under the impression that Flora is kidnapped prior to giving birth. So they don't think that her kids are in existence at any point. They think they've won, basically. So it's an interesting little detail. And here's a long shop menu. I'm going to sell basically everything I have and then buy a whole bunch of new stuff.
Yeah, so in general, the hero sells off. You sell a lot of gear that's on like the hero and Pierre, scale shield, iron armor, stuff like that. The lace, whatever it's called, that you pick up next to your bed upstairs. Whatever that is. And some naughty underwear that was picked up. So the 3 chests that Error picked up there were a prayer ring, naughty underwear, and the hat of happiness. So the naughty underwear gets sold. The rogue armor from earlier gets sold. The staff of punishment that Error picked up. Lots of just like random junk. And then Error's going to be buying a bunch of fighter hair, which again is that item that he picked up in the kind of halfway town, which casts by kill when used as an item on one character. So he's going to be getting a bunch of those. I get 7 here. I don't know the exact number that Error picks up, but it's roughly that. 8, okay. And then also going to the armor shop to pick up a couple of Aeolus shields, which can expel enemies when used as an item. I get a dragon mail there. I think Error actually does some of the shopping a little bit differently than I do, so we'll see what he picks up.
Yeah, I get the iron mask here instead. I come back and get 2 dragon mails later. So one little nice snowball butterfly effect from earlier in the run is we got that bronze armor. So normally at this point I take Pierre's iron armor and give it to Hero, and then Pierre does not have any armor until he gets the sword edge armor in the next cave. But since Hero is fine and has the bronze armor, I don't have to leave Pierre completely defenseless. It's exciting to me.
Oh, is it? Lace Bustier? Is that it? Yeah.
Yeah.
I guess that could be it. Yeah. So Chi is always like kind of an interesting character to translate.
Yeah.
But the naughty underwear is a separate item. It's etchy something.
Yeah. Sure is. I need to get rid of some stalling stuff because it's in the way. Sure, we'll do that. Alright, now here I tried not to equip the Zenithian equipment. Oh, right. Iron Helmet. I was like, what is missing from my inventory? Didn't pass that over. Stop unequipping the ring. There we go. I didn't accidentally try to equip the shield or the sword that are unusable, so go me. Very proud of myself. Messed up other things in the menu, but I didn't do the main problems. Always forgetting hats. Yes. I have a blind spot for hats, probably because I never look up.
Yeah, so it's interesting. So that was definitely a menu where, like, I've watched, like, when I learned this run, I learned from, like, 3 different sources. I watched 2 different runners and used a set of notes, and every single one of them did the shopping here differently, and Error does it even differently than those. Like, we were talking earlier about how there's, you know, kind of personal preference.
Whoops.
Make sure to bring the rest of your party in with you. Don't do something I would do.
Good idea.
We talked earlier about how, like, there are certain things where you can do kind of your own routing or your own decisions for certain shops or menus, and that's, like, one of my go-to examples in this game is the menus in Granvania, the shopping in Granvania.
And the shopping in El Capa at the beginning as well.
Yeah. That one I usually see pretty consistent. You do it differently than, like, anybody I've ever watched, but...
I'm weird.
It's not bad. Like, it's probably, I don't know, a second or 2 worth of difference. But that one's usually more consistent than what I see from Granvania.
Yeah. And a lot of times the Granvania shopping really depends on how much money you've already got going into it. Sometimes I'll keep a few items instead of selling them, because you'll notice I have another like 3,000 something gold. I could have gotten a second iron mask, but I want to save that for Gen 3 for the next shopping segment. We're not going to be death warping, so it's not a problem.
Skipping the Staff of Punishment on the way is also something that's common for a run that's trying to push the time down a little bit. It's extra money that you don't really need, and if you skip that, then you're often much more on the threshold of various shopping purchases, and you may need to. Well, so my notes say if you don't buy a dragon mail, buy a silver mail. Error doesn't buy either of them now. He buys the mask. So you can see there's like just a bunch of different options for how to do those menus based on your money.
I thought about buying silver mail once, and then I didn't. Yeah, so that chest we picked up the sword edge armor. It's got solid defense value, plus it's going to reflect some physical damage back when somebody punches Pierre, and this is not a common encounter. I mean, not this formation, but getting an encounter in this room is not common. This formation is unfortunately very common. They have a severe poison that they inflict, which, in addition to having damage when you walk around, also deals about 40 damage in combat at the end of each turn.
Yeah, so we're nearing the end here of the Cave of Trials. This gets us a token which kind of proves that we're capable of being king. So once Error picks up the token at the top of this room, there'll be no more random encounters, but there is a boss fight coming up, which is Kandar and the Shield Hippo. And it's a pretty free fight. Kandar has 600 HP. The Shield Hippo, I don't know, kind of just like defends. The goal is to use Expel from Slalin on the Shield Hippo. So you kind of buff up with Fighter Hair on Pierre and the Hero to do some damage to Kandar. You buff up your defense with Increase. You try to expel the Shield Hippo, and then you kind of just beat down Kandar. He'll heal himself. He doesn't really do anything. This fight is pretty free, but Kandar can crit you, and then it's not free if somebody dies, so...
Now, you say it's free, however, I did have one time where Kandar crit Pierre and Hero, murdering them brutally, and then That's not what I wanted, but whatever, it's fine. And Slalin was sitting there with double increase, taking no damage, and then Kandar decided just not to crit anymore. And so I sat there for like 8 minutes waiting for Kandar to kill Slalin, because Slalin could not damage Kandar.
Yeah, that's why I said unless you get crit, because of that one fight. I remember that one. And yeah, Maka brings up a good point that on the overworld cutscene, there are 3 characters that approach you, but then in the fight, it's just 2.
There's only 2. The shields are individual people on the hippo. That's what's going on.
Ah.
Little known detail. So, I've been casting Expel with Slalin, but he is not succeeding at expelling this hippo. It's fine, it's dead anyway. It doesn't take much to kill it, but it's faster to have if Slalin manages to expel it. It's been so long since I had outside for this that I forgot I have to walk up here to use it.
Yeah, it's actually an issue the one time I've had outside here.
Didn't you use it and run out of MP?
Yeah, I use it down below, and it takes your MP even though it fails. And then I had enough MP to use it above, but then I didn't have enough MP to return. Which
is actually why I bring the extra Chimera wing. That 8th wing is specifically purchased for if I don't have the MP to cast return to get out of that cave.
And you can just walk back out. It's actually kind of interesting because the very first room of that cave, we didn't talk about it, but there were 4 doors, and there's kind of like a little mini puzzle with going in and out of the doors. You can actually solve it going reverse slightly differently than the order that you open the doors and go through things. The way in, I don't know, it's kind of just like an interesting little tidbit, but if you walk back out, it's just like a thing to know.
Yeah. Yeah, the first time you have to walk out of there, it's really confusing. Like, oh, what order do I do these in reverse? Oh, no. Alright, so up here, he says, I'll do my best. We say, great, do your best, and then we leave the room, because, you know, who needs to be by her side while she's giving birth?
Ganbarimasu.
Talk to this guard. For whatever reason, that's the trigger. And then we'll see if Sancho's going to get up close and personal today. Yes, he did it! He usually stops a full tile away from you and talks to you, but sometimes he gets right up in your ear and whispers, I'm so proud of you. Alright, so now we got 2 babies, not 1. Who could have seen that coming? Name my son Ah, name my daughter Ka. Because speed is more important than putting any thought into the name of my children. Also, Ka kind of works out for the daughter's name, because my daughter's name is Caitlin, so it works out. That's why I do Ka instead of E.
Nice. I do Woe for the daughter, because she's a woman, so Woe.
Makes sense.
I don't know. It's also quick to menu. Like, it's just...
Yeah. I stopped playing this casually. Yeah, you don't make a lot of meaningful decisions up to that point. And it's like,
I play this game.
I can't be shouldered with this responsibility.
When I played casually, I named the children Baramos and Orochi, because I was speedrunning DQ3 at the time.
Nice. The daughter was Orochi, right?
Yeah,
good,
of course.
Good. Just making sure. A lot of people say he when they're fighting Orochi, and it's like, it's Himiko. That's a she.
Well, it's really Orochi pretending to be Himiko. It's not really Himiko, so...
But still, it's close enough.
Oh, did the slide over the...
Yep, we party slide over the table because we're a cool king.
You like overlap the end of that right table by a half tile when moving left, so it looks like you're kind of doing a little slide.
Yep. Now everybody is passed out. You know, you think when you first see this, oh, they're all drunk. Then you see the kid passed out in the inn. It's like, okay, maybe they're not drunk. And it turns out they've all actually been drugged. Yep. So the Chancellor, when he left to prepare the festivities, told our enemies that we're here. And everybody got drugged. Monsters came in and took our wife. But
dun dun dun.
Thanks to the fast reflexes of the nurse here and some reason the fact that our children were not crying like crazy during the event, they went unnoticed. So they are safe. And then the morning comes.
Do 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 do.
Alright, so everybody's gonna go off on a mission to go find their new queen and try to rescue her. But seeing as I've played this game before, I'm just gonna go straight to the Chancellor's room and steal his winged shoes, which he stole from Dragon Quest IV.
Ah yes, the flying shoes.
Which, it still doesn't make sense to me why these are still here. If he used them to escape, how are they still here? But whatever, we don't question video game logic, we just use the shoes.
Obviously, he just had a backup pair of shoes. Like, who only owns one pair of shoes?
Fair.
Probably Countess. Countess probably owns one pair of shoes. And that just, like, explains everything.
But how many butter knives does he have? Go Slolin
Right,
expel.
so this is the Arm Lion. He dies usually in 2 turns, or you can try to expel him, and sometimes it works.
Hey.
This is the Demon Tower that the
Yes, Rukanon.
Flying Shoes brought us to. There was a little inn/church that it dropped us off right next to that Error could have saved at or taken the inn or whatever. Not that you would take that in now because there was just a story sleep, but string seed and a wizard rope in these chests here. A couple hawkmen. You kind of just hope the Aeolus shield and expel gets rid of them quickly.
Yeah, if I get one of them, I'll
scary,
attack
but-
and expel after that. But nice, Pierre got them both.
Get him, Pierre.
So here I'm not going to be using the Monton spell. I could, but it still might sometimes use Pierre's MP. I want to use Hero's MP first because he's going to get all of his health and MP back as part of the story event at the top of the tower. Now here, this room is actually filled with trap spikes, but when you're walking forward, the game is looking... Like, if you hold up and... Oh, hang on.
Yeah, so if you hold diagonals, if you hold up and left or up and right, the game doesn't check the right tile for which way you're moving, and so it allows you to move over traps without triggering them. That's what happens there. So that chest that Error picked up from the right side is supposed to have a trap in front of it, and the way that Error moved right to left across the room to get to the stairs is also supposed to have a wall of traps in front of it, and he was able to kind of just exploit the game logic in order to walk through them.
There we go. That's what I was trying to say while not falling in pits.
Yeah, and the chest that was there has the sacrifice bracer. So if you have it equipped on a character and they die, it immediately casts sacrifice. That will get used later on in the run, maybe. But it's just going to kind of chill out for now.
We'll make sure it happens. It's used in the last stretch of the game as a free get out of jail free card. Or basically, if you get an encounter that you either don't want to risk a run fail from or whatever, you can just do that and let them die, and you're out of the fight easily.
Yep. And now we're on to the boulder puzzles. So Arrow will pick up a quick world leaf here in the chest, but otherwise, there are these flame statues that do like half your HP when they hit you. It's a ton. If you die to the flame statues, then it actually respawns you in the basement and kind of gives you like a free in without losing your money. So if somebody dies along the way, you can actually intentionally death warp to these flame statues, but the intention is to push these boulders in front of the statues and walk past them. There's not really much to this besides the fact that if you run directly at one of these boulders from the right or the left, Error got it first try, they have a 50% chance of going up or down, and sometimes that first boulder control you and just keep going up, even though you want to push it downwards. Also to note that the statues that are on like the same row are tied to each other, so if the right statue shoots fire, you can move safely to the left and it won't shoot fire at you.
Yep, I won a 50-50. I'm so proud of myself right now.
Another forced encounter. It's just another expel fight.
Oh, that's pretty good.
You got the Curious line, but not the...
There we go.
Not the balloon.
Don't forget this switch. It's really easy to forget this switch because you walk up to it, then you get the encounter, and then you have to hit the switch.
Yeah, so these switches are to kind of lower a drawbridge, which will allow Error to get to the top of the tower. At the top of the tower, there's going to be 3 encounters, and I'll start talking about those now. So the first encounter is Orc level 20. Orc level 20 has 950 HP.
Did you say
and
pork?
Is generally Orc.
It's pork level 20.
Is this orc or pork? Funny.
Probably
So
not.
Orc level 20, 950 HP. Pretty easy fight. There's not really much to do. You buff up with fighter hair, increase. You can Z shield and kind of just heal people and attack them. The second fight is going to be Chimera level 35. The Chimera level 35 is actually a little bit scary sometimes. It has 800 HP. The strat is similar where you kind of buff up with fighter hair and attack. You can increase, you can opt to Z shield. The Chimera fight has breath attacks and a lot more magic attacks. So the Z shield can reflect some of that magic back on him. But if he spams AoE attacks, the Chimera can be sometimes a little dicey. Please don't die to the orc.
Not planning on it. You kill him, Pierre? Thanks. There we go. Normally, Hero's not defending there, but I didn't want to risk the hero getting outsped while trying to heal, but I also didn't want to lay off the damage from Pierre, so I was just defending with Hero and kind of crossing my fingers a little bit.
Yeah, worked out. And then the third fight is going to be Jami. So Jami will have 820 HP, and the big thing to note about Jami is that he's got a barrier up, which kind of prevents him from taking damage and dying. And once Hero is under half HP, which includes being dead, Jami's barrier will fall, and Hero will go to full HP and full MP. So the strat for Jami is going to be to buff up Pierre, get the Zenithian shield up on the Hero, and just kind of keep Pierre alive while Pierre beats it down. Because Error is level 15, Slalin has Rukanon, which... Did you use Rukanon against the Orc?
I did.
Okay. So yeah, it's usable against the Orc, it's not usable against the Chimera, it's also usable against Jami. You kind of expect Slalin to die to Jami, but it's not really a huge deal either way. Usually Slalin does not have Rukanon and is much lower level, and you kind of just rely on... Jami has a bunch of spells, which you can reflect back, Blazemore and Infirmore, one of those spells, I think. And you just kind of rely on reflect damage plus Pierre to kind of take him out. He's usually pretty easy.
Yeah, and here I'm not healing the hero because I want him to drop down under 50% HP as quickly as possible to trigger the shield breaking on Jami.
Yep. And Jami is the one...
the red word on the second character was the bounce effect from using the Zenithian shield. Nice.
Yep. Mahokanta.
Right yourself. Shield and Rukanon because we have it.
So yeah, turn 1 on this fight can vary a little bit based on what HP you're at, how you want to play the fight, whether you have Rukanon. But in general, the fight's really just like Pierre attacks, Hero heals either Pierre or himself. Because even though heroes bounce on, he can still heal himself. And Slalom, you kind of just... Whatever happens to Slalom happens to Slalom.
Slalom's there.
He can attack or defend or...
Might even survive this fight.
Might. One more turn?
Aw, I was hoping he might get the kill.
Ah.
Alright. Nice, easy Jami fight. Rukanon makes that fight an absolute joke. You still have to be a little bit careful because the breath attack will go through the bounce effect and potentially kill the hero, but it's not really that big of a threat. So
Yeah, the fight is really easy as long as like you're paying attention and keeping people healed.
yeah. So at this point, we end up with the infamous Gen 2, Gen 3 cutscene. It's going to be 6.5 minutes before I regain control of the game. So I'm going to take this opportunity and run to the bathroom and start some tea. So I will be back in just a few minutes.
Yeah, and I'll stick around in the meantime, but I will probably take a short break when Error gets back. So yeah, with the last of Jami's power, he turns both Hero and Flora into stone statues. So Jami is defeated. Unfortunately, his counterstroke has kind of put a delay into our plans of, I don't know, ruling Grandvania and saving the world and junk. But it's just Flora and Hero. So the babies were born before we went off to confront Jami, so the babies are still growing up on their own, unbeknownst to us or to any of the evil goons that be. I forget the exact time jump of this. I think it might be 8 years? I think it's 8 years. But it's about that anyway. So the statues are brought here and kind of like auctioned off, and people buy the different statues and they go their separate ways, and you know, they comment on, oh, look how realistic they are. But Flora gets taken off to wherever, and the hero becomes a lawn ornament. So Hero's gonna chill out here on this lawn for a few years. Seasons will come and go. Time will pass. Kids will grow up around you, knowing you as just this weird, happy statue. I like to imagine the hero with Ash's fun emote face from the artwork cover. Just having that face frozen in time in the statue. Happy that he saved Flora, happy that he saved his wife from the evil Jami, and suddenly, surprisingly turned to stone, yet left smiling for 8 years. The scene is very sad. And that's kind of why I like to imagine the smile is to kind of stay positive and cheer up a little bit during this, because the hero really gets a kind of a brutal time of it throughout this game. And suddenly, monsters attack. And our statue is knocked over, left to be smiling on the ground, all alone. through fall.
Okay, I am back.
Welcome back.
Yeah.
Through winter.
Yeah, so I don't know how much of the time passage was discussed while I was away, but yeah, this is an 8-year time jump. It's going to be another 2 years before we actually reunite with Flora, so if you're ready to do some math here, at the end of the game, we are going to be a 30-year-old, 22-year-old with a 22-year-old wife and 2 twin 10-year-old kids. A little weird to think
In the
about.
spring, the butterflies and bees come out. It's still a statue.
This scene makes me want to play Harvest Moon, honestly. How does our statue unstatue without us being permanently scarred? That's an excellent question. And it's about to be answered.
The return to summer. Sancho shows up with 2 oddly blue-haired children in tow.
Along with the Staff of Storos, which removes petrification. How convenient. This dude's like, holy crap, the statue in my front yard was a dude? And here we find out that our son is able to use the Zenithian sword, so guess what? We finally found the legendary hero. He hadn't even been born this whole time. How convenient, we only had to wait almost a decade. There it is. I mean, when you look at an effort standpoint, that is fairly convenient. Because we did nothing for that decade. Alright, so that's a Stone of Life that I just picked up from the dresser there. You can get that in Gen 2 when we were here previously, but I leave it for Gen 3. Because we're going to throw that on Sancho for the upcoming segment. And here the children join us. Talk to Sancho, and then he's going to join us. And he starts out at level 20, and he's got over 200 HP, so he is a beautiful, beautiful tank for us to pick up with 0 effort.
Yep, and there'll usually be a little bit of menuing that happens here. You can kind of give some stuff over to the brownie. You can, Error picked up that Seed of Life in Sancho's house a little while ago. That's usually just kind of immediately thrown onto the daughter to give her a little bit of HP. Yep. And yeah, you kind of trade some of your stuff around now that you've got the kids joining you.
And get rid of Pierre's royal seal that he's been holding on to, because that's just going to get in the way. That armband of sacrifice. Zenithian shield is going to go to our daughter. I'm going to take off our son's shield, even though we're about to use him in a fight. I'm sure he won't need it.
Nah.
And I do want to make sure that Hero has 1 fighter hair, otherwise this is going to be a long fight.
Do you put the Z-Sword on Sun?
No. I just leave it on Pierre forever. Whoops. Well, not forever, but for quite a while.
Yeah. So there's a fight in this town. We're going to return to Reinhardt here, and there's going to be a goon, one of Kandar's goons. It's only got 500 HP, it's pretty easy, but the sun will actually be used for this fight. The sun can equip the Zenithian sword in this fight if you want to deal with like trading it around, and yeah, it's kind of just like a buff up with fighter hair, and you kind of hope that the sun dies at the end of the fight, because the sun, despite being the legendary hero who can equip all the Zenithian equipment,
he's not used in the speedrun.
is useless. Yeah, not used at all. So
we finally found the legendary hero, and we are going to shove his corpse in the wagon and forget about it. If this guy will kill him.
Sun might get a level or 2 here.
No, he won't level up off this fight. If he doesn't die in this fight, then I just leave him out in front during the next segment, and he'll die. He will die. Oh.
I couldn't remember if he leveled off this or not, but yeah, you just kind of leave him out. And
Alright, and that is the extent of our son's contribution to this speedrun. Everybody thank him, we will send him on his happy way. I don't know why I walked there, but okay.
Yep.
I always start walking there like I'm gonna leave, but we cast return from here.
And that chest has the Majin Yuroi, the demon armor, or demon armor? Evil armor?
Demon armor, yeah.
Yeah. And it's a cursed armor that has really good defense and sets your agility to 0. And that has a couple of really interesting implications. And I might talk about this a little bit more later, but I'll kind of describe it now because this next segment is just going to be kind of some sailing around.
Failing to sail.
Failing to sail, yeah. Sailing through the sea cave and heading towards El Haven. So I'm going to talk about turn order real quick, which might seem like kind of a weird time to do this, but the way turn order in this game works is that it takes your character's agility and it rolls between 75 and 100% of that agility every turn, and it orders all characters in combat by that agility value. And that's how turn order is described. However, so you would think, based on that a character with 0 agility would always just go last, right? The effect is that somebody with 100 agility is always going to outspeed somebody with 74 or lower, etc. However, it's worth noting a couple of mechanics and glitches with how that turn order calculation works. First is that corpses will inherit the agility of the lead party member. So if Sancho is in first and a corpse is in second, Sancho will have 0 agility, and that corpse will also have 0 agility. And going along with that, if there is an exact speed tie when that multiplication happens, that random multiplication happens, which is very unusual in normal circumstances, then part of the agility comparison calculation is interrupted. What this means is that with Sancho in first with the armor equipped with 0 agility, and a character in second with 0 agility, they are guaranteed to speed tie, which means that that comparison of Sancho with other characters is interrupted, which will actually lead to Sancho guaranteeing to go first. So you can kind of guarantee that Sancho goes first or last if you're willing to put a corpse in for him to go first, depending on, you know, how you arrange your party. And almost always you want Sancho to just go last. Like, him going first is almost never useful, but there are a couple of cases where you might actually want that to happen, and you need to be aware of it to prevent that from happening on a couple of other cases. So I'll talk about it a little bit more when we get to the boss fights where that might be relevant, but yeah, just be aware that there is some funkiness with turn order as a result of that, especially as a result of that demon armor that was equipped.
Yeah, entertainingly, the very first run that I did after we discovered exactly how that turn order thing works out with the 0 agility and the corpse, it actually ended up saving my final boss fight. I was able to have Sancho go first and heal up everybody.
Yeah, the conversation kind of came about because Error accidentally did the opposite part, where Sancho went first unintentionally and missed out on a turn of buy-kill damage. And I was aware of how the agility formula worked in the game, and I'm like, that's just not possible. And did a little bit more research, and I found the info about that glitch. And then we kind of did some testing to figure out how exactly it works based on, like, party order. What if the corpse is in third? What if, you know, things like that happen? And
What
kinda
if
narrowed it
the
down, and then
corpse is in third and the second slot is slow? So-
right.
Which is actually interesting, because if you have 2 living characters and then a corpse and the lead character has 0 agility, then it'll compare the first character to the second character. So it will go either before or after the second character goes, but the second character will still be compared to everybody else to see where it falls in their turn order. So if you have a slow character, then your leading character is still going to go pretty late, but it'll go immediately after wherever the turn order decides the second character is going.
Yeah, there's a lot of like little intricacy like that. And in general, like, you kind of just follow the setup and it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
But
it's good to know why it
interesting
works.
to kind of look into. Yeah. And there are a couple of cases, like Error mentioned, with that boss fight where it can be very useful to take advantage of it. In the meantime, Error has reached the town here of Elhaven.
I'm casting the wrong
and
spell, don't mind me.
There are, kind of abnormal for DQ games, there are 2 major key items here in the town of Elhaven. One is the magic carpet, which he just picked up, and the other is going to be the magic key, which he's heading to now. And there are 2 required major key items that are just like hanging out in chests in this town.
Yeah.
Not in a dungeon, not behind a boss, not behind a story trigger. They're just in chests.
Yep, nice and easy to pick up. Gotta love them. I also did a couple of extra steps outside to make it daytime. That's just to optimize my pathing in here, because I want to come up here and loot the treasury, but this guard will be blocking that doorway at night. So a couple extra steps puts it to daytime, and I don't have to walk off to the inn and then come back. And right there we get 3,000 gold plus the meteorite armband, which everybody should know by now at this point in the marathon is an accessory that doubles the wearer's agility. Very important.
Yep. Worth noting that in some DQ games it's not double, but in this one it is.
Yeah.
It's interesting. I didn't realize that you took extra steps to make a day. So I take this in. I do the downstairs stuff first. So I take this in first, and I grab the armband before I leave to avoid that.
Yeah.
Kind of another just like random weird difference in how like different runners.
What? Oh, Slalom's
handle
alive.
some things.
I'm not used to Slalom surviving the zombie fight, so I didn't actually have to come up here. That's twice.
Yep. So now another shop here. Again, there's some variance based on what you did in the previous shop, but the idea is that Pierre is going to sell his blade armor and sleep sword, the wizard robe that he picked up in the demon tower.
Almost sold the world.
Can sell some of the Sun's gear that's not really useful anymore.
I hold on to that for later.
Okay. And then you restock up on fighter hair and buy some more gear. I don't know exactly what Error buys. I buy the mask here, the second dragon mail, and the third expel shield. I imagine that Error is going to buy 2 dragon mail and the expel shield.
I actually don't get a third expel shield.
Oh, okay.
I just get 2 dragon mail and go about my merry way.
Gotcha.
I keep a lot of the extra stuff that you could sell here for... Oh, inventory's full. You can hold it. He's a new bag. I save some of the extra gold that you can make here for making sure I've got the gold in the Santa Rosa shop.
Gotcha. Yeah, I sell usually like one of the Sun's items here, and I get the mask here, I get the second dragon mail, having already bought one, and then I get a third expel shield usually. So that way Hero, Sancho, and Pierre can all have one.
Yeah.
But yeah, again, one of the cool things about this run is just the differences in item routing and some preference.
I'm actually going to have a lot of extra money here.
Realistically, it's another case where, like, what I was talking about, where the best runners will have a bunch of different, like, little mini routes for items and shopping based on their exact gold threshold and what items they want to skip and what they want to sell to really min-max these shopping menus. You can kind of play it where you always do the same thing. Like, I always do the same thing here as much as possible. Like, I try to minimize the amount I change stuff because it means that I do it more quickly. But there's definitely another level of player out there that really has, like, all these branching paths for money and experience throughout this whole game.
Yeah, like, I'm pretty flexible with what I sell and when, but I still have a lot of work to do on figuring out, like, being comfortable with where I am on my goal, when I can afford to buy some extra stuff and all that. So,
yep.
I'm pretty good at this, but nowhere near the level of some of the people that run this game. Plenty of room to improve, which makes me happy. I'm glad that there's so much complexity to this run. It doesn't always look like it, because a lot of times it feels fairly linear and all that, but there is a good level of complexity to it that keeps it entertaining.
Yep.
By the way, I've noticed, Hack, you go left on this one, but you can save a step there.
Yeah, I feel like I tried that before and didn't realize you could do that. I don't know.
You can walk behind that pillar, yeah.
One of those weird half-tile things that I think I knew at one point, and then I tried it and it didn't work for some reason, and then I just gave up.
And now you've got a minecart issue. There's a minecart in a cave coming up that I kept walking the wrong way to get into it because my muscle memory had saved it that way. And it took me a while to fix it. I was taking like an extra 8 steps because of it.
So this is the Zenithian Tower. In other DQ games, this is what gets you into Castle Zenithia.
Hey, look, it's Pierre.
Hey, look, it's Pierre. The Error picked up another Leaf of the World tree on kind of the side path, then left and came back in. And now he's working his way up Zenithian Castle. And what we're going to find when we get to the top is that this castle is actually broken off. There is no castle at the top of the tower. But there is a Zenithian, and there is a chest with a magma staff in it. And that's what we're here for.
I wonder what the magma staff does.
I wonder. Probably something to do with magma.
Probably. I feel like I've seen it in another game somewhere.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, one nice thing about the layout of the tower in this version is that it's very close to the layout in the NES version. So when I was learning the NES Dragon Warrior 4 run, getting through the Zenithian Tower was actually really easy for me because I already knew most of it.
Yeah, it's really interesting how the tower evolved from like NES DW4 to this game to like the remakes of DQ4. Like they've like every game it's like a little bit different.
Yeah, a little worse for wear. I don't recall if it's stated in any kind of canon lore how long after Dragon Warrior 4 this is.
I have no idea. The reason it looks worse for wear, though, here is that once upon a time, PM920 did a casual playthrough of DQ5 where he recruited a bunch of specific monsters, and one of them was the King Cure Slime. And PM920 spent a lot of time in this castle looking for the King Cure Slime, and got really mad and started just like destroying the castle, and that's carried over into literally everybody's copy of the game.
Nice. I like it. I accept this as canon. By the way, you have to love the flying carpet music. Right? Maybe? No? Okay.
Do you?
No. It don't.
It's better than the DQ4 balloon music.
It is. I will agree with that 100%.
Alright, so here Error through the meteorite armband onto Slalin. And it's going to be entering Tarako Mine. And Slallen's expel ability is going to be really useful for getting through here.
And increase.
And increase, yeah. And the general idea is just like try to be as safe as possible while escaping encounters. There's nothing to fight here. It's just, do you run? Do you increase and then run? Do you expel? There's some really scary enemies, and there's also some key items to pick up. There's a couple key plot points here. And yeah, it's like the minecart dungeon. So it's what Error was talking about earlier, where there are minecarts that some of the movement through the minecarts isn't exactly obvious, like depending on how you enter and exit them. There's one minecart where like you can enter the minecart and leave, and it will like give you a speed boost just to walk in and out of it. And then there's this one here where you can hit the switch and just like walk down over the minecart to get, or over the track to get to the minecart. Error used to just like walk around, and I'd always laugh at him for it.
Yeah, this is the one.
But yeah, it's just like it's kind of a straightforward dungeon with some switches and puzzles to get through.
Yeah, so this switch, you hit it, and then you just walk down into this car. I used to go left and around here. That's the muscle memory one that I was talking about. It was so much longer to go around, and for some reason, it just didn't register that I could just walk on the track. Yeah, this is also, if you marry Bianca, this is the first place where you really feel the difference, because Slallen will not have the water flying clothes if you marry Bianca. And increase is going to boost your defense based on what your defense already is. So if you're not wearing decent armor, then you're still going to be getting chunked pretty hard. Especially if you do what I did during my last practice run on the Bianca route, and that's not what I meant to do, but yeah, this is fine. I meant to expel there, but this will work. But yeah, I also pulled the Hat of Happiness off of Slallen before coming in here for some reason. I don't know why I made that decision. But
So this is also a minecart. So this minecart, it's like very minuscule faster to actually hit the upper switch first by walking into the minecart, and then like going up and leaving the minecart like gives you a slight movement boost. It's like a few frames. It's negligible, but it's just kind of funny to like see the way people like move through this dungeon.
You'll also notice the hero is not in the party right now, but it's still his sprite used for traveling through the minecarts. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Bye, Pierre. Oh, boy. Uh-oh. Do I use a World Tree Leaf here? This is a decision.
I mean, I would?
I'm thinking I do, yeah. I'm gonna get Pierre back, and then hope for the best.
Pierre. I almost would have chosen Sancho, but...
Pierre's healing comes in a little bit more clutch.
That's true. Yeah. You threw away your herbs that you had left.
Yeah. Yeah, those are the worst encounter to get in here, because even if you cast Increase and then try to run, they have a Kamikaze attack that ignores defense. So, you're usually going to lose somebody if you fail to run a couple times.
Alright, so here's a good opportunity to talk about how random encounters work in this game. I meant to talk about this, like, way earlier.
There it is.
There it is.
And Pierre's dead again. Oh, boy. Alright,
Well,
good thing we have a lot of money.
That's rough. Lost the leaf and lost the money.
Lost the girl, left the line.
So the way random encounters work in this game. So in a lot of the more modern DQ games, so in the really old games, it was just like a flat, like the NES games, it was a flat % chance based on what tile you were on. Like, maybe a mountain tile is like a 1 in 8% chance of getting an encounter in every step. In the more modern games, a lot of the games use a depletion system where when you enter a new area, the game generates a depletion value, and every step removes from that depletion until it reaches 0, and then you get an encounter. This is kind of the in-between. So the way encounter rates work in DQ5 as well as DQ1 and 2 remakes and SFC is that it uses kind of a threat-based system where every step you take, it counts up the amount of steps that you've taken to a threat value. And based on the type of tile you are, it takes your threat value, it kind of factors it in with the type of tile you're on, whether it's a dungeon or a mountain or whatever, and rolls a random number to determine whether or not you get an encounter. So the more steps you take, the more likely you are to get an encounter. But it's never truly really like, it might eventually be guaranteed, but generally it's never really guaranteed that you will or won't get an encounter. There's always kind of a random factor to it. And it's just worth noting here because the minecarts do also increase your threat while you're moving on the minecart. So the spot where Error actually just died, there's a couple of different walking paths you can take depending on like what your encounter risk threshold is. The path that Error takes here, you get more minecart movement, which increases your threat and makes you more likely to get an encounter. So I would generally say that Error's path is more like average. If you take the alternate minecart path, you might get through with no encounters, or you might get through with 2 encounters, whereas Error's path is more likely to get 1 encounter. It's kind of the best way I can kind of phrase it, but it's just worth keeping in mind during these minecarts that there are a couple of different paths you can take.
Yeah, my way, you're basically guaranteed you're getting an encounter, but the other way, sometimes you get 3. So I started going my way, and it works out. It's more consistent.
Yeah, I don't think there's a right or wrong answer. I think it's just just kind of a runner preference thing. But
you'll notice there are a lot of runner preferences in this game.
It's something I really like. Like, I like nerding out about the little details like that and the preferences and what your odds are of getting encounters one way versus the other or whatever. If you like that kind of statistical stuff, or whether you're looking at game code or whether you're running emulator scripts or whether you're just like trial and error and do it a bunch of times and see what works out, there's kind of room for all of it in DQ RTA. So
it's one of the things I love about the series.
If you like nerding out about games, this is the series for you.
Oh yeah. Yeah, and it's important to note that the equation for expel or using the Aeola shield is different. I don't know the specifics of it. I haven't ever found like solid information on it, but there are things that you can expel nearly 100% of the time that the Aeola shield will fail like 10 times in a row. So they're similar, but not the same.
The Aeola shield usually uses a different resistance. Sometimes it's like the beat defeat resistance. Sometimes it's like the wind spell resistance.
Oh my goodness, we're back.
So yeah, it's same effect, but I'd say kind of a different.
Everything's fine. I mean, we're nearly done here. If I can just get back to this minecart, then we probably have like 1 encounter after that. I should have gone for the double increase here, but without healing, I was kind of gambling on the first try run. We are very close to being done with this. And this I should have expelled. See, now I'm just making a mistake. But this time, I saved, so we're good. I'm only losing so much.
Man, I haven't seen the mine be this rude in quite a while.
Nor have I. I've lost characters in here recently, but I have yet to wipe out of it in several months. But this has certainly been a run. This game let us know what it was going to do today with the PR splits. But we are definitely getting our money's worth for Tarako today. Alright, let's try this again. Third try's a charm.
I'm going to use
Volcano
the
was
third
nice.
night trip as a chance to step away for a quick minute.
Alrighty. Alright, so these guys are pretty easy to expel, both with the shield and with the expel spell. So, using Aeola's shield twice plus expel to have a pretty good chance of getting rid of all three of them. Same situation here. These, the skulls there can actually curse characters, which is similar to poison, except for MP. So as we walk around, we would be having our MP slowly drained away. It's okay if that lands on Slalin, because the Hat of Happiness actually regenerates MP faster than the curse depletes it. So if it's going to land on somebody, you want it to land on Slalin. You're going to be annoyed by having a red flashing screen for the entirety of the dungeon, but you're not going to have any adverse effects aside from that. If you travel to the left here, there's a chest that has some extra gold in it, and sometimes I pick that up if I'm doing the Bianca route, if I haven't found some spots to make up the missing gold from not marrying Flora. There's a little different routing if you marry Bianca, just to make sure that you can afford everything, because Flora's gear sells for about 4,500 gold combined. So you gotta find a way to make up for that somewhere. Double increasing run. Yeah, so I'm ErrorOfRuto, I am the runner. Commentator is Hactical, he's been helping me out. Good friend of mine. Very knowledgeable, very helpful. And he also has a pretty good time on this game as well. Okay. Now if we could just not lose somebody to the Spikerus in this room, that'd be great. I think they just wanted to make a point because they haven't justified their existence as... Oh my goodness. It's been a while since they've justified their existence as one of my emotes. But today they are reminding me of why I put in that effort. Although today, instead of it could have been much worse, it's just straight up much worse. Oh, that was an expel, not an increase. That's okay though. These guys aren't that dangerous. This is probably the least dangerous encounter in here. Just one increase in a run is good enough. Some counter rate, another Spikerus. Got away that time though. Okay. So we're through that part finally. Okay, this is another encounter that's pretty good, just because they have a pretty high expel chance. If they do stick around, they can hurt quite a bit, though. Their physical damage is pretty good, and since I'm putting all my effort into expelling them, I don't cast increase.
Now nothing can go wrong.
Ah! He said it with Spikers on the screen. Don't do that. Okay. Alright, we're out of this room.
I mean, it's true, nothing went wrong.
It is true, but you said nothing can go wrong. That was categorically false. Alright, so this room is a nice reprieve. There are no encounters in this room until after we flip the switch. So we can leave Poussin here spinning on his minecart for a while and go up here and grab the staff. Yeah, 0 encounters. Huh. At first I thought I was really lucky, then one day I just started walking around for like 5 minutes and didn't get any encounters.
Yeah, I never thought of it. Interesting.
Whoops. Now, you can get into a fight before talking to him, I believe. But once you flip the switch, I think is where it starts counting your threat. So this is Poussin. He has been on this minecart for 20 years. And that's not an exaggeration. He's actually been here since we started this game. Don't ask me what he ate. I don't know. Don't ask me why he didn't just jump out of the minecart. I also don't know that. But either way, he is now joining us temporarily while we finish our trip to Zenithia. Usually get an encounter right here. Ooh, that was a delayed one. Yeah, he says he's been here for 20 years. Like, that's a direct one. There's a lot of indirect time references in this game, but he straight up says it. Yeah, if there were random encounters in this room prior to flipping the switch, he never would have lasted that long.
I mean, he probably would have.
Fair.
Considering who he really is.
What I'm talking about. He's Dr. Agon. Right?
Right.
Man, I heard the disdain on your face. Oh, I hate that name too. Yeah. His name in this version is Poussin, which I think is much better than Dr. Agon. The whole orb thing? Nope. Orb is coming up pretty soon here, actually.
Yep. In fact, right now, we have reached Zenithian Castle, buried underwater, and we are going to find this little pot over here, which is supposed to have a gold orb.
That sounds familiar.
Is missing.
Where have we seen a gold orb before?
I don't know. Didn't that guy crush one, like, a few years ago?
Maybe? I don't know. Let me reflect back on this with some memory. I was doing hand motions, but you can't see it because I don't have my camera. Sure, that's how that joke works, Blunt Terrace. Gold paraball. Pow hammer. Oh, this place looks familiar.
Yeah, it's been a while since I've seen this place. Like 4 hours.
Yeah, if you round.
No? Like, actually, right about 4 hours.
And a few minutes. I didn't say how much you round.
Oh, I guess you did go to level 7, so.
Yeah. 20 years and 4 hours. There you go. Oh yeah, that's where we found a gold ore. What happened to that? So this is a scene that we actually skipped. But when you come back from El Kappa, you can actually encounter your future self there. Show him the gold orb, and he apparently gives it back. Just sold it. Well, after what happens to it right here, yeah, we should have. Oh, gold orb was destroyed. Guess we can't raise the castle anymore. We tried, guys. GG. Let's all go home.
Now going back to the current time of DQ RTA Marathon 2042.
Why did I go here? This is not where I needed to go. But that's okay. I'm going to do a menu here. This made me think that I need to be thinking about my daughter's inventory and such.
Orb of Transmutation. Oh no.
Alright.
So yeah, Error also picked up an item in Tarako Mine before talking to Poussin, which is the Blessed Staff. And kind of keeping in tradition with a lot of the SFC DQ games, or even just a lot of the early DQ games in general, item usage is like a huge part of the speedrun. Items are really overpowered in a lot of the early DQ games, or maybe you could argue that they're underpowered now. But the Blessed Staff will use Heal More, basically, when used as an item in combat, so that will now be a primary source of healing throughout the run.
Yep, between that and the Meteorite Armband, Daughter is going to be our primary healer for the foreseeable future. And by the way, that was an insanely long walk for this forest. But this is our first encounter, and we're already almost done. Oh, great.
Yes.
Daughter died.
Don't do what I do.
No, I'm not going to do what you do. I'm going to leave and come back alive. So in our race, Hactical talked to the invisible fairy there. Fairy ran away, and he's like, well, I wonder if I revive my daughter now if I can talk to the fairy. He can't, so he wasted a leaf here.
Yeah, and I said I'm going to leave, and then Error heard, oh yeah, do that, because he heard I'm going to leave. And it was a thing.
Yep.
But if you remember from Gen 1, only children are able to see the fairies. So it's the Forest of Illusion. It's kind of a maze-like area, and it kind of leads back into the Fairy Kingdom from Gen 1. And we don't know that because the daughter is not
dead.
Here right now.
Both of my kids are dead. I'm such a wonderful father. That's okay. We'll revive one of them. Yeah, well, you're going to see this particular location several times, because Ned's Inn is just so convenient with a church and an inn right next to each other.
Yep. And it's worth noting that depending on like who dies at various points, so from here on, there's a little side story trigger that Error can trigger, which is going to check in on that magic jar again from Gen 2. And during that scene, the hero at least automatically gets revived. I don't actually know if who else does or
Both
doesn't
kids.
get revived in that scene. Both kids. So you could have actually gone there right then if you wanted to.
The reason I don't is because that also revives the son, and I always forget to kill him off again after that, and I usually end up sitting through several levels. And that's a huge waste of time.
That is very fair. But it's worth noting that at any point, Error can trigger that side quest. It is best to leave it to later, but there are occasions where it can be useful to trigger early in order for the free revive to happen, or automatic revive to happen.
Alright, so this is the Forest of Illusion. I know you haven't seen it before, but it's a little bit of a maze.
The real enemy to watch out for here is the Eigerhorn. If you run into them, you should try to Aeolus shield them, but also, most importantly, use the Zenithian shield on the daughter because they use really strong magic and will destroy her.
This time around, we got amazing encounters. All three of those encounters were enemies that do nothing. The ogre heads, which were the white and yellow dudes, they basically just buff other characters, but if there's only ogre heads, it doesn't matter. You know, the buffs aren't gonna do anything. And then the jewel bags just do a lot of debuffs, basically, so that was pretty ideal. Aside from finding 8 metal slimes. I'm gonna do this while I'm thinking about it, because they shuffled my tactics.
Doesn't everybody just find 6 metal slimes there over and over again?
No, that's just you.
Oh. Okay. I find a lot of metal slimes in that forest for some reason. And
It's uncanny.
It's pretty slow to fight and kill metal slimes there, but the extra XP on the daughter is really nice.
It really is. It makes the upcoming tower so much safer if you can get her some levels early. So if you recognize this place, this is the Fairy Kingdom that we restored Spring to as a child back in Gen 1. So we went back up and talked to Palin, who, as thanks, gave us the Fairy Horn, which we will use to gain access to the Fairy Castle, where we can go speak to the Fairy Queen and request a replacement orb for the castle. Yep, we finally get to enjoy the spring. Now, if I go down here again, there's a chest with 1,500 gold in it, which is pretty handy, but I'm going to be picking up some armor that I can sell for like 6,000 gold. So, don't really need to go. I might want to pick that one up.
The chest is mostly nice if you're worried about being short for the shopping before the tower bubble to get the dragon killer and the spear, Raijin spear, for Sancho. And I don't know, Error's had a lot of extra money. He did take the death in Taraka mine, but I think that money-wise, things are still fine.
Yeah, I didn't sell the Staff of Punishment yet.
Oh, okay. I didn't realize you still had that.
Yeah, we are rolling in cash. Oh my gosh, I always forget how bright this screen is until I enter it. Nothing prepares you for it. And I usually hit it at about 8 o'clock p.m. Oops, it was up top.
So Error's going to use that fairy horn that he was just given in order to make the actual fairy castle appear here.
And by the way, the fairy castle looks like it's crying rainbows. You're not going to be able to unsee it after this. We sail right into its mouth.
Crying rainbows?
Yeah, the banner's coming down. If you don't like pay attention to the specific colors, it looks like eyes crying rainbows, and the gate is a mouth.
I don't know, I was looking for it and I still didn't see it.
Well, you're not very imaginative.
I guess I'm not.
Volcano saw it, so I'm justified in saying it.
So yeah, here in the fairy castle there are a couple of important items to pick up. There's a Staff of Thunder and a Princess Robe. Princess Robe is very good equipment for the daughter. This is what Error will be picking up now. Maybe. And then there is also this weird magical painting thing. I don't really know what the lore behind it is, but I hope you like 30-second bitrate destroying scenes.
Yep. Yeah, the lore behind it is that it will send you to where your heart truly wants to be. And apparently, the only thing we want is to go back in time and get the orb before it's destroyed. I feel like this is a major plot hole. We should be able to use this for several things. But there's only one use for it.
This actually brings us back to when we had to choose which girl we married and we have to choose the other one.
Yeah.
Why did I take Flora?
Now that I've got the money, I want to go back and marry Bianca. Yeah, you'd think you'd be able to reuse this painting, but even after getting the orb, you really want to go back to your childhood. Hey, look at that cute little kid. Seems familiar. Now here, it's very important to say yes. And you have to say yes twice. If you say no, your past self walks away, disappears, and you have to leave and come back through that transition screen. It is awful.
So, the story that's going on here is that the Fairy Queen gives you a shining orb, but says she does not know how to imbue it or enchant it in a way to make it the gold orb that Zenithian Tower needs. But she'll give you the orb and maybe you can figure it out. Then you come up here and you go back to this past scene, and it's the scene that we skipped as a child. It's the scene that we saw in the flashback where you talk to your older self, and what happens is, you know, the older version of the hero says, hey, can I see that orb for a second? It looks neat. And you give the hero the orb and he gives it back. But what actually happens is he swaps them. So the hero has the right now us present hero has taken the golden orb from the child and given him back the shimmering.
Fake orb.
The shining orb is what gets destroyed by Gemma, not the actual gold orb. And then we now have the gold orb in order to restore Zenithian Castle. Don't think too hard about it. Time travel, video games, paradoxes, arrow of time, whatever you want to think about, it's fine.
It works.
Doesn't matter.
The important thing is we have an orb that works now. Everything else is whatever. Alright, so now we're going to return back to Santa Rosa, because now there's a shop here. And it sells really good weapons.
And for some reason, coming here to the past gives us this return point in the present.
I'm okay
Again,
with it.
Don't really think about it.
It's a real time saver. Haha.
Ah.
See what I did there?
So Error's going to sell a bunch of extraneous items and equipment and things that he's picked up along the way. And his goal is 28,500 gold in order to buy a dragon killer for Pierre and a Raijin spear for Sancho. The dragon killer is a really strong sword that does extra damage to dragons. The Raijin spear is a really strong spear that can also do a lightning attack when used as an item. Which Error had plenty of money for.
Oh yeah. Tons and tons of cash. Oh, right. Hang on. You were holding those for daughter. I was like, where did my things go? There's my fighter hand. And then we go back to Zenithia to turn in the gold orb. Double check daughter's inventory. Make sure everything is where I want it to be. There we go. I have a very specific placement for the Zenithian Shield and the Staff of Benevolence, so that I don't have to think when I want to heal somebody. I just muscle memory it all the way and hope things are in the right place. When they're not, it gets fun. Sometimes you use a World Dew, sometimes you use a Fighter Hair.
Yeah, so I was saying earlier that item usage in combat, equipment as items in combat, is a very key part to the speedrun, and a key part to going fast in the speedrun, and it's very similar for DQ3 SSC as a comparison, is making sure that those items are exactly where you know they will be. So you want to do two things. One is you want to reduce your thought in menuing them, and two is you want to reduce your inputs in menuing them. So arranging things in a way that you can consistently and quickly menu various items is a big optimization to Gen 3 here.
Yeah. It's amazing how much time you save just by not having to locate items in your inventory.
Yeah.
Like, I didn't consistently start getting under 6 hours on my runs until I started getting very careful about where my items were.
And now we have an airship, which is a flying castle.
Better than a bed.
It's very true.
Sorry, DQ6 lovers. Although, I think even the DQ6 lovers aren't particularly fond of the bed.
Cupson, Ohio.
Yeah, so here we're just taking a nice leisurely flight. This is the most direct path to where we need to go, which is the Tower of Bobel. That's where we're going to run into Gons and Gemma. You'll recall that at the end of Gen 2, we killed Jami, who was one of the three involved in our father's death. We're going to take revenge on the other two here. In a very dangerous tower. This dungeon causes lots of problems.
First, there are a couple items to pick up before heading in here. There's a little mini demon who's going to, not a mini demon, there's a fairy. It's not a mini demon in this version.
Yeah, that's Dragon Warrior 4.
Yeah, I know. but it's the same room with the mini demon from DW4, and there's a world dew that you can pick up in the corner here. And there's also a little hidden room back here with a grappling hook.
Don't ask me why I gave her the herb. I meant to give her something else. But the important thing is that makes the grappling hook go into Sancho's inventory. While I'm thinking about it, though, grabbing those herbs. Kill me.
Mangetsuso.
So those herbs that we bought a long time ago, way before the volcano, were for this upcoming dungeon here, because the final boss of the dungeon has a paralysis breath, which can hit everybody. And Daughter has an item called the Staff of Storos, which is a unlimited use item where I can purge one party member of paralysis. However, if she gets paralyzed, then we need to use one of the full moon herbs from either Sancho or Pierre to free her up to act again. So I bring 2. It's pretty uncommon that she gets paralyzed twice, or even less so more than twice. So it's not really worth it to bring in more than 2, but now that I've said that, and with the way things have gone today, we'll probably see it happen. So, due to that, once we get down to the bottom of the tower here and open the front door, I am going to leave and do a safety save. Just because I've seen enough today.
And of course, that something includes Blizzard Hawks.
Blizzard Hawks. Well, as long as they're not casting Zaraki, I'm okay.
Yeah, so it's an option here to, the way I play this is I bring the hero in instead, which allows you to kind of cast. He gets some out-of-combat healing, and he can cast outside once you, there's a switch that Error will be walking down to open the front door. But the benefit to having Daughter out here is that if you get a reasonable fight, you can actually, like 3 Black Dragons, for example, you can take the fight and get her a little bit of experience, which you really want to do during this dungeon. And this just gives you more opportunity to get her some XP before the bosses.
Yeah, it's very risky, but since your only goal for the first trip through the tower is just to open the front door, it's not too big of a deal if she dies here. So it's a risk-reward thing. I haven't gotten this encounter in a long time. This is a very safe encounter. These guys don't do much at all.
Yeah, and we didn't talk about it, but Error in the Forest of Illusion also picked up the Fairy Sword, which is yet another item that can be used as an item in combat. Another weapon that can be used as an item in combat. And the Fairy Sword casts the upper spell on the user. So it increases their defense dramatically, and for the Daughter, it gives her a lot of extra tankiness, being able to reliably use that before the enemies act.
Yep. Yeah, combined with the high base defense of the Princess Robe, it makes her considerably more tanky than you would expect for a spellcaster.
And anybody who watched the DQ6 run the other day might notice a lot in common with some of the items. Just like there's a lot of overlap in terms of item usage and effects. Not always like one-to-one with the same item name, but just, oh, there's an item that gives you upper as the user, for example. Yeah, the gold golems here are very scary. They've got very strong magic, so it's critical that the Daughter uses stop spell, or not stop spell, the Zenithian shield for bounce.
The scary thing is they also have a lot of attack power, so sometimes you use the Z shield, and then they both physical her, and she just dies anyway.
That does, in fact, happen.
Oh.
Speaking of...
It's also worth 1,000 gold, so I'm gonna kill him. It gives me a little more wiggle room if I have some deaths in the tower, which is definitely possible. Might kill himself here. Ah, only 17. But Daughter killed him.
So yeah, it's really interesting. So, in this speedrun, Generation 1... Gen 1 has a fair amount of RNG with like money and XP and running away and stuff like that, but in general, Gen 1 is like really straightforward. You kind of see a lot, you reset a lot. Gen 2 has a lot of RNG to it that can kind of swing your time up or down, right? Like Metal Slimes and Pierre and the Volcano. Gen 3 is where, like, this is where the game happens, right? So if you want a good time and you want a consistent time, get good at Gen 3, because this is where your decision making, this is where knowing your backups and your safety and your money thresholds matter. This is where it kind of all comes together, and this tower is kind of an epitome of that, knowing, and like the mind before here and stuff like that, like knowing when to buff and run, when to fight,
Nice
you know,
walk.
how to most reliably, like what sort of MP recovery you can use, how many leaves you can use. There are so many options in this tower, and it's pretty brutal that there's a lot of risk reward decisions to make, and there's a lot of like, what kind of time are you going for?
Bomb Crag makes this one an interesting decision. I'll fight it. So these black dragons are actually like the best encounter, because even if you fight 3 of them, you're usually going to come out of the fight at full HP, and killing 3 of them is basically equivalent to killing a metal slime. So, surprisingly, these black dragons are like the least threatening thing in here to me.
Does the Megazaru rock not use Megazaru?
I've never had it happen, so we'll find out though, won't we? Oh hey! That's fine. It sure does. You know what, I did this intentionally for science, because I want to see if I get double experience out of this. It's certainly been one of those days.
It's really funny.
I appreciate that moment. Nope, no double experience. Good to know. But that extra level on Donner is going to make the Gons fight much better. And by the way, this didn't get mentioned because Hack was going over some very useful information. I had some very good walks in here. That's the first encounter on the basement trip, which is insane. That might be the only fight we have before Gons. Yep.
Looks that way. So
Amazing.
Gons is a super easy fight. You buff up with Fighter Hair, you use the Fairy Sword, and you just kind of heal. He does single target physical attacks. He's got 1700 HP, and he's super free.
My brain shut off. I was like, it's like, who's getting this Fighter Hair? Obviously it's Pierre.
Hey look, it's Pierre.
It's indeed Pierre.
And he's standing in front of a chest that has the left dragon eye.
That sounds useful.
I mean, dragon eye sounds pretty cool. Maybe useful, maybe valuable, but definitely cool.
So, by the way, if you notice how quickly the action selection is going in this fight, that's the benefit to me knowing exactly where that staff is, and having my muscle memory completely designed around where that item is. I don't have to think about it. It would be bad if I timed a button press wrong, but my muscle memory is pretty consistent at this point, so that actually saves a lot of time over multiple rounds of combat. An easy fight.
This was something that Error and I went over a few times, was just like kind of talking about Gen 3 item manipulation, inventory manipulation. Because we both did it differently, and there's, you know, I don't want to say always a perfect way of doing it, but like...
My way was bad.
kind of add up. I mean, yeah, I wasn't trying to say that, but...
Oh, I'll admit it.
Oh.
I'm still fairly new to speedrunning overall, so I will admit that I learned a lot of... I learned things very inefficiently at first, so a lot of my time has been spent overwriting bad muscle memory. This is a terrible encounter, by the way.
These metal dragons are very strong.
It's fine.
Yeah, it's very easy. It's really tough when learning a DQ game, because there's always kind of like a line between, you know, how much practice do you put into things? Like knowing what to learn and like learning things quickly versus learning things the quote unquote right way or whatever. Like there's always give and take, and there's no matter how many DQ games you play, no matter how much practice you do, you're always going to be doing some of that. You're always going to be realizing that you didn't know why you did something a certain way, or that something was as important as it is. And inventory layout is just kind of one of those things that is very easy to overlook.
Yeah, when I started, I was so focused on remembering what order to do things in that everything else kind of slipped a little bit, and I later realized just how important it is to understand why I'm doing things when I do, and how to make sure that I know exactly where everything is. Because while it doesn't seem like it takes much time to double-check where in your inventory something is during a fight, it adds up fast over the course of a run.
Yeah, it's kind of funny because it's something that definitely varies a lot based on which game you're playing. Some DQ games, like if you're playing DW4, your inventory is never going to be 100% consistent. So it's like, it's all about having a general idea of where things will be and what to do, and working around that quickly. And then there are other games like DQ3 where you want things to be as exact as possible every single time. And like both are valuable skills in DQ RTA.
She got outsped by the gold golem. It makes this a little scary. Alright, we're good now.
Whew.
This is fine.
Alright, so coming up here is the Gemma fight, which I will explain so Error can concentrate a little bit on the initial setup. So Gemma has 4,500 HP and has a few different actions. He can use an intense flame attack, he can use a burning paralysis breath, his blaze most, which is a very strong single target magical effect, and he has a physical attack. And he can use the bounce ability to reflect magic. So the general idea is that it's important to get up the fairy sword for extra defense on the daughter. It's also very important. Good. Bounce on turn 1 is so great. It's very important for the daughter to get both the fairy sword up and the Zenithian shield for bounce, because Blazemos can do up to 128 damage. It can one-shot the daughter if she doesn't have the Zenithian shield up, and so it's very critical to have that up. The daughter is going to be primarily healing with the staff, so it's kind of another get fighter hair up on Sancho and Pierre. They attack. The daughter uses the staff. Occasionally Pierre might need to chip in with some heal more because these breath attacks will go through the bounce from the Zenithian shield, so sometimes it's useful to have multiple characters heal just to make sure that you're keeping on top of that.
This is fine.
We're playing it a little bit risky. Typically, I heal daughter if she takes any damage at all. But if you know the exact damage numbers, then you can play things a little bit looser. And yeah, so this fight goes pretty smoothly as long as paralysis breath doesn't come out and paralyze multiple characters. So if the daughter gets paralyzed, that's when Error will use the Mangetsu So, the full moon herb that he transferred one to Sancho and one to Pierre earlier. I think maybe he puts 2 on one character. I don't know.
I think I put them on them both, but I may have still left it on daughter now that I think about it. Somebody's got one.
Yeah. So, and then if Sancho or Pierre get paralyzed, like right now Pierre is paralyzed, Error is using daughter's anti-magic staff to unparalyze Pierre, who immediately gets reparalyzed.
That's amazing. By the way, this fight always has my heart rate, like, through the roof. I've had one time where he paralyzed all 3 party members on one turn, and It was just like hitting a brick wall. It's just like, wait a minute, what? Like
This
everything
fight
was
is-
going on right.
It's almost always fine, but exactly what Error said. It's one of those fights where, like, as soon as you have it go poorly once, it's in your head.
Yep.
Error also being a little bit, I guess maybe not. I was gonna say a little bit greedy on some of the damage healing values.
It's fine. Nobody's in lethal range.
Well, when Pierre had 20 HP and used the staff, that was still probably in.
Okay, that may have been a mistake, but we're fine.
Yeah. Daughter was paralyzed there, and Gemma's was down.
Didn't even need the herb.
Easy peasy.
Yeah, that was a pretty good Gemma fight. Only 3 paralysis, and the last one didn't matter because he died before the herb went off. So.
Yep. And then this will reward him with the right dragon eye.
Although daughter is still paralyzed, so I have to get rid of that before I can cast outside here. Which
Yeah.
I can walk it off, but I've got to restore it.
And unfortunately, this game is very rude in that this dungeon and the Great Temple have random encounters on the boss floor. Like, the boss does not get rid of encounters, and you can get encounters like
Right
on
here.
the step for the boss or anywhere. It's very rude, but
So now here I cast outside before using Monton, because now, since Hero's in the back of the party, we're using his MP instead of Pierre's. So, because we need to go back in for one more trip in the tower. So using Hero's MP instead of Pierre's gives us a little more longevity. But you'll also notice now, with all those levels, Daughter's got a lot more HP, so this trip is generally less dangerous. Things can still go wrong, but it's usually alright from here.
so I was picking up this chest here with a devil armor. The devil armor doesn't get used. It's just kind of like backup safety money. It's not really necessarily part of the route, but something that I started picking up and Error liked as a safety idea.
Yeah, it's like 2 seconds out of the way, and if you ever need 6,000 gold, why not?
Yeah. It does sometimes, like in this case, it probably got an extra encounter because of picking it up. So,
Yeah.
you know, it's one of those weird things where, like, yeah, it's like 3 steps, but sometimes at 3 steps, like, does give you a pretty significant encounter increase.
Yep.
But at this point, like, Daughter has enough levels, we're through the bosses, like, the dungeon isn't really scary anymore. It's more of a, how much time will it lose you than are you going to die?
Yeah.
You thought it was a mimic? Maybe it is in the remake.
That would be funny. Oh, well this one, unfortunately, I still need to fight, because these guys are terrifyingly dangerous if you fail to run even once. So, this is one I will fight, because since I'm fighting, I can keep healing mid. Or not. Or Pierre can die before. The chances of Daughter getting outsped right there, after all those levels, is not good. So, that Golden got very lucky.
Let's see if I have up the stats for monster agility, or monster stats in general. Mon-param.
Probably should have taken that opportunity to heal Sancho up, but oh well.
Gold Golem, where are you?
So here I've put both eyes into the statue, and you see the mouth opens. So now I get to go up the tower one more time to get the... You know, I'm actually going to step outside. I'm going to replace Pierre with Hero and then come back in. And I'm going to go up one more time, then cross the bridge that his tongue created. That is a sentence I just said. And we're going to loot the Dragon Orb and the Dragon Staff.
Yeah, so Golden Golem has 125 agility. And for a comparison, Daughter normally ends the game with the Midrai Armband in like around 140 agility. Mid 130s, high 130s. There's some variability there.
She starts with 60, so when you first equip the armband on her, she goes up to 120.
Yep. And the Gold Golems have 125. So...
Yeah, so after a couple of levels, she's favored to go first, but because of the way the calculation works, it's still not guaranteed.
Yeah.
Not this again. Just one of them, I'll run. Plus, that's most likely the last encounter. Yeah, we're good now.
Yeah, so we're coming into this dungeon for the two items, the Dragon Orb and the Dragon Staff. And there are no encounters on these bottom floors, at least as far as I know.
Yeah, no encounters.
This is the Dragon Orb.
It took me longer than I'd like to admit to realize that these damage tiles are in the shape of a dragon head. It may have been a few months.
I don't know if I ever noticed that.
Oh good, I feel better now.
And there's the Dragon Staff.
I'm actually going to go to Ned's End first here. Revive Pierre while I'm thinking about it. So, coming up, there's... basically, we're doing back-to-back dungeons. So, we're going to the Great Temple after this, which starts off with a boss fight. Given the way the run has gone so far, and for just general marathon safety, my plan is to beat the boss that begins the dungeon, and then leave and do a safety save. So, I want to make sure I get all of this taken care of now, before we head over there. Because normally I would save here if I was going to save it all, and then if I die inside the temple, I would just refight the boss at the beginning, but not looking to do that fight more than once today. And now we are back here with the Golden Orb, and these Zenithians are like, who the heck is Poussin? We don't know this guy.
You mean the Dragon Orb?
What did I say?
You said Golden Orb.
Oh, yeah, Dragon Orb, that thing.
That was earlier.
And it turns out Poussin is the Master Dragon.
Dun dun dun!
And suddenly they all know who he is. And he's going to give us the Heavenly Bell, which we can use to call him to be another airship. This one's better.
Conveniently, the entire dragon just fits on the throne.
Yeah. At first I thought the king was just really overweight. Nope, he's a dragon. Who could have known that Dr. Dragon is a dragon?
Literally everybody. And yeah, so he gives you this bell that we can use, the Sky Bell, to ride on him, and he will carry us around the world. It's the better airship than the castle. And this brings us to the Great Temple. And if you remember from Generation 2, when we were enslaved as help for building the Great Temple to Eiffel. And this is the completed temple here. And we'll see like a little homage to the slavery area shortly. But for now, we're going to walk into the temple, and there's going to be a bunch of people here. And we try to leave, and these dragon warriors stop us. So a little bit of AoE magic with the Raijin Spear and some offensive magic from the daughter, and the dragon staff from the hero will quickly take out these dragons. The dragon staff basically uses bee dragon when used as an item, so you start breathing flame breath, but you lose control of your character. The dragon staff is also like a reasonably strong weapon as like a physical attacking weapon.
Yeah, it's actually the hero's strongest weapon aside from the Metal King sword.
Yep. And then coming up here to the top of the temple, we see the statue of Flora, our wife. Here she is, after all these years. And there's also this priestess who's actually Gigantes Ramada. So Ramada has 2,000 HP, has an attack, has Blizzard, Macchiato, and has a Flame Breath. And the idea is to use the Zenithian Shield, and if able to, the Fairy Sword, and generally to kind of buff up defense, fighter hair, and attack. And if Ramada decides to use mostly physical attacks, or even Macchiato, which is reflected, things are usually reasonable. If he spams breath attack, then things get kind of scary. Even Macchiato is like a little bit scary, but at least you reflect that on one character. It's not usually.
I forgot to use the fighter hair on hero in turn 2.
Oh.
We're good now. Setup is done, except I would like to find an opportunity to use the fairy sword, which actually this turn did it, because of the physical on Sancho. And then I'll just have hero heal Sancho on this turn. So now we got the full setup and it's pretty safe.
Yeah, it's not usually a scary fight unless you really get the AoE spam.
Yeah, if he just does that over and over again, it's very difficult to win this fight.
Yeah. Also worth noting that you can, in this game, get critical hits even when you have by kill active.
It doesn't get the full benefit of by kill. Like you'll notice on the final boss, by kill attacks against the boss with Rukanon up will hit just slightly less than a critical hit. It's still an increase, but it's not like an amazing thing at that point.
Yeah. I don't know the exact damage numbers or formulas or anything like that, but
nor do I. Yeah, so right here, if you if you haven't killed off your son or you had him revived by going to talk to Ludman, he will gain like 10 levels there. And I don't know if you've noticed, but these levels take a while. So this is one of the reasons why I put that jar off for so long. I'll make sure I don't forget it here. So here I'm gonna step out and do a safety save so we don't have to redo that boss if things go wrong in here. And believe me, things will go wrong in this temple. It is exceptionally dangerous. Like, everything up to this point has been a cakewalk compared to what we are about to go through in the temple.
yeah, so there are a bunch of different enemies that show up in the Great Temple. You have more dragon warriors, you have metal dragons and black dragons again. You have evil spirits, which usually will just kind of confuse your tactics, but can also do an AoE by kill on everybody ability. I think some springers show up here on the lower floors.
Oops.
You get the snake hand, dark shaman guys. There are a lot of different enemies, and you kind of have to know, like, when should you just run? When should you try to buff your defense and run? When do you need to use the Zenithian shield in order to bounce to save the daughter? You kind of run through the dungeon with Sancho, daughter, and Hero. Hero is kind of there to just heal and kind of soak hits. You expect Hero to die in this dungeon. It doesn't really matter. You can either put Hero in the middle or at the back, depending on whether you want him to live longer for healing or whether you want him to be more protective of the daughter.
I like him in the middle.
Yeah, I put him in the back. Runner preference, yay. Um, and we'll notice going down these stairs that this place looks familiar.
A little bit. Been here. Yeah, so these guys, for the longest time, I thought they just didn't do anything, because one of the things they do, which is that really loud flashing right there, is it actually purges buffs and debuffs. So the sleep that they use, their buy kills that they cast on themselves, all go away every time they do that. And for the longest time, I was just lucky enough that they were always purging their buy kills, so I always just assumed that they were completely safe. And then one day I came in here and, you know, I got one of those encounters and I'm talking to chat and I'm just like, oh, so this fight doesn't matter. These guys are nothing. Instantly they wiped my whole party in one round. And I was like, okay, that fight matters.
This is also a dungeon where I personally like to manually heal on the hero in order to kind of manage MP.
Yeah, with the expectation that hero's gonna die, I will be prioritizing using the hero's MP as long as he's not dead yet. Okay, doesn't matter.
He's dead.
Because if I use Monton, because of the healing AI, it's gonna use Pierre's MP before it uses hero's since he's further back in the party. So, fortunately, I still have both prayer rings and I've got several elfin elixirs. So we shouldn't have an MP problem here. If we do, we survived an insane number of encounters that went poorly. So this is the part of the game where I expect to use my World Tree Leaves. My goal is just to at least get one of these two, either Sancho or Daughter, to the end. At that point, I can use a leaf to revive the other. There's a strategy where you can do this with just Daughter and Sancho or just Daughter and Pierre. A bit slower for the boss. It's definitely better to have both Sancho and Pierre attacking. But it is doable with one or the other. But with two leaves, I've got a pretty good chance of getting through. Why did I say that? I shouldn't have said that, but oh well. This is the world we live in now. I've made my choices. Bye, Sancho. I love you. Alright. Alright, don't kill Daughter. Don't punish me. I apologize for my hubris. So, I'll go ahead and use one of the World Tree Leaves here. Oh, her inventory's full. Why did I move it off Pierre like Pierre was dead? My brain is not operating at full capacity at the moment, apparently. Okay. Alright, that's one prayer ring gone. That's okay.
The ring crumbles to dust.
Yeah, I expect to lose both of the prayer rings by the end of Gemma's tower. So the fact that they were here means we're totally fine. They are bonus MP recovery at this point. From here on out, I expect to use elfin elixirs if I really need it. Hey, preemptive, I like it.
In DS, you see one encounter the entire time, if only.
That would be amazing. Never had that happen in this version.
Akuma Shinkan.
We will see these again. Alright, so I would...
Go ahead.
I would really like to save my last World Tree Leaf for the end game, just in case. But if I have to use it in this temple, I will. It's not that important at the very end. The final dungeon is a return point, so I can do a save to save before, and then if things go terribly wrong, I can just redo it. It's not that bad. Alright, so here, this actually took me a little while to sort out, but since I moved that shield off of Daughter, it actually moves her, it moves her staff forward. So now I equip her Staff of Storos, and then go back to the Fairy Sword, which puts the Staff of Storos where the shield was.
That's an interesting way of doing it.
Yeah, so now my staff is where I expect it to be.
It's not at all how I set that up, but like a really neat way of doing it. Yeah, I like that.
I was very proud of myself when I sorted that one out. Oh, there's the bike hill. And, wow. Okay. Sometimes you just lose right there. Okay, well, I'm going to redo that. I'm going to load the save so that we don't lose the gold.
Yeah, this is what I was talking about earlier, where on Gemma's floor, where the floor of the boss has scary random enemies. It's really frustrating to like see the boss of the dungeon. You're 3 steps away or something, and suddenly it's a random encounter and it just wipes you.
Yeah, I also get a leaf and a ring back. Excellent point. Yeah, the timing of that death is terrible, but it is what it is. Yeah, it is out to get me today. It's been quite some time since I've been given these scenarios. It's been very cooperative for the past several runs. But it likes to remind you occasionally that it can still assert its dominance at any time.
And yeah, what Cowie said, like, I don't know, if this game had DQ9 style encounters, it would be like DQ7 3DS, you know? Lots of dungeons that weren't designed for it with straight hallways with unavoidable enemies in the middle.
Terrible. So right there I did Monton because in my mind Hero was already dead. And then we get ambushed by Springers.
Bring up.
So this is an encounter that I go back and forth on, and I still have not decided what the best way to do. I think just running from them is best, because they do have the ability to cast Rukanon and lower our defense. So if I have Sancho cast Increase and then Daughter use Fairy Sword, there's still a chance that we just get a double Rukanon and they kill somebody anyway. But
yeah, run is my preferred, especially here. If you run into the Medieval Mountain, I'm like a little bit more iffy on it there. But here it's just like, especially if you've done the safety save, just run.
yeah.
Run and hope.
Scream and pray. It's gotten me this far.
Then,
You saying then run some more?
I said then scream some more.
Oh, yeah. And scream while they're tearing your corpse apart. Although, no, I guess you can't scream if you're already a corpse, so never mind. I don't think about these things before I say them.
You can scream as a corpse, it's fine.
Okay.
I'll allow it.
I appreciate that. This is going to change things greatly for me.
So yeah, leading up to the end of this dungeon, assuming that we're going to make it through this time, the boss of this dungeon is super fun. So the boss of this dungeon is Ivan, who has 4,500 HP. And he's on a fixed pattern. He has an Ice Breath attack. He casts Bounce. He attacks, which is a critical attack, which the way some of the boss critical attacks in this game work is like it's a direct multiple of their base attack. I don't know what it is, 15 times or something like that.
Yeah.
Anyway, for Ival, it will do a fixed 95 damage on his critical attack. Then he will defend. Then he'll use Ionizune, explode it, and then he'll use Freezing Waves to remove all buffs. So the strategy is going to be to buff Sancho, buff Pierre, do some healing. On turn 4 when he's defending, Sancho will use the Zenithian Shield to reflect the exploded damage. Pierre can kind of catch up on healing if needed. The idea on turn 4 is for Pierre to use the Zenithian Shield to remove his bounce. Everything's fine.
It's fine. I'm not panicking. Are you panicking?
So the important turn is turn 4, because like otherwise it's kind of a routine where you just kind of like attack and buy kill and heal. Turn 4 is Z shield, heal, Z sword. If you miss the Z sword, it just means that he will skip the bounce attacks. If he has bounce up, he will not use it again. And the other thing that's important to note is that during turn 6, the freezing wave turn, this is goes back to what I was talking about earlier with the turn order and the turn order glitch, where if you have Sancho and then a corpse and then somebody else, Sancho will be guaranteed to go first because of the way that the middle turn inherits the speed from the first person, and on a tie, it kind of interrupts the calculation. Error's got to be careful here to reorder on turn 1, otherwise, this is
actually how we learned it.
This is the specific thing that came up was Error didn't reorder there, and Sancho went first on turn 1 before the buy kill went off. And so, yeah, on turn 6, you want to have Sancho corpse.
Whoops.
Or no, Sancho daughter corpse, I think.
Yep, saw that coming. I accidentally healed Pierre instead of daughter. It's okay. We'll just, we'll pray. We'll be fine.
Okay. Yeah, you're fine.
We're good. I just have to delay my first cycle a little bit. We're good, though. We're fine. Everything's fine here. Situation normal.
So anyway, what this does is it allows Sancho to guarantee to go before the freezing waves happens, before he loses his buy kill. You can opt to leave Pierre out because it's a freezing wave turn. This is a little
I'm gonna use my do.
Okay. So yeah, on that turn there were 2 characters that were underneath 95 HP, which is the amount that he does with his critical attack. But Error had it planned out. You can get another world do by just going back to the same spot in Zenithian Tower, so...
Yeah, I rarely ever remember to use it anyway, so it's not a big deal. Yeah, basically that whole thing went sideways because I accidentally hit... Oh, lost track of the turn there. I accidentally hit up instead of down on the heal.
I'm just gonna be quiet and let
let me be solely responsible for my own downfall.
He is scaring me.
It happens.
Mm-hmm.
It's okay now. I'm good.
Mm-hmm.
He doesn't believe me. This guy.
I don't.
Yeah, see?
Yeah, so this...
Jumping the gun there a little bit. I'm gonna shut up now.
This fight is really fun when you kind of get it down and you get into, like, the exact rhythm of what to do, because there is, like, pretty much always an exact, definite, this is what you need to do on this turn. But there is not, like, a runner preference on how to fight this guy. The only exception to that is 2 things. One is this turn, like right now, where you have multiple characters underneath 95, and you might want to do multiple heals. And then there are the ability to, like, when you want to use a do, or if you want to use a do, which usually is used as, like, a way to accelerate the fight to save, like having to use 2 heals at once. That's really the only possible runner preference. So normally this fight gets into, like, a really smooth rhythm where you're just, like, you know, attack, buy kill, attack, you know, attack, heal, buy kill, you know, not that, but, like,
that's a rough approximation.
you get into, like, an exact rhythm of, like, what you're doing on each turn, and you're just kind of, like, muscle memorying through a set of 6 actions.
And sometimes you decide to try to talk during a marathon and explain what's going on, and you confuse yourself, and you almost blow the fight.
Yeah, It turns out that talking while playing these games is very much an acquired skill.
Yep. I think every time I've talked during this fight on stream, I've blown it in some fashion. So, I think next time I'll stay a little quiet during this fight. All right, so right here, all the random encounters are gone. Thank you, everything that is good about the world. But we have characters that are going to be leaving the party. Namely Sancho and the kids. So I need to make sure that anything I want to not have sent to the bank is off of them. Let's see. We'll keep those. We're good. Alright. The most important thing is to remember the meteorite armband onto Pierre for the next fight, as well as 2 fighter hairs. You want to move the Z shield off of Sancho and the Staff of Benevolence off of Daughter. And the next fight is actually the next time we're going to see how we use the turn order with the 0 agility tie that we discussed earlier to our advantage to make sure that we never have to worry about being outsped by a boss.
Huh?
You didn't notice that? you didn't notice that Sancho always outspeeds Bjorn?
Oh.
So it compares
Yeah.
Sancho to Pierre, and then it stops all calculations because Sancho and the corpse tie in slot 3. And then it compares Pierre to Bjorn. Pierre outspeeds Bjorn every time because of the sheer numbers. And then, so it always goes Pierre, Sancho, Bjorn.
I've noticed that, but I don't think I've ever really consciously thought of it as being impactful to the fight because Sancho's just attacking.
Fair.
So I think that's all it is. I think I realized it when we were talking about the agility glitch, and then just thought, oh, who cares?
Yeah,
and then
it's one of those things where it doesn't really change how we're gonna do the fight, but it does explain how Sancho at 0 agility is still outspeeding the boss.
Yeah. And then when leaving here, we get some dialogue from Martha.
I'm gonna double check these because I don't trust me today.
I don't know what it says, but we get some dialogue from her.
She tells us not to go looking for her in the demon world and that she's gonna hold Miradros back on her own. And we should go live our lives and be happy.
So, Martha is the hero's mother. I don't know if or when it tells you that, but yeah. Mom says, hey, just go have fun with your wife.
And we, as a constantly disobedient child, are going to do exactly what she told us not to do. We're going to go to the demon world.
Yeah, we're still a rebellious teenager in spirit.
Yep.
Because we were stoned for too many years, so.
We got stoned for 8 years. Our wife was stoned for 10 years, though, so we're not as bad as she is. So, at this point, Sancho and the children and Flora have all been sent into the tavern. So we are going to swing by here. We're going to pick up just Sancho and Daughter. Son and Flora are going to go ahead and enjoy the peaceful world that we've saved on this side while we go to the demon world. You can bring them. Flora has some healing. Son, if he gains a couple levels, has some decent healing. But you have to remember to kill them off to save time. Otherwise, you're going to sit through a whole bunch of levels. And who wants to do that? I'm going to forget. Guaranteed. Oh, I already equipped it. See, I even forgot that I equipped the meteor airband. So we got a couple of story things to do here. This can be done at any point during Gen 3. But we go visit Ludman. He asks us to check the jar again. This time it's red. And that means that the evil contained within it has been unleashed. And that's going to unlock the next boss fight, which also gives us the final key.
Chat is reminding you to pick up another do if you choose to do so.
Sure. We'll do that for safety, why not? We'll do it after this fight, though. If I remember. That's like 3 whole minutes from now. I usually don't. All of my practice with the final dungeon is without the world do, but it's definitely a good safety to have.
Yeah,
I practice it assuming I don't have it.
The world do honestly isn't usually too useful in the final boss. It's more of like you might be able to accelerate one turn by using it or something, but it's not usually like a makes the difference between winning or losing item.
Yeah. That's where my heart stops, as I hope I remembered to move the magic key off of somebody that went to the bank. I did, so we're good. There was one time I got here and the magic key was in the bank and I had to leave and go pick it up.
So yeah, so the idea behind this next fight is it's Bjorn, and you generally trade over the fairy sword to one of the characters like Sancho. Bjorn has a couple of attacks. He's got like a flame breath. He's got a, I don't know, I think it's like a lightning attack, and he's got a physical attack. So you use the fairy sword. You bring the hero with you to cast upper on the person who doesn't have the fairy sword to buff up their defense. And then hero kind of just like heals or does whatever until he dies off. The hero is just kind of there for the first turn defense buff. If hero dies before getting that upper off, things can be a little bit shaky, but generally you end up with Sancho and Pierre with upper on, and they're just attacking. They buff themselves up with fighter hair and then attack, and Pierre will heal as needed when characters get under like 100 HP or so. If both characters are kind of close, you might heal a little bit early to prevent the case of an AoE dropping them both to damaging range, but once the setup is done here, yeah, upper on Pierre, no problem. Fighter hair. Hero's doing a little bit of healing. Bjorn is casting upper, so when Bjorn uses upper, he'll need to use the Zenithian sword to remove it.
And hero's dead. That's fine though. We expect him to die here. We don't need him to gain any more levels. He will gain 1 or 2 more on the Hellbadler fight right before the final boss. But Hero's job is basically done for this run.
And it's worth noting, so what Error was talking about with like pulling characters out of the friend bank and stuff. I personally, as like a safety, I like to bring Flora with me out of the friend bank because Flora gets easy access to heal more. She's another person to sponge up damage in the Dark World. And you actually don't get the wagon for the Bjorn fight, so characters won't get level ups from this fight. You will need to remember to kill them off later, like Error was saying. But if you want to bring anybody with you, this fight is safe to leave them alive for.
Don't mind me. I just healed the corpse.
Being a little bit cautious to make sure that, yeah. Make sure the healing corpse doesn't come back too.
And this boss has 4,500 HP, which I notice is a bit of a trend here. They love giving bosses 4,500 HP in this game.
They sure do. Ivel, Gemma, Bjorn.
Mirrodross Phase 2 is 35? No, come on.
No, and Mirror just 2. Yeah, 45. Error.
I do make errors, that is for sure.
Error smug.
Ah yes, my friend Bagu. Yeah, so that fight, as long as you're not stupid, is pretty free. And that chest gave us the final key, which is going to open the door to the demon world. Well, it's going to open the door to the demon world.
What's the healing threshold in that fight? I don't know.
Probably like 70 on Sancho or like 60 on Pierre. I do it around, like usually under 100, depending on how risky I'm feeling.
100-ish is usually mine also. It's tough because like it depends on if only one person is low or if 2 people are low. Because if two people are kind of in questionable range, where like an AoE could bring them both into heal range, you kind of have to play it by ear a little bit. But
yeah,
it's like 100-ish.
it's not a tight fight with MP generally, unless you do what I did and accidentally heal a corpse. And even with that, I had plenty, so it's not so bad.
Wow, Error's using spell on this fight.
Yeah.
I'm proud.
I was bound to do it someday. It's actually the first time I've ever used Expel on that fight.
No, that's why I commented on it.
Every time I run from that fight, I hear your voice, like, chastising me. And so I'm like, fine, I'll do it.
I don't actually know what's better, but...
It's pretty even, I guess. I don't know. Is anything in this world ever really better?
No. That's why we're going to the Dark World.
Everything's better in the Dark World. Oh man, I got 3 herbs on my bag. So there, the Ring of Flame, the Ring of Water, and the Life Ring that we picked up after beating Ivol were used to open this portal to the Dark World. We can go back and get them back, but meh.
Yeah, so entering in the Dark World here, there's a long monologue by Martha, who's watching over us. And even though we came here after she told us not to, she's going to give us this Sage's Stone to help out Kenja Noishi. And the Sage's Stone, when used as an item in combat, will heal everybody. And this makes Sancho our healer, because Sancho always goes last. And so enemies attack, and Sancho goes last and heals everybody up with the Sage's Stone. There's also a lot of other trading stuff around. You trade around the fairy sword back to somebody who wants it, the meteorite armband. Remember that, like, Sancho and the kids went to the friend bank, and we had to pull them all back out. So they lost all their stuff, and this is kind of the segment where you can give them their stuff back. You can wait a little bit to give it back, like prior to Evil Mountain, if you want to. There's a little bit of optional order of doing things, but it's very important that things go on who they need to. The Blessed Staff is super important. The Meteorite Armband, Z Shield, Fairy Sword, Z Sword,
and the
all
order
that stuff
that they go onto characters is important, at least for Daughter.
Yeah, for like menuing purposes. Mm-hmm. And correct, the Sage's Stone is reusable, as it is in all of the early DQ games.
Blizzard Hawks. They're still here.
Ooh.
Okay, no MP used getting to Johanna. That's amazing. I also still have a prayer ring, so I'm not going to go get the Elfin Elixir over there. There's an Elfin Elixir in the inn, but since I don't need to rest and I have a plethora of MP recovery items right now, I'm just going to save myself the trouble and not do it. So here I'm getting the Blizzard Sword for Pierre. That's going to be his final weapon. Normally here, if things go as expected, I end up selling the hero's Dragon Mail in order to afford that. But we're great. Everything looks fine. Everybody is fully restored from that cutscene? No. Okay. I will use the in here. I can never remember which cutscenes fully restore and which don't. So, I'm going to top off here. We're going to do another safety save. We'll have one more safety save after this. But the walk to Evil Mountain is extremely dangerous.
Yeah, the random encounters here in the Dark World overworld are very scary. There are a couple of cases where you can play things a little bit safer. Like 3X Great Drac, for example, is one that, like, I've got a very specific strategy with using the fairy sword and defending and stuff like that to run from, preemptively heal-alling. You can also just run from it.
That's what I
kind of depends on how when you want to be safe. Like, do you want to be safe on the fight itself, or do you just want to get to Evil Mountain and then leave and revive? Evil Mountain is a return point. So as long as you make it to Evil Mountain, the entrance of Evil Mountain, you're good. You can recover from anybody who's dead. Yeah, this fight here.
Or you just first try run from everything. That's plan A. Oh boy. No problem. First try run.
It's fine.
Everything's fine. You thought Blizzard Hawks were bad. Check out their rainbow cousins. Preemptive, oh my goodness. The chances at a hat, yeah.
Terrifying, but free.
Very free. First try run everything. No worries. Alright. So, if this were a PB attempt, I would just charge in and go for the boss, but I'm thinking one more safety save here because many, many things can go wrong here. But this will be the last safety save. Well, maybe. I guess. If things go wrong after I loot the stuff in Evil Mountain, it might be worthwhile to do one more, so that I don't have to go out of the way to get those items again. But most likely this is our last safety save. And here we are in Evil Mountain, the final dungeon of the game. Where nothing ever goes wrong. So, here we bring Sancho out by himself. These ground spikes only deal like 1 damage per step, so it's not that big of a deal. There's a lot of ways that you can deal with the encounters in here. My rule of thumb is that if the majority of enemies are single target, like in this case, 2 out of the 3 are single target, the Bazuzu on the left will cast AoE Ice Magic. Then I'll put out Sancho and Pierre to try to spread out the single target damage a bit and increase the chances that, you know, nobody dies. If we end up a group of like 3 Bazuzus where they're just going to be spamming ErrorOfRuto, then, you know, it's just going to be Sancho or just Pierre. Oh look, Springers.
Your favorite.
Yeah. Everything's fine. Things always. Evil's a suggestion.
Nothing can possibly go wrong in Generation 4.
Yeah. Oh, they're back. Yeah. Needless to say, the trash in here is even more dangerous than the trash in the Great Temple. From time to time, this is just like the easiest thing ever and nothing ever goes wrong. And then sometimes you get what happened to Hactical during our race, and this place will just wall you. Like, he died so many times coming through here, it was ridiculous.
Yeah, it was pretty rude.
And there was nothing he could have done to really improve his circumstances. It was just RNG.
And then I flubbed the final boss at the end anyway, and it didn't matter. But, yeah, this place is... Yeah, like Era said, it's normally fine. One thing to note is that okay, first let me talk about this fight. So there's 2 Dark Shaman, and you use Expel, and they go away. That's this fight. So way back in the Demon Tower...
Or you cast Increase first, because you're an idiot.
Yep, you could do that too. Way back in the Demon Tower, the big room where Era did the 2... glitches, I guess you could say, to walk over the spikes. The chest that was in that room was the Bracer of Sacrifice, and what that does is when the character who has it equipped dies, they use the Sacrifice ability, which anybody who's vulnerable to it will instantly kill them. So there are some encounters. Also, the wagon is like kind of hanging off the end of the cliff there, but it's fine. Don't worry about it.
Everything's fine.
Anybody who's vulnerable to Sacrifice will just instantly die, and you don't get experience or anything from it, but if you run into some of the really scary encounters, like big groups of I don't know even what they're called, like the little gremlin kind of guys, they've got like an Envenom attack that does pretty high damage per turn. There are a couple other enemies where it's useful to just like, you throw your dummy character out there with the Sacrifice Bracer, let them die, it clears the fight for you, and you move on. So you get exactly 1 use of that. but it's another resource you have getting through here.
Yeah.
And yeah, the ghost of Martha shows up, your mom. She's dead.
She joins the ghost of our dad. So they are now dying happily ever after, I guess. But at least they're reunited. So this item is the Echoing Hat, and it is amazing. It causes the wearer to double cast their spells 100% of the time. So we're going to put that on Slalin, so that when we have him cast Increase, we get 2 increases. When we have him cast Rukanon, we get double Rukanon. It's a beautiful thing.
Do you equip that in combat or something? Do you not equip it immediately?
I just equip it after the Hell Battler, when I equip the Oralcum thing.
Oh, okay. I equip it immediately because if you expel enemies in here, it's helpful.
Yeah, there's not a whole lot of circumstances where you will do that. Usually I'm still just running from everything here. So, the big one is if you get a Gigantus fight, which is fairly uncommon on these floors. So,
Okay.
I just consolidated it into a later menu.
Oh, that's cool. These idiots are the ones I was talking about.
Yeah,
and they're also
guys.
expellable. So it's this fight is like the reason that I equipped that Echoing Hat earlier.
Yeah, but the scary thing is when you go to expel them and then Sloman gets murdered. So.
I mean, that does also sometimes happen. It is Evil Mountain for a reason.
Yeah. Even when you're doing the safe thing, people die.
So yeah, we got the also got the jug of holy water. Holy water watering can.
Holy chamber pot.
It's not a chamber pot. Ignore Countdown's notes.
I like those notes. So there I put the dummy out there with the armband, just because it was a spot where most likely if I failed to run, somebody was going to die. So I took the opportunity to make sure that, you have it, that if somebody was going to die, it was going to be the dummy, and the sacrifice armband would take care of the problem for me. Plus it gives our slime a chance to smile in the Evil Mountain.
All smiles, except for this. Okay,
we don't fight these. We don't take the chance. Yeah, it would be nice if I had the kind of happy or the Echoing Hat equipped right here. It's fine. I don't know what you're talking about, Mom. I mean, heck.
DQRTA has a great way of, like, you say something and then it happens.
Yeah. It has a built-in hubris check. So that chest was the Metal King helmet. It's an insane defensive item that we throw onto Pierre. And we are on the home stretch here. So after this room, there's a stretch with no random encounters. And then there's a brief chance for encounters, followed by a mini-boss, followed by the final boss. We are getting there. You know, in retrospect... this would have been the perfect one to do this. It's okay, we have leaves, we're fine. Here's the farewell armband. Or armband of sacrifice. However that translates. So I have 2 leaves left, right? Nope, just the one. Okay, that's fine. Everything's fine. I don't expect to use it on the final boss, because usually if things are bad enough that somebody dies on the final boss, you've already lost. You can recover it with a revive, but it's very difficult to recover from that point.
Yeah. Okay, so after the sliding tile room, this tile room is one that confuses, at least confused me, confuses a lot of people casually because it's not always obvious that you can, like, walk on the ground in between the tiles. You think it's like a 9 puzzle thing, and that you actually have to, like, walk in between. But we're going to have a fight with 2 Hell Battlers, and It's a pretty free fight. You kind of just use the fairy sword on Pierre and you kill him, and then Pierre just kind of solos it. If Slavo or Flora, if you have her with you, are still alive, you can bring them in to force them to die off, but they're already not here / dead, so not relevant. And then there will be some big menuing leading up to the final boss. And I'll talk about the final boss in a second, but I'll wait until we're kind of through the Hell Battlers.
Yeah, the Hell Battlers are kind of a throwback to the Volcano, where we're just going to buff up Pierre and have him do all the work for us. But not nearly as long as that fight, though.
No encounter on that floor is really nice.
It's amazing, actually. Here's the fairy sword.
So yeah, the daughter now knows the actual buy-kill spell. We've been talking a lot about the fighter hair, which is the item that uses buy-kill, but the daughter actually now just knows buy-kill. So she can just cast it, and fairy hair isn't really an issue anymore.
Fairy hair.
Or fighter hair. Yeah, thinking fairy sword. This fight, you got a couple different options. Error chose to use Heal All with Pierre, but you could also like bring in Sancho since one was dead and use the Sage's Stone. Has the advantage of like healing a couple other people, but if it uses the Hell Battle uses Explode It, then it's kind of a wash. Yeah, so now there's going to be like kind of a big menu to set up inventory for the final boss. So the final boss has 2 phases. The first phase of Miradris has 1,600 HP, has 50 HP per turn regen, and is on a 3-turn cycle. The first turn is either an Ice Breath or Blaze Most, which is a single target high damage magic. Second turn is a physical attack or Freezing Waves, which removes all of your buffs. And the third action is Call Help, and there's 2 versions of Call Help. It can either be 2 killer machines or 2 killer clowns. The idea is to have Slalin use Increase during the turn where the allies are summoned to buff up your defense. Pull him back out so he does not get owned on turn 1. And then on turn 2, the second time through, you either... If there's killer machines, Slalin uses Expel, which will hopefully just get rid of them because they do a lot of physical damage and they're really scary, especially if you get hit with Freezing Waves. If it's killer clowns, Slalin will use Metapani or Chaos to confuse them. And then they will either run away or hit each other or ideally hit Miradris and contribute to your damage to kill him. So,
I'd like to take this opportunity to point out that we did indeed forget to refresh the world dew.
Oh, oops.
It's all good.
I said I was going to remind you and I didn't. Doesn't matter.
Nope, sure doesn't. I also didn't give Sancho the fighter hair that I like to do for right here, but oh well.
And we got clowns first try. That's great.
Unless they cast Bounce right here. Because it's not safe to leave Slalin out for Metapani right now, because he can be one-shotted by either of his abilities.
Yep. The only really scary part to Miradris 1 is if you get killer machines over and over and over again. Because they just do a lot of damage, and if they don't get expelled, then there's not much you can do about it. So, we got clowns. We're going to talk about Miradris 2. Miradris 2 has 3 different patterns you can go into. There's actually 3 different versions of the enemy. We call them weak, medium, and strong, although that's not necessarily a great nomenclature. The weak pattern, they all have a fixed rotation. The weak pattern is guaranteed to only take 1 action per turn. The The weak pattern has the advantage of being very fast, which makes turn order a little bit variable. So there's a couple turns where you have to play a little bit safely. Phase 2 always has 4,500 HP. And the weak pattern will do Flame Breath on a critical attack for 145, Blaze Most, he'll heal himself for 500, Explodet, and Freezing Waves. Medium pattern will take 1 to 2 per turn. Starts off with Heal, then Flames, Freezing Waves, Blaze Most, lowers your defense, which is scary, and then goes to a physical attack. And Strong pattern starts with a physical attack, Strong Flames, Freezing Waves, Explodet, Bounce, which he will only use, he starts phase 3 with Bounce up. He will only use if Bounce is not already active, and then Heal. So Strong phase is effectively on a 5 action cycle instead of 6. So the goal is going to be to use the Zenithian Sword to get rid of his Bounce, have Slalom cast Rukanon to lower his defense. That has to happen ASAP. And then Sancho uses the Sage's Stone, Pierre attacks, Daughter buy kills and spot heals, and that's pretty much it. You can usually you bring out Hero for turn 1 and just let Hero die, take some attacks, whatever, to identify what pattern you're on, and that's going to be phase 2 here. So I'll narrate a little bit, but mostly I'm going to let Error do his thing. Enjoy the jams.
Hey. Yeah, that was a very smooth phase 1, by the way. Everybody finished at pretty much full HP. Okay, so we got Strong pattern.
Strong pattern.
Which is actually great because this is the pattern I'm currently most comfortable with. You know, if I get the right order out.
Okay, double Rukanon.
Okay, so his next action is going to be Flames, so I'm just going to Pierre out there solo because he has fire resistance.
A lot of using the wagon in this fight, a lot of knowing HP lines. I was talking about this earlier, but knowing the exact amount of damage that physical plus flame or that Explodet can do really dictate some of your individual actions here. Defending with solo Pierre to guarantee surviving. Daughter is guaranteed to outspeed, so Daughter can always spot heal if she's out. You just don't want her out on turn 1. Pierre's got good HP, so he can attack, but he's in Explodet range, so Daughter has to make sure to heal here, which is fine, because you get Freezing Waves first anyway. You want as much as possible for him to take only 1 action per turn. The more actions he takes, the more healing he does, which really just slows down the fight. This is another fight where, I was talking about it a little bit earlier, where the life seed rolls are important, how many life seeds you give him. Give to Pierre, that is.
Alright, that was a little dangerous. He's going to do attack and possibly flame, so I have to defend here.
Yep.
So we basically just... That whole cycle we did not get a buy kill up because there just was not a safe point to do it.
Yeah, Daughter should have at least 1 Elfin Elixir.
2, yep, we're good.
And that's really the only issue with a strong pattern is as long as you play it right, it is completely safe. However, the thing that makes it not safe is running out of MP and not keeping up with his healing. So Daughter will at some point, kind of soon, need to use an Elfin Elixir to restore her MP when she gets a good opportunity to do so. And usually you only need to use 1 in strong pattern. Error's using it right now. And yeah, as long as Error doesn't make a mistake.
Which I am wont to do.
Pierre is safe here, so even though he's at 42 HP, buy kill is fine.
Ooh. He ended on a heal here. This is actually really dangerous.
true. Using the strat to force Sancho to go first. Excellent. That's, again, using that agility glitch that we were talking about earlier.
Whew, we're good.
Good play.
Yeah, that's one of
A
those...
little scary, but...
Yeah, that's a scary situation. You never want to be in that one. But fortunately, the knowledge of being able to force Sancho to go first helps out quite a bit.
And things are getting pretty close. Not there yet, but close. That's a little bit of a scary call.
There we go again.
Yeah. Getting a lot of double actions here, which is never what you want to see.
That's a little terrifying when he's always going twice.
It's kind of one of those things where there were a couple turns where Eric could have chosen to heal instead of buy kill, but chose to buy kill in order to keep up with the HP regen. And that's where he got in the situation of like needing to rely on the Sancho turn exploit and pray for not getting really bad damage rolls to kill Sancho.
Good call. We're very close now.
Almost dead now. We're both in the same thought, yeah.
Ugh.
Doing a lot of double actions, which is really unfortunate.
Don't heal. Okay, good.
Okay. It's gotta be the cycle, right?
I would hope so. Well. Here. Oh. Alright, we're very close. I promise. We've said it 20 times, but we're very close.
This is the issue with Strong Pattern, is he gets so many heals that it becomes very difficult to judge where in the fight you are. Spoiled John very close. Yeah, that's true. A DQ6 race, man. I was right there with him too. Every time he said he was close, I'm like, yeah, must be.
So many doubles. Safe to buy kill here. Don't heal. Oh my goodness. And we're back here again.
I saw you thinking about attacking.
Glad I didn't. Oh my god. Nice.
Sure would be nice if we had a world to about now.
Yeah, it would. Oh, hey. Nope, she does not have a fighter here on here. Okay. There we go. No problem. Whew! I need a drink.
I wasn't worried at all.
Oh my god. That was terrifying. Whew.
And this is why strong pattern is strong.
Yes. I took a little bit of a risk there by killing instead of healing Sancho on the turn that he died, but he had to both be targeted with the physical and have the boss high roll his damage, but of course that's what's going to happen. Why wouldn't it? So, fortunately, we were close enough. Thanks for the GGs, everybody.
Yeah, it was definitely a calculated, like, he's almost dead, focus on doing damage decision.
Yeah. I mean, as far as I knew, he should have been dead several turns before that.
Agreed. I thought he was going to die 2.5 cycles ago.
Yeah, I've done a little bit of math, usually with a little bit of failure to pay attention to things consistently, but it's roughly 300 healing every single time he hits that point of the cycle. So, it's rough to keep up with. That's more than an attack from Pierre with Bykill.
Oh, I mean, the heal spell itself heals for 500.
Oh, it was 500? Are you sure? I thought my math came up to like 320 something on average.
Maybe I'm wrong. It's almost always 500, but I guess I thought I tested it on Herodris, but I'm not.
I'll believe yours over
sure.
mine. It's probably 500. Either way, it's a lot to overcome, particularly with only one attacker. If he does a lot of single attacks on that pattern, then you can have Daughter supplementing an extra like 64 damage per round. But man, he was double acting so much. Validate the run by singing. I don't have the lyrics. I apologize.
I don't think there's even singing for this game.
Diener did.
For DQ5?
Yep.
Oh. I guess I have no idea what the DQ5 song is then.
I thought about asking him for the lyrics for the purposes of the marathon, but then I realized I would have to sing it, so I conveniently forgot to ask him.
Yeah, 2 and 3 are the only credit songs that I know that like people regularly sing, and then DQ6 is like the Hassan song.
I'm also incredibly shy, so singing in front of people is very difficult. So here we're doing our world tour, visiting everybody, telling them, hey, look how great we are, we saved the world. Just a whole bunch of walking out of town, basically. And this is actually going to finish us right about on estimate. It's going to be a little under 6:30. Thanks, EQ5. Thank you for justifying my excessive estimate. Like, my average run is now down to like 5:57. And the other day when I thought I had a bad run, it was a 5:59. But this blew that one out of the water for bad RNG.
I'm double checking the heal right now. It's going to be a second for me to set up for it.
Oh, DQ5, you troll me so hard. You're mean and rude and RNG filled. On repeat for 4 minutes. That's about right, actually. I'm pretty sure that's the direct translation. There's also dancing in there. I know that much.
Dancing?
Yeah. There's a segment of dance, 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 dance.
Ah. Okay,
here we go. We go talk to Bianca. Perfectly happy, hanging out with her dad, who was like on his deathbed 10 years ago, but now is totally fine. So we're just gonna forget all about that story arc.
3, 4, 8, 6, 2.
Yeah, the wedding song is part of the ending, or yeah, it's part of the ending theme.
3, 9, 8, 6. Yeah, exactly 500 on his heal ability.
Okay. Well, then I probably forgot to throw a few numbers in there when I was testing it. I was tracking it with a calculator, seeing how many times he healed, how much damage I did, and then subtracting and dividing to see what the heal values were.
Ah, I gotcha. Yeah, the boss heal ability in DQ is almost always 500 for Meditate, but I just pulled up an emulator with Ramwatch.
Okay. Well, I will believe that over my terrible anecdotal evidence. So yeah, you're basically doing like 290 to 300-ish damage per turn if you attack every single turn, and every like 3 to 5 turns he's healing for 500. So there's quite a lot to overcome there. All right, and that's the last input. Now we get to enjoy the credits. I can finally relax. The end of this game is quite the gauntlet of high pressure.
It really is. And that run was really great. You did a good job.
Thank you. Yeah, had a lot of fun. Believe it or not, I actually enjoyed getting my butt kicked by this game again, because I've had quite the win streak against the game lately, so it's good to see what it can do again. So this was fun. I really enjoy seeing the statistical outliers that happen sometimes, like Pierre.
Yeah, I also want to point out that like the estimate for this run was 630, and Error has been on a sub-6 winning streak, and we are going to end up surprisingly close to 630, right on estimate.
Yep.
We've had 4 days worth of DQ RTA, where anything can happen half an hour to an hour in any direction, and yet we are almost right on track with estimate.
Remarkable. It's almost like this was scripted or pre-recorded or something.
Almost like.
It wasn't. Oh, yeah, that's Dragon Quest V. Hope everybody enjoyed it. That is by far my favorite game in the series. I used to think 3 was my favorite, and then I really started digging into 5, and it latched onto me. So, playing this game always makes me happy, even when it makes me mad. And today, it sure tried. It really tried, but that was a lot of fun.
Yeah, you stayed cool, you played well. Dealt with all the RNG that DQ threw at you.
So,
and
entertainingly, the only thing that went right today was the volcano.
Oh, man.
Like, everything else was terrible, but the volcano was a one-shot, so that was nice.
Gen 1 was fine.
Yeah, Gen 1 was actually like right on my average. I average about 104 for Gen 1, so we were right there.
Yeah, you had the 0 encounter El Capo walk, and everything else was good.
I get those way too often.
Yeah, that's why it's on your average.
It's true. Well, thank you very much for joining me for this one, Hackle. It's always a pleasure having you along. It's
most welcome.
Very helpful having somebody that knows as much, if not more, about the run as me, helping out in the times where I really need to focus so I don't break things.
Yeah, of course. And I mean, you certainly know more about like the anecdotal experience of what happens during the run, and maybe I know a little more about some of the technical background, but in terms of actually executing the run and doing it, you got this, and I'm glad that I can help you focus and fill in and just help present this awesome game to everybody. So I hope everyone enjoyed watching. And Error did a great job. He does this run usually once a week, so give him a follow and check out his DQ5 runs if you like this and want to see more of them.
Yeah, if you want to see what it looks like when I don't screw up a whole bunch of menus, check out my PB. It's a 541. It was really good. Like, we got a Metal Babble in the Cave to Granvania, and the Gen 3 was just super fast. Every time I'm running, it's like if I'm mostly keeping up going into Gen 3, I fall behind immediately. Because my Gen 3 was so fast in my PB, it's hard to keep up with that one. My average Gen 3 is 224, and my PB Gen 3 was 217. So, it's a tough one to keep up with. But that was a fun one that I really enjoyed. But still, all of that aside, my favorite run of this ever was racing Actively.
I'm glad. It was a lot of fun for me too, even though the end game kind of blew up and I didn't end up finishing. Like, the 5 hours leading up to that point were so neck and neck and back and forth, and it was a lot of fun to just be like chatting while we played. And
yeah, we were on Ival at the same time. Just let that sink in. with a run with so much variance, we were on what is the Baramos of this run at the same time, almost 5 hours in. It was insane.
Yeah. In the meantime, after these credits, there is an absolutely wonderful race up next. So,
oh yeah, we got good stuff coming up here.
It's going to be Anatolu versus Crimson, and Anatolu will be playing Dragon Warrior 4 NES English version, and Crimson will be playing Dragon Quest 4 NES Famicom version, and they'll be racing each other, and they will be playing with a combined international rule set where it kind of bridges the differences, right? Things like turbo is allowed, and that's actually allowed in English now, although Anatolu hasn't really been playing it that way. Things like using holy water versus metal slimes will be banned. It's kind of a combined, let's make this as fair as possible kind of race strategy. And they're both very good runners, they're both very entertaining, and Dragon Warrior 4 is an awesome game, so anybody who likes that game or likes Dragon Quest in general, please stick around and watch that race. Or I know it's late at night here in the US. If you don't see it live, check the VOD. It's going to be awesome.
Yep, I'm going to be tired tomorrow because I plan to stay up until 3 a.m. and watch this whole thing. It's going to be a fun race.
Yeah, I'm going to watch as much of it as possible.
Alright, well, we're wrapping up the credits here, then we'll get our final time, still somehow under estimate, with all the shenanigans.
And after an estimate of 6:30, after a 30-minute plus Pierre grind, after all of the RNG that DQ has to throw at this,
6:25:58.
GG.
Barely made it. All right. Well, thanks again, everybody, for joining us for this one. Really appreciate it. Hope you all enjoyed it as much as we did, because this was my first time running in a marathon, and I gotta say, this was a fantastic experience for me. So thanks everybody for all the interaction, all the support. You guys are great. Couldn't have these events without all you guys. So I'm gonna go ahead and get some music up here, which actually I'm just gonna use our overworld theme from this wonderful game after I turn off the turbo auto fire B. And we will get you guys over to the hold screen and get everything set up for Dragon Warrior 4. So thanks again, everybody. Thank you again, Hactical. And
you're welcome.
I hope you all have a great night and enjoy, or day, whatever time it is for everyone currently, and enjoy the next run.